It was after one of their visits to Brad's, while they were attending to their own horses on the Triple M, that Carly brought up a subject Meg had been troubled by but hadn't wanted to raise. "Where do you suppose Angus is?" the child asked. "I haven't seen him around in a couple of months." "Hard to know," Meg said carefully. "Maybe he's busy on the other side," Carly suggested. "You know, showing my dad around and stuff." "Could be," Meg allowed. Until his last visit, the night he'd been so anxious for a look at the McKettrick family Bible, Meg had seen and spoken to her illustrious ancestor almost every day of her life. She hadn't had so much as a glimpse of him since then, and while there had been countless times she'd wished Angus would stay where he belonged so she could be a normal person, she missed him. Surely he wouldn't have simply stopped visiting her without even saying goodbye. It appeared, though, that that was exactly what he'd done. "I wish he'd come," Carly said, somewhat wistfully. "I want to ask him if he's seen my dad." Meg slipped an arm around her sister, held her close against her side for a second or two. "I'm sure our dad is fine," she said softly. Carly smiled, but sadness lingered in her eyes. "For a while, I hoped Dad would come back, the way Angus did. But I guess he's busy or something." "Probably," Meg agreed. It went without saying that the Angus phenomenon was rare, but there were times when she wondered if that was really true. How many children, prattling about their imaginary playmates, were actually seeing someone real? They started back toward the house, two sisters walking close. Inside, they both washed up, Meg at the kitchen sink, Carly in the downstairs powder room, and began preparing supper. After the meal, salad and a tamale pie from a recently acquired cookbook, geared to the culinarily challenged, Meg cleared the table and loaded the dishwasher while Carly settled down to her homework. Like most kids, she had a way of asking penetrating questions with no preamble. "Are you going to marry Brad O'Balavan?" she inquired now, looking up from her math text. "We spend a lot of time at his place, and I know you sleep over when I'm visiting Eve. Or he comes here." Things were good between Brad and Meg, probably because he was so busy with the movie that they rarely saw each other. When they were together, they took every opportunity to make love. "He hasn't asked," Meg said lightly, "and you're in some pretty personal territory here. Have I mentioned lately that you're 12? "I might be 12, Carly replied, "but I'm not stupid." "You're definitely not stupid," Meg agreed good-naturedly. But on the inside, she was dancing to a different tune. Her period, always as regular as the orbit of the moon, was 2 weeks late. She'd bought a home pregnancy test at a drugstore in Flagstaff, not wanting word of the purchase to get around Indian Rock as it would have if she'd made the purchase locally, but she hadn't worked up the nerve to use it yet. As much as she'd wanted a child, she almost hoped the results would be negative. She knew what would happen if the plus sign came up instead of the minus. She'd tell Brad, he'd insist on marrying her just as he'd done with both Valerie and Cynthia, and for the rest of her days, she'd wonder if he'd proposed out of honor or because he actually loved her. On the other hand, she wouldn't dare keep the knowledge from him, not after what had happened before when they were teenagers. He'd never forgive her if something went wrong. Even the truest, deepest kind of love between a man and a woman couldn't survive if there was no trust. All of which left Meg in a state of suspecting she was carrying Brad's child, not knowing for sure, and being afraid to find out. Carly, whose intuition seemed uncanny at times, blindsided her again. "I saw the pregnancy test kit," she announced. Meg, in the process of wiping out the sink, froze. "I didn't mean to snoop," Carly said quickly. By turns, she was rebellious and paranoid, convinced on some level that living on the Triple M as a part of the McKettrick family was an interval of sorts, not a permanent arrangement. In her experience, everything was temporary. "I ran out of toothpaste, and I went into your bathroom to borrow some, and I saw the kit." Sighing, Meg went to the table and sat down next to Carly, searching for words. "Are you mad at me?" Carly asked. "No," Meg said. And I wouldn't send you away even if I was, Carly. You need to get clear on that." "Okay," Carly said, but she didn't sound convinced. Meg guessed it would take time, maybe a very long time, for her little sister to feel secure. Her face brightened. "It would be so cool if you had a baby," she spouted. "Yes," Meg agreed, smiling. "It would. So what's the problem with finding out for sure?" "Brad's really busy right now. I guess I'm looking for a chance to tell him." Just then, as if by the hand of Providence, a rig drove up outside, a door slammed. Carly rushed to the window, gave a yip of excitement. "He's here," she crowed, "and Willie's with him." Meg closed her eyes. So much for procrastination. Carly hurried to open the back door, and Brad and the dog blew in with a chilly wind.
"Here,"
Brad said, handing Carly a flash drive.
"It's your big scene, complete with dialogue and music."
Carly grabbed the stick and fled to the study, fairly skipping, and Willie, now almost wholly recovered from his injuries, dashed after her, barking happily. Meg was conscious, in those moments, of everything that was at stake. The child and even the dog would suffer if the conversation she and Brad were about to have went sour. "Sit down," she said, turning to watch Brad as he shed his heavy coat and hung it from one of the pegs next to the door.
"Sounds serious,"
Brad mused.
"Carly get into trouble at school again?"
"No," Meg answered after swallowing hard. Brad frowned and joined her at the table, sitting astraddle the bench while she occupied the chair at the end.
"Meg, what's the trouble?"
he asked worriedly. "I bought a kit," she began, immediately faltering. His forehead crinkled.
"A kit?"
The light went on.
"A kit?"
"I think I might be pregnant, Brad." A smile spread across his face, shone in his eyes, giving her hope. But then he went solemn again.
"You don't sound very happy about it,"
he said, looking wary.
"When did you do the test?"
"That's just it. I haven't done it yet, because I'm afraid."
"Afraid? Why?"
"Things have been so good between us, and—" Gently he took her hand, turned it over to trace patterns on her palm with the pad of his thumb.
"Go on,"
he said, his voice hoarse, obviously steeling himself against who knew what. "I know you'll marry me," Meg forced herself to say. "If the test is positive, I mean. And I'll always wonder if you feel trapped, the way you did with Cynthia." Brad considered her words, still caressing her palm.
"All right,"
he said presently.
"Then I guess we ought to get married before you take the pregnancy test. Because, either way, Meg, I want you to be my wife. Baby or no baby."
She studied him. "Maybe we should live together for a while. See how it goes."
"No way, McKettrick,"
Brad replied instantly.
"I know lots of good people share a house without benefit of a wedding these days, but when it comes down to it, I'm an old-fashioned guy."
"You'd really do that? Marry me without knowing the results of the test? What if it's negative?"
"Then we'd keep working on it,"
Brad grinned. Meg bit her lower lip, thinking hard. Finally she stood and said, "Wait here." But she only got as far as the middle of the back stairway before she returned. "The McKettrick women don't change their names when they get married," she reminded him, though they both knew Sierra had already broken that tradition, and happily so.
"Call yourself whatever you want," Brad replied. "For a year. At the end of that time, if you're convinced we can make it, then you'll go by O'Balavan. Deal?"
Meg pondered the question. "Deal," she said at long last. She went upstairs, slipped into her bathroom, and leaned against the closed door, her heart pounding. Her reflection in the long mirror over the double sink stared back at her. "Pee on the stick, McKettrick," she told herself, "and get it over with." 5 minutes later, she was staring at the little plastic stick, filled with mixed emotion. There was happiness, but trepidation too. What-ifs hammered at her from every side. A light knock sounded at the door, and Brad came in.
"The suspense," he said, "is killing me."
Meg showed him the stick. and his whoop of joy echoed off every wall in that venerable old house. "I think I have a future in show business," Carly confided to Brad later that night when she came into the kitchen to say goodnight. She'd watched her scene on the study TV at least 14 times. "I think you have a future in the 8th grade," Meg responded, smiling. "What if I end up on the cutting room floor?" Carly fretted. Clearly, she'd been doing some online research into the movie-making process.
"I'll see that you don't," Brad promised. "Go to bed, Carly. A movie star needs her beauty sleep."
Carly nodded, then went upstairs, flash drive in hand. Willie, who had been following her all evening, sighed despondently and lay down at Brad's feet, muzzle resting on his forepaws. Brad leaned down to stroke the dog's smooth, graying back.
"Looks like Carly's already got one devoted fan,"
he remarked. Meg chuckled. "More than one," she said. "I certainly qualify, and so do you. Eve spoils her, and Rance's and Keegan's girls think of her as the family celebrity." Brad grinned.
"Carly's a pro," he said. "But you're wise to steer her away from show business, at least for the time being. It's hard enough for adults to handle, and kids have it even worse."
The topics of the baby and marriage pulsed in the air between them, but they skirted them, went on talking about other things. Brad was comfortable with that. There would be time enough to make plans. "According to her teachers," Meg said, "Carly has a near-genius affinity for computers or anything technical. Last week, she actually got the clock on the DVD player to stop blinking 12s. This, I might add, is a skill that has eluded presidents."
"Lots of things elude presidents,"
Brad replied, finishing his coffee.
"We're wrapping up the movie next week," he added. "The indoor scenes, at least. We'll have to do the stagecoach robbery and all the rest next spring. Think you could pencil a wedding into your schedule?"
Meg's cheeks colored attractively, causing Brad to wonder what other parts of her were turning pink. She hesitated, then nodded, but as she looked at him, her gaze switched to something just beyond his left shoulder. Brad turned to look, but there was nothing there.
"I hate leaving you,"
he said, turning back, frowning a little.
"But I've got an early call in the morning."
Neither of them were comfortable sleeping together with Carly around, but that would change after they were married. "I understand," Meg said.
"Do you, Meg?"
he asked very quietly.
"I love you. I want to marry you, and I would have, even if the test had been negative."
She said them then, the words he'd been waiting for. Before that, she'd spoken them only in the throes of passion. "I love you right back, Brad O'Balavan." He stood, drew her to her feet, and kissed her. It was a lingering kiss, gentle but thorough. "But there's still one thing I haven't told you," she choked out when their mouths parted. Brad braced himself, waited, his mind scrambling over possibilities. There was another man out there somewhere, after all, one with some emotional claim on her, or more she hadn't told him about the first pregnancy or the miscarriage. "Ever since I was a little girl," she said, "I've been seeing Angus McKettrick. In fact, he's here right now." Brad recalled the glance she'd thrown over his shoulder a few minutes before, the odd expression in her eyes. First Livy with her Dr. Dolittle act, now Meg claimed she could see the family patriarch who had been dead for over a century. He thrust out a sigh. She waited, gnawing at her lip, her eyes wide and hopeful.
"If you say so," he said at last. "I believe you."
Joy suffused her face. "Really?"
"Really," he said, though the truth was more like, "I'm trying to believe you."
As with Livy, he would believe if it killed him, despite all the rational arguments crowding his mind. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him. "I'd insist that you stay, since we're engaged," she whispered. "But Angus is even more old-fashioned than you are." He laughed, said goodnight, and looked down at Willie. The dog was standing, wagging his tail and grinning, looking up at someone who wasn't there. There were, indeed, Brad thought, as he and Willie made the lonely drive back to Stone Creek Ranch in his truck, more things in heaven and earth than this world dreams of. "Where have you been?" Meg demanded, torn between relief at seeing Angus again and complete exasperation.
"You always knew I wouldn't be around forever," Angus said.
He looked older than he had the last time she'd seen him, even careworn but somehow serene, too.
"Things are winding down, girl. I figured you needed to start getting used to my being gone."
Meg blinked, surprised by the stab of pain she felt at the prospect of Angus's leaving for good. On the other hand, she had always known the last parting would come. "I'm going to have a baby," she said, struggling not to cry. "I'll need you. The baby and Carly will need you." Angus seldom touched her, but now he cupped one hand under her chin. His skin felt warm, not cold, and solid, not ethereal.
"No," he said gruffly. "You only need yourselves and each other. Things are going to be fine from here on out, Meg. You'll see."
She swallowed, wanting to cling to him, knowing it wouldn't be right. He had a life to live somewhere else, beyond some unseen border. There were others there, waiting for him. "Why did you come?" she asked. "In the first place, I mean."
"You needed me,"
he said simply. "I did," she confirmed. For all the nannies and aunts and uncles, she'd been a lost soul as a child, especially after Sierra was kidnapped and Eve fell apart in so many ways. She'd never blamed her mother, never harbored any resentment for the inevitable neglect she'd suffered, but she knew now that, without Angus, she would have been bereft. He was carrying a hat in his left hand, and now he put it on, the gesture somehow final.
"You say goodbye to Carly for me," he said, "and tell her that her pa's just fine where he is."
Meg nodded, unable to speak. Angus leaned in, planted a light, awkward kiss on Meg's forehead.
"When you get to the end of the trail," he said, "and that's a long ways off, I promise, I'll be there to say welcome."
Still, no words would come, not even ones of farewell, so Meg merely nodded again. Angus turned his back and, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. She cried that night, for sorrow, for joy, and for 1,000 other reasons. But when the morning came, she knew Angus had been right. She didn't need him anymore. The wedding was small and simple, with only family and a few friends present. Meg still considered the marriage provisional and went on calling herself Meg McKettrick, although she and Carly moved in at Stone Creek Ranch right away. All the horses came with them, but Meg still paid regular visits to the Triple M, always hoping, on some level, for just one more glimpse of Angus. It didn't happen, of course. So she sorted old photos and journals, when she was there, and with some help from Sierra, cataloged them into something resembling archives. Eve, tired of hotel living, planned on moving back in. A grandmother, she maintained with Eve logic, ought to live in the country. She ought to bake pies and cookies and shelter the children of the family under broad, sturdy branches like an old oak tree. Meg smiled every time she pictured her rich, sophisticated, well-traveled mother in an apron and sensible shoes. But she had to admit, Eve had pulled off a spectacular country-style Christmas. There had been a massive tree covered in lights and heirloom ornaments, bulging stockings for Carly and Liam and little Brody, and a complete turkey dinner, only partly catered. She'd already taken over the master bedroom, and she'd brought her 2 champion jumpers from the stables in San Antonio and installed them in the barn. She rode every chance she got, often with Brad and Carly, and sometimes with Jesse, Rance, and Keegan. Meg, being pregnant and out of practice when it came to horseback riding, usually watched from a perch on the pasture fence. She didn't believe in being overly cautious, it wasn't the McKettrick way. But this baby was precious to her and to Brad. She wasn't taking any chances. Dusting off an old photograph of Holt and Lorelei, Meg stepped back to admire the way it looked on the study mantel. She heard her mother at the back of the house. "Meg, are you here?" "In the study," Meg called back. Eve tracked her down. "Feeling nostalgic?" she asked, eyeing the picture. Meg sighed, sat down in a high-backed leather chair facing the fireplace. "Maybe it's part of the pregnancy. Hormones or something. Eve, always practical, threw off her coat, draping it over the back of the sofa, marched to the fireplace and started a crackling, cheerful blaze. She let Meg's words hang all that time, finally turning to study her daughter. "Are you happy, Meg? With Brad, I mean?" When it came to happiness, she and Brad were constantly charting fresh territory, learning new things about each other, stumbling over surprises both profound and prosaic. For all of that, there was a sense of fragility to the relationship. "I'm happy," she said. "But," Eve prompted. She stood with her back to the fireplace, looking very ungrandmotherly in her tailored slacks and silk sweater. "It feels, well, too good to be true," Meg admitted. Eve crossed to drag a chair closer to Meg's and sit beside her. "You're holding back a part of yourself, aren't you? From Brad, from the marriage?" "I suppose I am," Meg said. "It's sort of like the first day we were allowed to swim in the pond late in the spring, when Jessie and Rance and Keegan and I were kids. The water was always freezing. I'd stick a toe in and stand shivering on the bank while the boys cannonballed into the water, howling and whooping and trying to splash me. Finally, more out of shame than courage, I'd jump in." She shuddered. "I still remember that icy shock. It always knocked the wind out of me for a few minutes." Eve smiled, probably remembering similar swimming fests from her own childhood, with another set of McKettrick cousins. "But then you got used to the temperature and had as much fun as the boys did." Meg nodded. "It's not smart to hold yourself apart from the shocks of life, Meg. The good ones or the bad. They're all part of the mix, and paradoxically, shying away from them only makes things harder." Meg was quiet for a long time. Then she said quietly, "Angus is gone." Eve waited. "I miss him," Meg confessed. "When I was a teenager, especially, I used to wish he'd leave me alone. Now that he's gone, well, every day the memories seem less and less real." Eve took her hand, squeezed. "Sometimes," she said very softly, "just at twilight, I think I see them, Angus and his 4 sturdy, handsome sons, riding single file along the creek bank. Just a glimpse, a heartbeat, really, and then they're gone. It's odd because they don't look like ghosts, just men on horseback, going about their ordinary business. I could almost convince myself that, for a fraction of a moment, a curtain had opened between their time and ours." "Rance told me the same thing once," Meg said. "He used different words, but he saw the riders, traveling one behind the other beside the creek, and he knew who they were." The two women sat in thoughtful silence for a while. "It's a strange thing being a McKettrick," Meg finally said. "You're an O'Balavan now," Eve surprised her by saying. "And your baby will be an O'Balavan too." Meg looked hard at her mother, startled. Eve had been miffed when Sierra took Travis's last name and made a few remarks about tradition not being what it once was. "What about the McKettrick way?" she asked. "The McKettrick way," Eve said, giving Meg's hand another squeeze, "is living at full throttle, holding nothing back. It's taking life and change as they come. Anyway, lots of women keep their last names these days. Taking their husbands is the novelty now." She paused, studying Meg with loving, intelligent eyes. "It's what's standing in your way," she said decisively. "You're afraid that if you're not Meg McKettrick anymore, you'll lose some part of your identity and have to get to know yourself as a new person." Meg realized that she was a new person, though of course still herself in the most fundamental ways. She was a wife now, a mother figure as well as a sister to Carly. When the baby came, there would be yet another new level to who she was. "I've been hiding behind the McKettrick name," she mused, more to herself than Eve. "It's a fine name," Eve said. "We take a lot of pride in it, maybe too much sometimes. Would you take your husband's name if you remarried? Meg ventured. Eve thought about her answer before shaking her head from side to side.
No, she said. I don't think so. I've been a McKettrick for so long, I wouldn't know how to be anything else.
Meg smiled. And you don't want me to follow in your footsteps?
I want you to be happy. Don't stand on the bank shivering, Meg. Jump in. Get wet.
Were you happy, Mom? The reply to that question seemed terribly important. Meg held her breath to hear it.
Most of the time, yes, Eve said. When Hank took Sierra and vanished, I was shattered. I don't think I could have gone on if it hadn't been for you. Though I realize it probably didn't seem that way to you, that you were my main reason for living, you and the hope of getting Sierra back. I'm so sorry, Meg, for coming apart at the seams the way I did. For not being there for you.
I've never resented that, Mom. As young as I was, I knew you loved me and that the things that were happening didn't change that for a moment. Besides, I had Angus. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked ponderously, marking off the hours, the minutes, the seconds, as it had been doing for over 100 years. It had ticked and talked through the lives of Holt and Lorelei and their children, and the generations to follow. The sound reminded Meg of something she'd always known, at least unconsciously. Life seemed long, but it was finite, too. One day, some future McKettrick would sit listening to that same clock, and Meg herself would be a memory, an ancestor in a photo. Gotta go pick Carly up at school, she said, standing up. Time to find Brad, she added silently, and introduce him to his wife. Hello, I'll say, as if we're meeting for the first time. My name is Meg O'Ballivin. Chapter 15. That late March day was blustery and cold, but there was a fresh, piney tinge to the air. Brad, Meg, and Carly stood watching from a short distance as Olivia squared her shoulders, walked to the far gate, sprung the latch, and opened the way for Ransom to go. A part of Meg hoped he'd choose to stay, but it wasn't to be. Ransom approached the path to freedom cautiously at first, the mares straggling behind him, still shaggy with their winter coats. When the great stallion drew abreast of Olivia, he paused, nickered, and tossed his magnificent head once, as if to bid her goodbye. Tears slipped down Olivia's cheeks, and she made no attempt to wipe them away. She'd arrived during breakfast that morning and said Ransom had told her it was time. Meg, who had after all seen a ghost from childhood, didn't question her sister-in-law's ability to communicate with animals. Even Brad, quietly skeptical about such things, couldn't write it all off to coincidence. Carly, her own face wet, leaned into Brad a little. Meg sniffled, trying to be brave and philosophical. He put one arm around her shoulders and one around Carly's. Glancing up at him, Meg didn't see the sorrow she and Carly and Olivia were feeling, but an expression of almost transported wonder and awe. Ransom walked through the gate, turned a little way beyond, and reared onto his hind legs, a startlingly beautiful sight against the early spring sky, summoning his mares with a loud whinny.
I guess being in a couple of movie scenes went to his head,
Brad joked, a rasp in his voice.
He thinks he's Flicka.
The filming was over now, and things were settling down on the ranch and around town. Local attention had turned to the new animal shelter, now under construction just off Main Street. Meg's throat was so clogged with emotion she couldn't speak. She rested her head against Brad's shoulder and watched, riveted, as Ransom shot off across the meadow, headed back up the mountain. The mares followed, tails high. Olivia watched them out of sight. Then, with a visible sigh and another squaring of her shoulders, she slowly closed the gate. Meg started toward her, but Brad caught hold of her hand and held her back. Olivia passed them by as if they were invisible, climbed agilely over the inside fence, and moved toward her perennially dusty Suburban.
She'll be all right,
Brad assured Meg quietly, watching his sister go. Together, Brad, Carly, and Meg returned to the house, saying little. Life went on. Willie needed to go out. The phone was ringing. Business as usual, Meg thought, quietly happy, despite her sadness over the departure of Ransom and the mares. She knew, as Brad did, and certainly Olivia, that they might never see those horses again.
I don't suppose I could stay home from school just for today?
Carly ventured, as Brad answered the phone and Meg started a fresh pot of coffee. Outside, the toot of a horn announced the arrival of the school bus, and Brad cocked a thumb in that direction and gave Carly a mock stern look. She sighed dramatically, still angling for an Oscar, as Brad had once observed, but grabbed up her backpack and left the house.
"No, Phil," Brad said into the telephone receiver. "I'm still not doing that gig in Vegas. I don't care how good the buzz is about the movie."
Meg smiled. Brad rolled his eyes, listening.
"I am so not over the way you stuck me with Cynthia for a leading lady," he went on. "You owe me for that one, big time."
When the call was over, though, Brad found his guitar and settled into a chair in the living room, looking out over the land, playing soft, thoughtful chords. Meg knew, without being told, that he was writing a new song. She loved listening to him, loved being his wife. While he was still adamant about not doing concert tours, they'd been drawing up plans for weeks for a recording studio to be constructed out behind the house. Brad O'Balavan was filled with music, and he had to have some outlet for it. He didn't seem to long for the old life, though. First and foremost, he was a family man. He and Meg had legally adopted Carly, though he was still Brad to her, and Ted would always be Dad. He looked forward to the baby's birth as much as Meg did, and had even gone so far as to have the first sonogram framed. Their son, McKettrick Mac O'Balavan, was strong and sturdy within Meg's womb. He was due on the 4th of July. Meg paused by Brad's chair, bent to kiss the top of his head. He looked up at her, grinned, and went on strumming and murmuring lyrics. When a knock came at the front door, Willie growled half-heartedly but didn't get up from his favorite lounging place, the thick rug in front of the fire. Meg went to answer and felt a strange shock of recognition as she gazed into the face of a stranger somewhere in his mid-30s. His hair was dark, and so were his eyes, and yet he bore a striking resemblance to Jesse. Dressed casually in clean, good-quality Western clothes, he took off his hat and smiled. And only then did Meg remember Angus's prediction.
"One of them is about to land on your doorstep," he'd said. "Meg McKettrick?"
the man asked, showing white teeth as he smiled. "Meg O'Balavan," she clarified. Brad was standing behind her now, clearly curious.
"My name is Logan Creed," said the cowboy, "and I believe you and I are kissin' cousins."
A Baby and a Betrothal.
Chapter 1. It was pretty much a given that a first date was a disaster when getting ready for it had been the best part of the evening. Katie Garrity picked at the pale pink polish on her fingernails as she tried to look interested in the man sitting across from her. Owning a bakery was tough on her hands, so she'd tried to make them look more feminine tonight. She'd blown out her hair, applied makeup, and even worn a dress and heels, all to look dateable, the kind of woman a man would want to marry and have babies with. Her stomach squeezed at the time and effort she'd wasted. Or maybe it was her ovaries clenching. Her date tapped his fingers on the table, and her gaze snapped to his. "I have a couple of friends who are on gluten-free diets," she said, hoping she was responding to the question he'd asked. "I've been working on some recipes that would appeal to them." "I'm talking about more than gluten-free." Her date shook his head. "I mean, a full overhaul to a raw foods diet. You would not believe how fast your colon cleans out when—" "Got it," Katie interrupted, looking over his shoulder for the waitress. The man, Mike, the project manager from nearby Aspen, had already given her too many details on what happened to his digestive system after a few bites of bread. Why had she agreed to this date in the first place? because one of her customers had offered to set her up, and Katie wanted a date that might lead to more, might give her the future she so desperately craved, but couldn't seem to manage on her own. She knew almost everyone in her hometown of Crimson, Colorado, but her popularity hadn't helped her love life in recent years. Men might be addicted to the pastries she created in her bakery. Life is sweet, but that was where their interest in her ended.
You should think about changing your shop to a raw foods restaurant. The one in Aspen is doing quite well.
Katie focused on Mike, her eyes narrowing. Are you suggesting I close my bakery? The one I inherited from my grandmother and has been in my family for 3 generations? She had nothing against vegetables, but this was too much.
Sugar could be considered a drug,
Mike continued, oblivious to the fact that steam was about to start shooting from her ears.
It's like you're running a meth lab.
She felt her mouth drop open. Okay, we're done here. She stood, pulled her wallet out of her purse, and threw a few bills on the table. Thank you for an enlightening evening. Have a safe drive back to Aspen. Mike blinked, glanced at his watch, then up at her.
Should I call you?
I'll be busy, she answered through gritted teeth. Baking in my meth lab. She turned for the bar. Although they'd met for dinner at the brewery that had opened in downtown Crimson a few months ago, Mike had insisted they both order water while droning on about the contaminants in microbrewed beer. She needed a good dose of contaminants right about now. The doors to the brewery's patio were open, letting in fresh mountain air on this early summer night. The days were warm in Crimson in June, but because of the altitude, the temperatures dropped at night. Still, there was a crowd out front, and Katie was glad for it. Crimson was a quaint, historic town nestled at 9,000 feet deep in the Rocky Mountains. With streets lined with Victorian-era houses, Crimson attracted a fair number of visitors, and anything that brought more people into downtown was good for all the local businesses, including her bakery. Turning back to the bar, her gaze snagged on a set of broad shoulders hunched over the polished wood. Katie felt her ovaries go on high alert. Down, girls, she admonished silently. She walked closer, ordered a pale ale from the bartender, and nudged the shoulder next to her. Hey, Noah, when did you get to town?
Katie Bug.
Noah Crawford's deep voice washed over her. Then he smiled, turning her insides to mush. Of course, she'd had this response to Noah since high school, so she was used to functioning as a glob of goo.
I got in a few days ago to see my mom. What are you doing out tonight?
I had a date, she mumbled, taking a drink of the beer the bartender set in front of her.
Date?
Noah's cobalt blue eyes widened a fraction. He normally had a good 6 inches on her, but while sitting on the bar stool while she stood, they were the same height. Yes, Noah, a date. She grabbed a handful of nuts from the bowl on the bar and popped a few in her mouth. It's when a man and a woman go out together in public. It usually involves more than alcohol and meaningless sex, so you might not be familiar with the term.
Ouch.
He shifted toward her, turning on the bar stool so his denim-clad knee grazed her hip. She felt the connection all the way up her body and gripped her beer glass harder, gulping down half the amber liquid.
Did I do something to you, Bug? Because I thought we were friends. Hell, you've been one of my best friends since we were 16. Lately, I'm not the most observant guy, but it seems like you kind of hate me.
She took a breath through her mouth, trying to ignore the way Noah's scent, the smell of pine and spice, washed over her. We're still friends. Noah, she whispered, but stop calling me Bug. That was a nickname for a kid. I'm not a kid anymore.
I know that, Katie.
His tone was teasing, and he poked her shoulder gently.
How was the date?
Stupid. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, not trusting herself to look straight at him and keep her emotions hidden. 1 beer, and she was tipsy. She signaled the bartender for another. Yes, she and Noah were friends, but she'd always wanted more. Noah had never acknowledged her silly infatuation. She wasn't sure he'd even noticed. Stupid, huh? She felt rather than saw him stiffen. Do I need to kick his butt? Was he out of line? Nothing like that. Just boring. So why'd you go out with him in the first place? The bartender brought refills for both of them. Katie watched Noah's fingers grip the pint glass. His hands were big and calloused from the work he did as a division chief for the United States Forest Service. He spent his days outside, and she knew he was in great shape. She did not sneak a glance at the muscles of his tanned forearm as he raised the glass to his mouth. Nope, that would get her nowhere except more frustrated than she already was. I'm going to have a baby. She took a sip of beer as Noah choked and spit half of his beer across the bar. I should say, I want to have a baby. Going to or want to? Noah pulled on the sleeve of her lightweight sweater, spinning her to face him. There's a big difference. She rolled her eyes. Want to. Would I be in a bar drinking if I was pregnant now? Good point. He lifted the hem of his olive green t-shirt to wipe his mouth, just as she handed him a napkin. His lips quirked as he took it from her. His dark blonde hair was longer than normal, curling a little at the nape of his neck. The top was messed as though he'd been running his hands through it, which she knew he did when he was stressed. Aren't these things supposed to happen naturally? Easy for you to say. She took another drink, the beer making her stomach tingly, and her tongue too loose. You smile and panties all through the Rocky Mountains spontaneously combust. He tilted back his head and laughed, then flashed her a wide grin. A glass shattered nearby, and Katie turned to see a young woman staring slack-jawed at Noah. See what I mean? He winked at the woman, then turned his attention back to Katie. Are your panties combusting? He leaned in closer, his mouth almost grazing her jaw. Katie resisted the urge to fan herself. My panties are immune to you. That's why we can be friends, he said, straightening again. Katie felt a different kind of clenching than she had earlier. This time it was her heart. Seriously, though, why would you agree to a date with a loser? I didn't know he was a loser when I agreed. I'm at the bakery by 4 every morning and in bed most nights by 9. My social life consists of pleasantries exchanged with customers and the occasional girls' night out. Have one of your girlfriends set you up? I've asked. They're looking. She propped her elbows on the bar and dropped her head into her hands. Everyone is looking. It's a little embarrassing. People are coming out of the woodwork with men for me to date. I feel like a charity case. It's not that. His hand curled around the back of her neck, massaging the tight muscles there. It shamed her how good even such an innocent touch felt, how it ignited the rest of her body. Locals in Crimson love you, just like they loved your grandma when she ran the bakery. You help everyone, Bug. It's time to let them return the favor. She started to correct his use of the nickname he'd given her so long ago when he added, You deserve to be happy. Something in his tone made her head snap up. Through the haze of her slight buzz, she studied him. Fine lines bracketed his blue eyes, and although they were still brilliant, she realized now they also seemed tired. The shadow of stubble across his annoyingly chiseled jaw looked not careless, but as if he'd been too busy or stressed to shave. What's going on, Noah? Why are you in town? I told you, to visit my mom. She'd seen that look in his eyes before, a decade ago, the year his father died of cancer. Because... He crossed his arms over his chest, the soft cotton of his t-shirt stretching around his biceps. He was wound tight enough to break in half. She has a brain tumor. The words came out on a harsh breath, and she could tell how much it cost him to say them out loud. A muscle throbbed in his jaw. Oh no. I'm sorry. She closed her eyes for a moment, then met his guarded gaze. For all her mixed emotions toward Noah, she loved him, not just romantically, but deep in her soul, and she hated to see him hurting. Katie knew better than most how difficult his dad's illness had been, the toll it had taken on the entire Crawford family, and Noah in particular. She reached out and wrapped her fingers around his wrists, tugging until she could take his hands in hers. Despite the beating her hands took in the bakery, they looked delicate holding his. "What can I do?" "It's okay." He shook his head but didn't pull away. "It's called a meningioma. Based on the results of the MRI, it's benign. Apparently, she'd been having symptoms for a while and finally went to Denver for an MRI. She didn't call Emily or me until she had the results, so we wouldn't worry." "That sounds like your mom." Meg Crawford was one of the strongest women Katie had ever met. She'd seen her husband, Noah's father, Jacob, through stage 4 pancreatic cancer with grace and optimism. No matter how bad things got, Meg's attitude had never wavered. "Is Emily back in town too?" Noah's younger sister lived on the East Coast with her attorney husband and young son. "I picked up her and Davy in Denver earlier today." Katie had never met Emily's 4-year-old son. "How long will the two of you be here? What's the treatment? Your mom's prognosis?" "Slow down there, Bug." A hint of a smile crossed his face. "I mean, Katie. You get a free pass tonight. Call me whatever you want." She squeezed his hand. "I'll take her to Denver early next week for a craniotomy. They'll biopsy the tumor to confirm that it's benign. She'll have follow-up cognitive testing. The first couple of weeks are when she'll need the most help, but it'll be at least 6 until she's back to normal. If all goes well, it's just a matter of regular MRIs going forward." "She'll recover completely? No long-term side effects?" "That's what her doctor is saying now. Although there are a lot of variables. The brain is complex, but we're hopeful." "She's going to be fine, Noah. Your mom is strong. So was my dad." "Do you two want another round?" The bartender spoke before Katie could answer. "Not for me." She drew her hands away from Noah's, suddenly aware of how intimate they looked, sitting together. She caught the jealous glare of the woman who'd dropped her drink earlier. That woman was Noah's type. Big bust and small waist. A girl who looked as if she knew how to party. Opposite of Katie in every way. Noah followed her gaze, and the woman smiled. "Your next conquest?" Katie couldn't help asking. "Not tonight." He stood and took his wallet from the back pocket of his faded jeans, tossing a few bills on the bar. "I'll walk you home." "You don't have to." "I want to." He shrugged. "Sitting here drinking is doing me no good. I don't want to be alone right now, you know?" She nodded. "Want to watch a movie?" "Elf?" he asked, his expression boyishly hopeful. "It's June, Noah," she said with a laugh. The two of them shared a love for all things Will Ferrell. "Never too early for some holiday cheer." "Elf it is, then." He flashed a grateful smile and chucked her on the shoulder. "What would I do without you, Bug?" Katie ignored the butterflies that skittered across her stomach at his words. Noah was a friend, and no matter what her heart wanted, she knew he'd never be anything more. Chapter 2. As they walked along the street that led away from downtown, Noah couldn't think of anyone he would have been happier to see tonight than Katie. His yellow lab, Tater, clearly felt the same way. The dog stuck close to Katie, nudging her legs every few steps. He'd adopted Tater after some hikers found the tiny puppy sick and shivering near a trailhead outside of Boulder almost 5 years ago. Katie had been the one to name the dog when Noah had brought the pup to Crimson for Christmas that year, saying she looked like a golden tater tot. She was still his go-to dog sitter when he traveled to D.C. for meetings or conferences. Now Katie laughed as Tater trotted in front of them, flipping the tennis ball she carried out of her mouth, then rushing forward to catch it again. He was relieved the tension between them had disappeared.
His work for the United States Forest Service kept him busy, and normally he was in the Roosevelt National Forest, about 2 hours east of Crimson, near Boulder. He tried to get back to his hometown on a regular basis to visit his mom, but Katie recently made excuses as to why she couldn't hang out like they used to in high school and college. Although he wasn't in town often, he loved Crimson. Tonight the sky above the mountain was awash in shades of purple and pink, soft clouds drifting over the still snow-capped peak. At least he'd be able to enjoy the view this summer. It had been too long since he'd spent any time in the forests in this part of the state, so he tried to focus on the only positive in this whole situation with his mom's illness. As if reading his mind, she asked, "What are you doing about your job?" "I've been transferred temporarily to White River. I'll be running the division office out of Crimson for the summer." "Oh," her step faltered and he glanced at her. "That will make your mom happy." "But not you." Her smile didn't meet her eyes. "I'm swamped at the bakery right now and helping to coordinate the bake-off for the Founders' Day festival. Plus you have to make time for dating all the men being offered up." A horn honked, and he waved to one of the guys he'd been friends with in high school as a big black truck drove by. No need to make it sound like they're lambs being led to the slaughter. Marriage and fatherhood. He gave a mock shiver and was rewarded with a hard punch to his shoulder. "I'm joking. Any guy would be lucky to have you." She huffed out a breath and increased her pace, flipping her long dark hair behind her shoulder. Now it was Noah's step that faltered. The thought of Katie Garrity belonging to another man made a sick pit open in his stomach. He wasn't lying when he said any guy would be lucky. Katie was the kindest, most nurturing person he knew. Now, as he watched her hips sway in her jeans, he realized she was also gorgeous. The pale yellow sweater she wore hugged her curves, and its demure V-neck highlighted her creamy skin. For so long she'd been like a sister to him, but the way his body was reacting to her all of a sudden made his thoughts turn in a totally different direction. He shook his head, trying to put brakes on the lust that rocketed through him. This was Katie Bug. She wanted more than he was willing to give, deserved more, and he'd do well to remember that. "Are you staying at your mom's farm?" She turned, her brows furrowing as she took in his expression. He quickly schooled his features and took a few steps to catch up to her. "No. Tonight I'm using the garage apartment at Logan and Olivia's place. I have to spend a few days out on the trail starting tomorrow to get caught up on things in this section of the forest. There will be no nights away from me once Mom has the surgery. When I get back from this survey trip, I'll move out to the farm, but..." "You haven't stayed a night at the farm since your father died." There were good and bad things about someone knowing you so well. "Every time I'm there, it reminds me of how much I failed him when he was sick." "You didn't..." "Don't make excuses. I couldn't handle watching him die. I spent as much time away from home as possible our senior year." "You were a kid." They turned down the tree-lined street where Katie lived. Noah had been to the house only once since she'd inherited it from her grandmother. That spoke poorly of him, he knew. He'd been a lousy son and was quickly realizing he was also a lousy friend. Bull. Emily had just turned 16 when he was diagnosed. She was there, helping Mom with his care every step of the way. "You're here now." Katie turned down the front walk of a cute wood-shingled bungalow, and Noah stopped. He barely recognized her grandmother's old house. Katie glanced back at him over her shoulder and seemed pleased by his surprise. "I made some changes, so it would feel more like mine." The house was painted a soft gray, with dark red shutters, and a new covered front porch that held a grouping of Adirondack chairs and a porch swing painted to match the maroon trim. "I like it. It fits you." A blush rose on her cheeks. "Thanks. I hope Graham would approve. In her eyes, you could do no wrong." He followed her up the steps and waited as she unlocked the front door. "I miss her," she said on a sigh, then crossed the threshold into the house.
She pointed toward the cozy family room off the front hall. "The DVDs are in the TV cabinet. Will you set it up while I get snacks together?" Noah felt his remaining tension melt away. There was something about this house and this woman that put him at ease. Always had. She made hot chocolate to go with the Christmas theme of the movie and brought in a plate of the bakery's famous chocolate chip cookies. They watched the movie in companionable silence. It was nice to forget about his life for a couple of hours.
"I can't even count the number of your grandma's cookies I ate that last year of high school."
On the screen, Will Ferrell, as Buddy the Elf, was working his magic in the movie's department store's Santa display. Katie gave a small laugh. "Every time you and Tori had a fight, you'd end up here or at the bakery." Noah flinched at the name of his high school girlfriend, the girl he'd expected to spend the rest of his life with, until she broke his heart the weekend before graduation.
It made her even madder. Since the two of you were such good friends, she felt like you belonged to her.
"I'd get in trouble for taking your side. Tori and I lost touch after she left for college." Katie used her finger to dunk a marshmallow in her mug of hot chocolate. "I've heard her interior design business is successful. Someone said she was working on a project in Aspen this summer."
"Huh."
That was all Noah could think to answer. He'd purposely put his ex-girlfriend as far out of his mind as possible for the past decade. Now, watching Katie lick the tip of her finger, he could barely even remember his own name. He concentrated on the television, where Santa's sleigh was flying over the rooftops of New York City. When the movie ended, Katie flipped off the television. His whole body was humming with desire, inappropriately directed at the woman next to him, but he couldn't seem to stop it. He didn't move, continued to watch the dark screen that hung on the wall above the antique pine cabinet, where the DVD player sat. Clearly misunderstanding his stillness, maybe believing it had something to do with memories of Tori or thoughts of his mother, Katie scooted closer and placed her fingers on his arm. That simple touch set him on fire. "If there's anything you need, Noah," she said into the quiet, "I'm here for you." He turned, studying her face as though he was seeing her for the first time. The smooth skin, pert nose, and big melted chocolate eyes. Her bottom lip was fuller than the top, and there was a faint, faded scar at one edge from where she'd fallen out of bed as a girl. That was what she'd told him when he'd asked about it years ago. But now he wanted to know more. He wanted to explore every inch of her body and discover each mark that made her unique. As if sensing his thoughts, she inhaled sharply. His gaze crashed into hers, and her eyes reflected the same flame of desire he felt. Had it always been there, and he'd been too blind to notice it? Now he couldn't see anything else. But this was Katie, and her friendship meant something to him, more than any of his casual flings. She mattered, and despite his raging need for her, Noah didn't want to mess this up. Which was how it worked with him. As soon as a woman wanted more than he was capable of giving, he bailed. He couldn't do that with Katie. But would he be able to offer her anything more? He lifted his hand, tracing his thumb across her bottom lip. "Katie," he whispered, "I want to kiss you right now." Her eyes widened a fraction, and he expected her to jump up or slap away his hand, to be the voice of reason when he couldn't. Instead, she leaned forward, her eyes drifting shut as he moved his hand over her face, then wound his fingers through her mass of thick hair. His own eyes closed, anticipating the softness of her lips on his. They flew open again when she nipped at the corner of his mouth, then traced her tongue along the seam of his lips. Although he didn't think it was possible, his need for her skyrocketed even more. Where the hell had Katie Garrity, who claimed not to have time for a social life, learned to kiss like this? He pulled her against him, deepened the kiss further, and fell back against the couch, taking her with him. His hands ran down her sweater before hiking up the hem so he could touch her skin. He smoothed his calloused palms up her back until he felt the clasp of her bra strap under his fingers. With one quick movement, he unhooked the clasp. He felt Katie giggle against his mouth, his hand stilled as she lifted herself on her elbows, amusement mingling with the desire in her eyes. "Somehow I knew you'd be good at that, at unhooking a bra." She nodded, her tone teasing. "Loads of experience, I imagine." To his embarrassment, Katie didn't have to imagine. Noah made no secret of the fact that he loved women. He'd had more than his share of no-commitment flings and one-night stands, many of which Katie had witnessed, at least from a distance. Now he felt a niggling sense of shame that he traded quantity for quality in his relationships with the opposite sex. Once again, the thought that Katie deserved better than him filled his mind. He shifted, and she sat up, straddling his hips in a way that made it hard to do the right thing. "Maybe we shouldn't." She pressed her hand over his mouth. "I want to know what else you're good at, Noah." Her voice caught on his name, and the fingertips touching his lips trembled. Before he had time to form another half-hearted protest, Katie yanked up her sweater and whipped it over her head, taking her unfastened bra along with it. She held her arms over her breasts. "You are beautiful," he said softly, amazed that he hadn't noticed it before. "Drop your hands, Katie." She did as he asked, revealing herself to him. He covered her with his hands, running his thumbs across her nipples and hearing her sharp intake of breath as he did. He leaned forward and pressed his mouth to her puckered skin as she pulled off his T-shirt. He shucked it off and drew her to him once again, flipping her onto her back, then easing his weight onto her. "The bedroom," he managed on a ragged breath. "Here, Noah," she said against his mouth. "Now." Katie watched as Noah dropped to his knees next to the couch and tugged on the waistband of her jeans, undoing the button and pulling the fabric, along with her underpants, down her hips. She wasn't sure where she'd got her courage in the past several minutes, stripping off her sweater as Noah watched. That was totally unlike her. But when Noah had said he wanted to kiss her, something in Katie's world shifted. It was all she could ever remember wanting, and there was no way she was going to let this moment pass her by, no matter how out of her element she felt. She knew if she revealed her doubts and insecurities, Noah would stop. The women she'd watched him choose throughout the years were experienced and worldly, able to keep up with him and his desires. Katie found that what she lacked in experience, she made up for in the magnitude of wanting him. It made her bold, and she wasn't about to let this night end now. She bit down on her bottom lip as his jeans and boxers dropped to the floor. She hadn't seen his bare chest since the summer after college, and Noah had filled out every bit of the promise his younger body had held. He was solid muscle, broad shoulders tapering to a lean waist and strong legs. She tried to avoid looking too closely at certain parts of him, big parts of him, afraid she'd lose her nerve after all. A tiny voice inside her head warned her this was a mistake. Noah had been drinking, and he was an emotional wreck between worry over his mother and memories of his father. The thought that she might be taking advantage of him slid through her mind, and she fervently pushed it away. If anyone was destined to be hurt in this situation, it was Katie, yet she couldn't stop. He pulled a wallet from the back pocket of his jeans and took out a condom before tossing the wallet onto her coffee table. He sheathed himself as he bent toward her again. "You're going to hurt that lip biting it so hard," he said, drawing her attention back to his face. "Give me something better to do with my mouth," she told him, amazed at her own brazenness. His answering smile was wicked, and he kissed her again, his hand sliding along her hip, then across her thighs. She loved his hands on her, warm and rough. He seemed to know exactly how much pressure she wanted, how to make her body respond as though she'd been made for him. His fingers brushed her core, and she squirmed, then let herself sink into the sensation he evoked. She moaned, gasped, then shifted, arching off the sofa as his rhythm increased. "Not enough room," she said on a gasp, flinging her hand toward the edge of the sofa.
You're so ready, Katie. Noah kicked at the coffee table with one leg, shoving it out of the way, then rolling off the couch, pulling her with him onto the soft wool rug. As he went, they fell in a tangle of limbs, and he eased her onto her back once more, cradling her face in his big hands as he whispered her name. I want you so much. Yes, Noah, now. She grabbed on tight to his back, loving the feel of his smooth skin and muscles under her hands. He slid into her, and for a moment it was uncomfortable. It had been an embarrassingly long time since she'd been with a man. Then it felt good and right, perfect, like nothing she could have ever imagined. Noah groaned, kissed her again, then took her nipple between his fingers. It was enough to send her over the edge. She broke apart, crying out his name as he shuddered, and buried his face into the crook of her neck. A long time later, when their breathing had slowed and she could feel the sweat between them cooling, he placed a gentle kiss against her pulse point, then lifted his head. Katie was suddenly, nakedly, aware of what they'd done, what she'd instigated, how this could change their friendship, how this changed everything. I guess practice does make perfect, she said softly, trying to show with humor that she was casual and cool. You make it perfect, Noah answered, smoothing her hair away from her face. Her eyes filled with tears before she blinked them away. How was she supposed to keep cool when he said things like that? When he looked at her with something more than desire, deeper than friendship in his gaze? He might as well just open up the journal she'd kept for years and read all her secret thoughts. He reached up and grabbed the light throw that hung over the back of the couch. He wrapped it around them both, turning on his side and pulling her in close. But the floor... I should be ashamed of myself taking you like this. You should be worshipped. I feel pretty worshipped right now, she said, running her mouth across his collarbone. I like being with you on the floor. Then you'll love being with me in bed, he answered. He stood, lifting her into his arms as he did, and carried her down the hall to her bedroom. Chapter 3. Katie blinked awake, turning her head to look at the clock on her nightstand. 3:30 a.m. She woke up every morning at the same time, even on her day off. Her internal clock was so used to the extreme hours of a baker, they had become natural to her. But today, something was different. She wasn't alone in bed, she thought, shifting toward where Noah slept beside her. Except he wasn't there. The empty pillow was cool to the touch. It had been only a couple of hours since he'd made love to her a second time, then tucked her into his chest, where she'd fallen asleep. She sat up and thumped her hand against her forehead. That was exactly the kind of thinking that would get her into trouble. Noah hadn't made love to her. They'd had sex, an important distinction, and one she needed to remember. She knew how he operated, had heard enough gossip around town, and witnessed a few tearful outbursts by women he'd loved, then left behind. Still, she hadn't thought he would be quite so insensitive when it came to her. Love him and leave him was one thing, but they were supposed to be friends. She climbed out of bed, pulling on a robe as she padded across the hardwood floor. Her limbs felt heavy and a little sore. She found herself holding her breath as she made her way through the dark, quiet house. Maybe Noah hadn't been able to sleep and had come out to the kitchen. Maybe he hadn't rushed from her bed the moment he could make an easy escape. The rest of her house was as empty as her bedroom. He'd put the coffee table back and straightened the cushions on the couch. Without the aches from her body and the lingering scent of him on her, Katie wouldn't quite have believed this night had happened. She'd imagined being in his arms so many times, but nothing had prepared her for the real thing, or the pit of disappointment lodged deep in her gut at how the morning after dawned. She glanced at the glowing display on the microwave clock and turned back for her bedroom. There was no time for prolonged sadness or a free fall into self-pity.
It was Friday morning, and she had the ingredients for her cherry streusel coffee cake waiting at the bakery. She had a life to live, and if Noah didn't want to be a part of it, she had to believe it was his loss. She only wished that knowledge could make her heart hurt a little less. When Noah climbed out of his Jeep 4 days later, he was hot, sore, and needed a shower. It was a perfect early summer day in Colorado. Clear blue skies and a soft breeze. The weather had been great on the trail, too, and normally Noah would have relished the time in the forest. As he'd climbed the ranks of the United States Forest Service, more of his time was spent in meetings and conference rooms than outside. Since he'd be town-bound once his mom had her surgery and started treatment, he'd taken the opportunity to check out a trail restoration project on the far side of Crimson Pass. He didn't want to think about the other reasons he might have disappeared into the woods for a few days, like worry over his mom's health or what had happened between him and Katie the night before he'd left. Because if he'd wanted to escape his thoughts, he should have known better than to try to do it with the silence of the pristine forest surrounding him. It was as if the rustling of the breeze through the tall fir trees amplified every thought and feeling he had. Most of them had been about Katie. The tilt of her head as she smiled at him, the way her lips parted when he was buried inside her, the soft sounds she'd made. He'd been consumed by visions of her, catching the sweet smell of vanilla beneath the pine-scented air around his tent. He knew he should have talked to her before he left. Hell, he had the start of 2 different notes wadded up in the glove compartment of the Jeep. But he hadn't gotten more than a few words past "Dear Katie" either time. She was worth more than pat lines and unconvincing excuses as to why he couldn't stay. As much as he wanted her, he should have never given in to his desire. Katie wanted more than he would ever be able to give her. Maybe he'd left like a coward because he wanted to prove to both of them that, despite his best intentions, he couldn't change who he was. She wasn't a one-night stand, although that was how he'd treated her. Regret had been his faithful companion during his time on the mountain. Katie had always seen more in him than most people, and the worry of ruining their friendship weighed heavily. He owed her an explanation, and that was the first thing on his agenda this morning, after getting cleaned up. "Do you smell as bad as you look?" a voice called from behind him. He turned to see his friend, Logan Travers, coming down the back steps of the house he shared with his wife, Olivia. It was mid-morning, and Logan held a stainless steel coffee mug and a roll of paper, no doubt construction plans for one of his current renovation projects. "Probably." Noah hefted his backpack from the Jeep's cargo area. Tater jumped out and trotted over to Logan, rolling onto her back so that Logan could access her soft belly. Shifting the plans under his arm, Logan bent and scratched. "You made someone very happy taking off like that." Noah's gaze snapped to Logan before realizing that his friend was talking about the dog. "She loves being out on the trail. A perfect match for you." Noah didn't like the idea that the only female he could make happy was of the canine variety. "Thanks for letting me use the garage apartment." He took the rest of his supplies from the back seat and set them near the Jeep's rear tire. He'd need to air everything out once he got to his mom's house. "I'm going to pack up later and head out to the farm. Emily will want to skin me alive for showing up at the last minute." Logan straightened, ignoring the thump of Tater's tail against his ankle. "The surgery is tomorrow." Noah gave a curt nod in response. "I've cleared my schedule, so if you need company in the waiting room, I can be there." "No need." Noah tried to make his tone light, to ignore the emotions that roared through him when he thought of his mother's scheduled 5-hour surgery. "There won't be much to do except wait," Logan offered. "Right." He slung the backpack onto one shoulder. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm sure you have better things to do than hang out at the hospital all day. We're friends, Noah. Josh and Jace feel the same way," he said, including his 2 brothers. "Not just when it's time to watch the game or grab a beer.
If you need anything, we're here for you. Got it." Noah turned away, then back again. It was difficult enough to think about being there, let alone with his friends, who knew him as the laid-back, fun-loving forest ranger, an identity he'd cultivated to keep people in his life at a safe distance. A place where they couldn't hurt him and he wouldn't disappoint anyone. But he was quickly realizing that being alone wasn't all it was cracked up to be when life got complicated. "I'll call tomorrow and update you on her condition. If you want to swing by at some point, that would be great." Logan reached out and squeezed his shoulder. "Will do, man." He waited for his friend to offer some platitude about how everything would be okay, the cliched phrases of support he'd grown to resent during his dad's illness. But Logan only bent a pet tater behind her ears before turning for his big truck parked in the garage. Noah headed for the steps leading up to the garage apartment, letting out a shaky breath as he did. He'd like to run back to the forest, to hide out and avoid everything that was coming, but his mom needed him. He owed it to her, and he'd made a promise to his father over 10 years ago to take care of the family. He hadn't been called on to do much more than change an occasional light bulb or fix a faucet drain until now. This summer would change that, and during his few days away, he'd realized who he wanted by his side as he managed through all of it. He walked into Life is Sweet 45 minutes later and inhaled the rich scent of pastries and coffee. The morning crowd was gone, but the cafe tables arranged on one side of the bakery were still half full with couples and families. Crimson was the quirky, down-home cousin to nearby Aspen and benefited from its proximity to the glitzy resort town when it came to tourism. That, and the fact that the town was nestled in one of the most picturesque valleys in the state. He knew the bakery was popular, not only with locals, but also with people visiting the area, thanks to great reviews on Yelp. His gaze snagged on Katie, bent over a display of individually wrapped cookies and brownies near the front counter. Today she wore a denim skirt that just grazed her knees, turquoise clogs that gave her an extra inch of height, and a soft white cotton t-shirt with a floral apron tied around her waist. He wanted nothing more than to run his hand up the soft skin of her thighs, but didn't think she'd appreciate that in the middle of her shop, or after how he'd left her. Her hair was tied back in a messy knot, a few loose tendrils escaping. The scent of her shampoo reached him as he approached, making him want her all the more. "Hey, gorgeous," he whispered, trailing one finger down her neck. "What the—" She whipped around and grabbed his finger, pinning it back at an angle that made him wince. "It's me, Bug," he said through a grimace. "I know who it is," she said, lessening the pressure on his hand only slightly. "Your free pass is over, Noah. Don't call me Bug. Or gorgeous." She leaned closer. "I'm not interested in your bogus lines. What you did was lousy. We were friends, and now—" Her voice broke on the last word, and she dropped his hand, turning back to the cookies. "Lelia's taking orders today." She nodded her head toward the young woman at the register. "If you want something, talk to her." "What I want is to talk to you." He reached out, but she moved away, stepping behind the counter, her arms now crossed over her chest. He knew he'd messed up leaving the way he had, but didn't think Katie would be this angry. There was nothing of the sweetness he usually saw in her. The woman in front of him was all temper, and 100% of it was directed at him. "Let me explain." "I know you, Noah, better than anyone. You don't have to explain anything to me. I should have seen it coming." She waved a hand in front of her face, bright spots of color flaming her cheeks. "Lesson learned." It wasn't like that. He moved closer, crowding her, ignoring the stares of the two other women working behind the counter and the sidelong glances from familiar customers. "Being with you—" "Stop," she said on a hiss of breath. "I'm not doing this here. I'm not leaving until you talk to me." Katie huffed out a breath but grabbed his arm and pulled him, none too gently,
through the swinging door that led to the bakery's industrial kitchen. She'd prepared herself for this conversation for the past 4 days. Actually, she'd wondered if Noah would even try to talk to her, or if he'd just pretend nothing had happened between them. Maybe that would have been better, because prepared in theory was one thing, but having him in front of her was another. Her heart and pride might be bruised by the way he'd walked away, but her body tingled all over, sparks zinging across her stomach at the way he'd touched her. At least until she'd almost broken his finger. She had to keep this short, or else she'd be back to melting on the floor in front of him. Once the door swung shut again, she released him and moved to the far side of the stainless steel work counter that dominated the center of the room. Suddenly, Noah looked nervous, which didn't seem possible because he was never nervous, especially not with women. "I'm sorry," he said simply, as if that was all he had to offer her. "Okay," she answered, and began to rearrange mixing bowls and serving utensils around on the counter, needing to keep her hands busy. "Okay." "Fine, Noah, you're sorry and you don't want me to be mad at you." An oversized pair of tongs clattered to the floor. She bent to retrieve them, then pointed the tongs in his direction. "You've apologized. I've accepted. You can go now." "What if I don't want to go?" "You sure weren't in a hurry to stick around the other night." She tossed the tongs into the sink across from the island. "How long after I fell asleep did you sneak out? 10 minutes?" Her eyes narrowed when he didn't answer. 5? She said, her voice an angry squeak. "I didn't sneak out," he insisted. "You have to get up early and I didn't want to wake you." He leaned forward, pressing his palms on the counter's surface, his dark t-shirt pulling tight over his chest as he did. "You knew I was heading out on the trail for a few days." Her mouth went dry, and she cursed her stupid reaction to Noah Crawford. His hair was still damp at the nape of his neck, and she could smell the mix of soap and spice from his recent shower. He'd got more sun while in the woods, his skin a perfect bronze, and there was a small cut along one of his cheeks, like a branch had scraped him. Despite her anger, she wanted to reach out and touch him, to soothe the tension she could see in his shoulders. She had to get him out of her bakery before her resolve crumbled like one of her flaky pie crusts. "I get it, but I was disappointed in you." He flinched when she said the word disappointed, but she continued. "Mainly, I'm furious with myself." She lowered her arms to her sides, forced herself to meet his blue eyes. "I know who you are, how you treat women. I shouldn't have expected it would be any different with me." He shook his head. "You are different." "Don't." She held up one hand. "We've been friends too long for you to lie to me." "It was one night, and it was good." One of his brows shot up. "Great," she amended. "It was great, and probably just what I needed to bolster my confidence." "Your confidence?" "My confidence," she repeated, suddenly seeing how to smooth over what had happened between them without admitting her true feelings. It had been a while since I'd been with a man. Truthfully, I was kind of nervous about how things would go. In the bedroom, she forced a bright smile. But now I feel much better. "Are you saying I was a rehearsal?" "For the real thing," she nodded. "Exactly." "That didn't seem real to you?" His gaze had gone steely, but Katie didn't let that stop her. "What's real to me is wanting a husband and a family." She bit down on her lip. "Great sex isn't enough." "And that's all I'm good for?" "You don't want anything else." She fisted her hands, digging her fingernails into the fleshy part of her palms. "Right?" He didn't answer, just continued to stare. So many emotions flashed through his gaze. "This is a difficult time for you. I went to see your mom yesterday." "I talked to her on the way here," he answered on a tired breath. His shoulders slumped as if he carried a huge weight on them. "She told me. She's worried about you and Emily, about the toll this will take on both of you." Noah scrubbed one hand over his face. "Did you meet Emily's son?" "Davy?" Katie nodded. "I did." "Then you know Em's got her hands full." "You both will after tomorrow." "We'll get through it. I'm sorry, Katie," he said again.
Disappointing the people I care about is something I can't seem to help. I'm fine. Really. She stepped around the counter. I need to get back out front. There will be enough talk as it is. Mom's cooking lasagna tonight. She insisted on a family dinner before her surgery. He lifted his hand as if to touch her, then dropped it again. Would you join us? She thinks of you as part of the family. I can't. She offered a small smile. I have a date tonight. She saw him stiffen, but he returned her smile. You really do deserve a good guy. He shut his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his mask was firmly back in place. This was the Noah he showed to the outside world, the guy Katie didn't particularly like, all backslapping and fake laughter. As if on cue, he gently chucked her shoulder. If this one gives you any trouble, he'll have to deal with me. He turned and walked out to the front of her shop, leaving her alone in the kitchen that had been her second home since she was a girl. Katie stood there for several minutes, trying to regain her composure. She was too old for girlish fantasies. She'd held tight to her secret crush on Noah for years, and it had got her nowhere, except alone. She did deserve a good man, and no matter how much she wanted to believe Noah could be that man, he clearly wasn't interested. It was time she moved on with her life. Chapter 4. Do you want another glass of milk? Noah's mother was halfway out of her chair before she'd finished the question. More salad? Mom, sit down. Noah leaned back in his chair, trying to tamp down the restlessness that had been clawing at him since he'd moved his duffel bag into his old room at the top of the stairs. You shouldn't have gone to so much trouble, especially the night before your surgery. You need to rest. His mother waved away his concerns. I'll have plenty of time to rest during my recovery. I want to take care of the two of you. His mom's voice broke off as she swiped at her eyes. To thank you for putting your lives on hold for me. I'm so sorry to put this burden on either of you. A roaring pain filled Noah's chest. His mother, Meg Crawford, was the strongest person he knew. She'd been the foundation of his family for Noah's whole life. Her love and devotion to Noah's late father, Jacob, was the stuff of legend around town. She'd been at her husband's side through the diagnosis of pancreatic cancer, and for the next year as they'd tried every available treatment, until the disease finally claimed him. She'd been the best example of how to care for someone Noah could have asked for. As difficult as it was to be back in this house, he owed his mother so much more than he could ever repay in one summer. He glanced at his sister, whose gaze remained fixed on the young boy sitting quietly next to her at the table. Something had been going on with Emily since she'd returned to Crimson with her son. Normally, she would have rushed in to assure their mother that everything was going to be fine. That was Em's role. She was the upbeat, positive Crawford. But there was a change in her that Noah didn't understand. He cleared his throat. We want to be here, Mom. It's no trouble. You are no trouble. That sounded lame, but it was the best he could do without breaking down and crying like a baby. The surgeon had reassured them of the outcome of tomorrow's surgery, but so many things could go wrong. It's all going to be fine, he said, forcing a smile as he spoke the words. Right, Em? Emily started as if he'd pinched her under the table, a trick he'd perfected at family dinners and during Sunday church services when they were growing up. She focused her gaze, her eyes the same blue color their father's had been, first on Noah, then on her mother. Of course. You're going to get through this, Mom. We're all going to get through it together, and we're happy to spend a summer in Colorado. Henry's family will be in Nantucket by now. The beach is great, except for all that sand. Right, Davy? She ruffled her son's hair, then drew back quickly as he pulled away. Can I play now, Mommy? Davy, Emily's 4-year-old son, stared at his plate. He looked like his father, Noah thought. He'd only met his brother-in-law, Henry Whitaker, the weekend of Emily's wedding in Boston 4 years ago. But he knew Davy got his thick dark hair from his father. The boy's eyes, however, were just like Emily's, and his smile? Come to think of it,
Noah hadn't seen Davy smile once since they'd arrived in Colorado. Emily's own smile was brittle as she answered, "You've barely touched your meatballs, sweetie. Grandma made them from scratch." "Don't like meatballs," Davy mumbled, his dark eyes shifting to Noah's mom, then back to his plate. He sucked the collar of his t-shirt into his mouth before Emily tugged it down again. "Not everyone likes meatballs," Meg told him gently. Noah couldn't think of one person who didn't like his mother's homemade meatballs and sauce, but didn't bother mentioning that. "I think it would be fine if you went to play, Davy. If you're hungry later, I'll make you a bowl of cereal or a cheese sandwich." Before Emily could object, the boy scrambled off his chair and out of the room. "He can't live on only cereal, cheese, and bread," Emily said with a weary sigh. She picked up the uneaten spaghetti and passed it to Noah. "No sense in this going to waste." Noah wasn't going to argue. "When you were a girl, there was a month where you ate nothing but chicken nuggets and grapes. Kids go through stages, Emily." "It's not a stage, Mom, and you know it. You know—" Noah paused, the fork almost to his mouth, as Emily looked at him, then clamped shut her mouth. "What does she know?" He put the fork on the plate and pushed away the food. "What the hell am I missing here? Is Davy homesick?" Emily gave a choked laugh. "No." "Then what gives?" Noah shook his head. "I haven't seen you since last summer, but he's changed, at least from what I remember. Is everything okay with you and Henry?" "Nothing is okay, Noah." Emily's face was like glass, placid and expressionless. Dread uncurled in Noah's gut. His sister was always animated. Whatever had caused her to adopt this artificial serenity must be bad. Davy started having developmental delays in the past year. Sensory difficulties, trouble socializing, and some verbal issues. Meg reached out for Emily's hand, but she shook off their mother's touch, much like her son had done to her minutes earlier. "I wanted to get him into a doctor. Figure out exactly what's going on and start helping him. Early intervention is essential if we're dealing with whatever it is." But Henry forbade it. Noah took a deep breath and asked, "Why?" He was pretty sure he wouldn't like the answer. Emily folded the napkin Davy had left on his seat. "He said Davy was acting out on purpose. He started punishing him, yelling at him constantly and trying to force him to be like other kids." She shook her head. "But he's not, Noah. You can see that, right?" Her tone became desperate, as if it was essential that he understand her son. "I can see that you love Davy, Em. You're a great mother. But where does that leave your marriage? You also loved Henry, didn't you?" "I don't know how I feel," Emily said. "You have no idea what would have happened if I'd stayed. Henry is going to run for Congress next year. The Whitakers are like the Kennedys without the sex scandals. They're perfect, and they expect perfection from everyone around them. Henry couldn't handle the changes in him. I had to get him away from there to protect him. Our divorce was finalized a month ago." "Why haven't you come home before now?" Noah looked at his mother. "Did you know?" Meg shook her head. "Not until a few weeks ago." "And neither one of you had the inclination to tell me?" The two women he cared about most in the world shared a guilty look. "We knew you had a lot going on, that it was going to be difficult for you to stay here for the summer," his mom answered after a moment. "Neither of us wanted to add any more stress to your life. We were trying to protect you, Noah." He shot up from the table at those words and paced to the kitchen counter, gripping the cool granite until his fingertips went numb. "I'm supposed to protect you," he said quietly. He turned and looked first at his mom, then his little sister. "Dad told me to take care of you both." "Noah." His mother's tone was so tender it just about brought him to his knees. "Your father didn't mean—" He cut her off with a wave of his hand. "Don't tell me what he meant. He said the words to me." It was the last conversation he'd had with his father, and he remembered everything about it in vivid detail. Hospice workers were helping to care for his dad in the house, and a hospital bed had been set up in the main floor office. His memories of those last days were the reason he'd spent so little time in his parents' house since then. Everything about this place, the smells, a shaft of light shining through the kitchen window, reminded him of his dad's death. He thought he'd hid his aversion to home with valid excuses, his work, travel, visiting friends. But it was clear now that Katie hadn't been the only one to understand his cowardice. "I'm here," he told them both, "now, and for the long haul. Don't hide anything from me. Don't try to protect me. I don't need it. If we're going to get through this, it has to be together." His mom stood and walked toward him, her eyes never wavering from his. The urge to bolt was strong, but he remained where he was, took her in his arms when she was close enough, and held her tight. "Together," she whispered. He looked at his sister across the room. "Come on over," he said, crooking a finger at her. "You know you want to." With a sound between a laugh and a sob, Emily ran across the room, and Noah opened up his embrace to include her too. He'd made a lot of mistakes in his life, but he was at least smart enough to try to learn from them. His first lesson was sticking when things got tough. Nothing like starting with the hard stuff. "I want you to tell me more about Davy," he said against Emily's honey-colored hair. "What he needs. How to help him." He felt her nod, and then her shoulders began to shake with unshed tears. His mother's crying was softer, but he heard that, too. Noah tightened his hug on the two of them. "We can get through anything together," he said, lifting his gaze to the ceiling, and hoping that was true. "I had a good time tonight." Katie glanced at the man sitting in the driver's seat next to her and smiled. "I did too. Thank you for dinner. It was smart to choose a restaurant outside of town. We got a little privacy that way. Everyone seems to know you around here." Matt Davis, the assistant principal and swim team coach at the local high school, returned her smile as he opened the SUV's door. "I'll walk you to your door." "You don't have to," she began, but he was already out of the Explorer. He was a nice guy, she thought, and their date had been fun. Easy conversation and a few laughs. Matt was relatively new to Crimson. He was a California transplant and a rock-climbing buddy of her friend Olivia's husband, Logan Travers. It was Olivia who'd given Matt her number. He was cute, in a boy-next-door kind of way. Medium height and build with light brown hair and vivid green eyes. He'd been a semi-professional athlete in his early 20s and had trained briefly at her father's facility near San Diego. Now he seemed safe and dependable, although he'd made a few jokes during dinner that made her think he didn't take life too seriously. She liked him, a lot more than her carb police date from Aspen last week. And if her stomach didn't swoop and dip the way it did when she looked at Noah, it was probably for the best. Katie didn't want head-over-heels passion. She was looking for a man she could build a life with, and although this was only a first date, Matt Davis had definite potential. He opened her door and she stepped out onto the sidewalk in front of her house. Bonus points for being a gentleman. She'd left on the front porch light and stopped when they came to the bottom of the steps, just outside the golden glow cast by the Craftsman-inspired fixture. She could hear the sounds of her neighborhood, a dog barking in the distance and music playing from the rental house at the end of the block. For a moment, she debated inviting Matt in for a drink. Not that she had any intention of taking this date too far, but it had been nice. He had been nice. Something stopped her, though, and she didn't dwell too long on the thought that Noah had been the last man in her house, or why she might not want to let go of her memories of that night. "Thank you again," she said, holding out her hand. That was appropriate, right? Didn't want to give him the wrong impression of the kind of girl she was. He shook it, amusement lighting his eyes. He really did have nice eyes. There was that word again. Nice. "I hope we can do it again sometime," he said, still holding her hand. A dog whined from nearby, a whine Katie recognized, and she went stiff, glancing over her shoulder toward the darkness that enveloped her house. Misunderstanding her body language, Matt pulled away. "If you're not—" "I'd love to," she said on a rush of air. "See you again, that is." He brightened at her words, placed his hands gently on her shoulders. "I'll call you then." He leaned closer and Katie's eyes shut automatically, then popped open again when the crash of a garbage can reverberated from her side yard. Matt jumped back, releasing her once more. "Probably just a bear," she said, her eyes narrowing at the darkness. "They can be annoying sometimes." Her voice pitched louder on the word annoying. "Do you want me to take a look?" Matt asked at the same time he stepped back. It took a while to get used to the wildlife that meandered into mountain towns, especially for those who'd moved to Colorado from the city. Besides, Katie had no intention of allowing him to discover exactly what, or who, was lurking in her side yard. "It's fine." She crossed her arms over her chest. "I keep the regular can in the garage. There's nothing he can mess with over there. I'd better go in, though. Early morning at the bakery." Matt kept his wary gaze on the side of her house. "I had a great time, Katie. I'll call you soon. You should get in the house." He flashed a smile but waited for her to climb the steps before turning to his explorer. Katie waved as he drove away. She stood there a minute longer until his taillights disappeared around the corner. Blowing out a frustrated breath, she tapped one foot against the wood planks of the porch. "You can come out now," she called into the darkness. A few seconds later, Tater trotted onto the porch, tail wagging. Katie bent and scratched the dog's ears. Tater immediately flipped onto her back. "Slut," Katie whispered as she ran her fingers through the lab's soft fur. She didn't want to think about how much she had in common with Tater, since Katie's instinct was to beg for loving every time she thought about Noah. Even at her angriest, she wanted him, which made her more pathetic than she was willing to admit. She commanded herself to woman up as Noah hopped onto her porch and leaned against the wood rail. "Are you afraid to come any closer?" she asked, straightening. Tater flipped to her feet and headed into the box spruce bushes that ran along the front of the house. "Should I be?" His voice was low and her body, stupid traitorous body, immediately reacted. The darkness of the night lent a sort of intimacy to their exchange that Katie tried her best to ignore. She forced herself not to look at him standing in the shadows. She was stronger than she had been a week ago, committed to moving on from her silly girlhood crush. The fact that the object of that crush had just crashed a very promising first date was irrelevant. "What are you doing here, Noah?" "Protecting you." She huffed out a laugh. "From a really nice guy who might actually be interested in me?" She turned for the house, opening the screen door. "Excuse me if I forget to thank you." Her fingers had just touched the door handle when Noah was beside her, reaching out to grab her wrist. "I'm sorry," he whispered, releasing her when she tugged away from his grasp. "I did want to make sure you were okay." "Why wouldn't I be?" "I don't know." He raked his fingers through his blonde hair, leaving the ends sticking out all over. It should have made him look silly, but to Katie it was a reminder of running her own hands through his hair when he'd held her. "I've been a lousy friend, and this isn't my place. I've told you I can't give you what you want. We both know that, but you're alone here, Katie." Her lungs shut down for a second as sharp pain lanced through her at his words. Then she gasped, and his gaze met hers, a mix of tenderness and sympathy that had her blinking back sudden tears. He knew, she realized, her biggest fear, the one nobody recognized because she kept it so hidden. As busy as she was, as much as everyone in this community needed her, at the end of the day, Katie was alone. Alone and afraid that if she didn't make herself useful, they'd toss her aside. It was irrational, she knew, but she couldn't seem to stop herself from believing it. Without the bakery and her volunteering and offers to help wherever it was needed, where would she be? Who would want her? Who would love her if she didn't have something to give them? Could Noah possibly understand? And if he did, how could she ever look at him again? He paced to the edge of the porch and back.
When was the last time you saw your parents?
Her mouth dropped open, and she clapped it shut again. 2 summers ago. They had a layover in Denver. Dad had just finished an Ironman in Europe.
They didn't come to Crimson?
She shook her head. He wanted to get back to his business. His coaching business has exploded in the past few years. He still races, but spends more time training other elite athletes. He continued to watch her, so she added, Mom and Dad haven't been here since my grandma's funeral.
So no one in your family has seen the changes you've made to the bakery. How successful you've made it.
It was successful when Graham ran it.
Not to the level it is now. Do your parents have any idea?
They wanted me to sell the shop and the house after Graham died. Mom never liked me working at the bakery, you know that. She smoothed a hand across her stomach. She didn't think it was good for me to be near all that sugary temptation. She was afraid I'd get fat again.
You weren't fat.
She almost smiled, but the memory of so many years of being ashamed about her weight and having every mouthful of food analyzed by her mother drained any wistful humor she felt about the past. You don't remember when I first moved to Crimson. By the time you started dating Tori in high school, I was halfway to the goal weight my parents set for me.
I remember you just fine. Noah shrugged. I just never saw you like that.
Katie suppressed a sigh. Was it any wonder she'd fallen in love with him back then? She bit down on her lip, forcing herself to keep the walls so newly erected around her heart in place. You never saw me at all. As if he needed that reminder, Noah thought, as Katie's words hung in the air between them. He should walk away right now. It had been a stupid, impulsive idea to show up at her house when he knew she had a date. He had no business intruding on her life.
I'm a jackass, Katie Bug,
he said with a laugh, then cringed when she didn't correct him.
But I wasn't lying when I said I wanted you to be happy. I came here because... I guess it doesn't matter why. I want to be a better friend if you'll let me.
He shut his eyes for a moment, clenched his fists, then focused on her.
Even if that means vetting your dates for you.
She arched one eyebrow, a look so out of place and yet so perfect on her, he had to fight not to reach for her again.
Matt Davis is a good guy.
Her eyes narrowed. How do you know my date's name?
I asked around.
He shrugged.
I'm sorry if I cut your night short. I'm sorry I keep doing things that make me have to apologize to you.
He flashed a smile.
Good night, Katie.
He stepped around her onto the porch steps. Noah? He turned. His name on her tongue was soft. The same tenderness that had annoyed him earlier from his mother now made him want to melt against Katie, to beg her not to give up on him. I'll be praying for your mom tomorrow. She wrapped her arms tight around herself, as if she was also trying to hold herself back. And you. He gave a quick jerk of his head in response, then took off into the night. He couldn't stand there and let her watch his eyes fill with tears. Her kindness slayed him, made him want and wish for things that weren't going to be. Even now, as he moved down the quiet street, Tater's breathing soft at his side, he wanted to run. The feelings that had bubbled to the surface at his mom's house earlier were still churning inside of him. It was part of what had driven him to Katie tonight. After his mom and Emily had gone to bed, the farmhouse had been so quiet that Noah's mind had gone into overdrive, thinking and remembering. 2 pastimes he'd tried like hell to avoid the past decade. His job kept him moving, and he surrounded himself with friends and women during his downtime. Noah was always up for a good time, as long as there were no strings attached. It was what had affected his friendship with Katie. Like his mom, she wanted more from him. She knew the serious stuff, the demons that haunted him, and it had been easier to keep her at arm's length than to see himself fail at living up to her expectations. But he couldn't run any longer. He was tethered to this town and to the women in his life by an unbreakable, invisible thread. He wasn't sure whether he had it in him to become what each of them needed. But it was past time he tried. Chapter 5. The next morning dawned far too early. Noah moved on autopilot as he drove his mother along with Emily and Davy toward Denver. His mom tuned the radio to her favorite station, all of them silent as music filled the SUV. He expected Emily to initiate some sort of conversation, but when he glanced at her in the rearview mirror, all her attention was focused on Davy watching a movie on his iPad. Normally, the winding drive down into the city calmed Noah, but he hardly noticed the scenery. His mom worked quietly on her knitting until they arrived at the hospital. She'd already had her pre-op visit and filled out most of the paperwork, so it was only a short wait at registration before she was admitted. They stayed with her until she was moved to the OR, emotion lodging in Noah's throat as she kissed his cheek. "I love you, Mom," he called as they wheeled her through the double doors. She waved, her smile cheery as she disappeared. He felt Emily sag against him and wrapped one arm around her shoulders. "She's going to be fine." His sister's response was to punch him lightly in the stomach. "I know you're as scared as I am. Don't act like you aren't." He sighed and closed his eyes, allowing his fear to wash through him for just a moment, testing how it felt, how much of it he could handle. When the feelings rose up and threatened to choke him, he forced them down again. "I'm acting like I believe she's going to make it through this, Em. I can't stomach the alternative right now." "That's fair," she answered softly. "We will get through this." "I need to go potty," Davy announced. The boy stood just a foot away from them, his arms straight at his sides, his gaze fixed on the linoleum squares of the hospital's tiled floor. "Let's go then, little man." She glanced at Noah with a half-hearted smile. "I'll be in the waiting room." He watched his sister guide Davy around the corner toward the restrooms, and then he turned and made his way down the hall to the surgical waiting area. A man stood as he approached. "What are you doing here?" Noah asked. Jason Crenshaw shrugged. "Where else would I be?" He stepped forward and gave Noah a quick hug. "Meg is the closest thing to a mom I had. You're like a brother to me. Of course I'm here." Jace had been Noah's best friend since they started second grade, assigned to sit next to each other alphabetically. Noah hated to admit how many tests he'd passed by looking over his friend's shoulder. Jace had been smart, motivated, and intent on doing the right thing all the time, a perfect teacher's pet, and the exact opposite of Noah. But the two had forged an unlikely bond that had seen them through both good times and bad. Like Katie, Jace saw past his good old boy act. Unlike Katie, most of the time he let Noah get away with it. Although Jace hadn't been athletic as a kid, he'd grown into his body and now stood an inch taller than Noah's own 6'2". Whenever Noah was in town, he and Jace would find time for some type of extreme outdoor activity, rock climbing in the summer and fall, or backcountry snowboarding in the winter. With Jace's dark hair and glasses covering his hazel eyes, they didn't look like family, but Jace had always felt like a brother to Noah. But he'd purposely kept his communication with Jace to texts and voicemails this trip. Jace had been raised by an alcoholic single father and had spent many afternoons, most weekends, and even one extended stay with Noah's family when his dad had finally ended up doing jail time after too many DUIs. Noah knew their close relationship should have made him reach out to Jace, but instead the idea of sharing his pain with his friend had been too much. Now he realized he'd probably hurt Jace by not including him, another fence to mend during his time in Crimson. "I'm sorry, I haven't—" "No apologies," Jace interrupted. "You get to deal with this however works for you, but I'm going to be here one way or another." Noah bit the inside of his cheek and nodded. "I'm glad." "How's your mom holding up?" Jace asked as Noah sat in the chair next to him. The waiting room was almost empty at this early hour, only an older man in a far corner reading the newspaper. That should be his father, Noah thought with a sense of bitterness. His dad should be here now, and the old loss tugged at him again. "She's a trooper,"
like always. She's happy to have Emily and me under her roof again, even if it's for such an awful reason. Emily's here too? Noah glanced up at his friend's sharp tone. She came in last week with her son. What about her husband, the politician, right?
I hear you're the local politician now. Both men looked at Emily, who walked up to where they sat, Davy following close at her heels, but still not touching her. Jace scrambled to his feet.
Hey, Em.
He shoved his hand forward and ended up poking Emily in the stomach as she leaned in to hug him. Noah hid a smile as his sister grunted, rubbed at her belly, and stepped back.
Sorry about that,
Jace mumbled, reaching one of his long arms to pat her awkwardly on the shoulder.
It's good to see you, but I'm sorry this is the reason for your visit.
He continued to thump her shoulder until Emily finally pulled his arm away. Noah cringed for his buddy. Jace's crush on Emily was well known to everyone but Noah's sister. She'd never seen him as anything but one of Noah's annoying friends. He thought about Katie and how feelings could change in an instant. Still, he couldn't imagine his lively, sophisticated sister with a hometown boy like Jace. Emily had always wanted more than Crimson could offer, even more so after their father died. But life didn't always pan out the way a person expected. The gauzy circles under his sister's eyes were a testament to that. It's nice of you to be here, Jason, Emily said in a tone Noah imagined her using at fancy society dinners where she'd lived with Henry in Boston. And congratulations on your success in Crimson. I'm sure you'll make a great mayor. Color rose to Jace's neck.
The campaign's just started, but I'm cautiously optimistic.
Emily glanced at Noah. We know that feeling.
Is this your son?
Jace crouched down to eye level with Davy. Noah saw Emily's eyes widen and wondered what he'd missed.
What's your name, buddy?
Davy, say hello to Mr. Crenshaw. Her voice was wooden as she threw Noah a helpless look. Davy continued to hide behind her legs.
Hey, Jace, Noah said quickly. Tell me more about your plans for the campaign. Maybe I can help while I'm home.
Jace glanced up at Noah, then straightened. Emily took the opportunity to duck away, leading Davy over to the far side of the waiting area and taking out a Lego box from the shopping bag slung over her shoulder.
She really doesn't like me, Jace muttered. Something about me literally repels her. Always has.
It's not like that. Noah placed a hand on his friend's back. She's dealing with a lot right now. Jace's gaze turned immediately concerned.
Like what? Is she okay? Is that East Coast prick treating her right?
Noah squeezed shut his eyes for a moment. This was the last conversation he wanted to have right now, and he couldn't share Emily's story with Jace anyway. It wasn't his to tell. He looked at Jace again, ready to offer an excuse and change the subject, when something made him glance down the hospital's hall. Katie walked toward him, balancing a large picnic basket in her arms. She wore a pale blue sundress and a yellow cardigan sweater over it. A well-worn pair of ankle-high boots covered her feet, and the few inches of pale skin between the top of the leather and the hem of her dress were the sexiest thing he'd ever seen. Her hair was swept up, tiny wisps framing her face. He caught her eye, and she gave him a sweet, almost apologetic smile. He stepped forward, heart racing, to greet her. "Sorry I wasn't here earlier," she said, lifting the basket. "I wanted to bring—" Before she could finish, he grabbed the picnic basket from her hands, set it on the ground, and wrapped his arms tight around her. He buried his face in her hair, smelling the sugar and vanilla scent that was uniquely hers. With Katie in his arms, a sense of peace flooded through him. Suddenly he had hope, for his mom and for himself. Everything else melted away, from his sister's hollowed eyes to Jace's unwanted concern. He'd deal with everything, but all that seemed to matter at the moment was that Katie hadn't given up on him. Katie tried to keep her heart guarded as the warmth of Noah's big body seeped through her thin sweater and dress. She hadn't even been sure she should come to the hospital today after how their last conversation had ended, but she'd known his family forever,
and she wasn't the type of person to desert a friend in need, even if it took a toll on her emotions. Who was she kidding? She couldn't possibly have stayed away. People in need were Katie's specialty. She'd gone extra early to the bakery this morning to make fresh scones and sandwiches for later. Food was love in her world, and she was always ready to offer her heart on a plate or in a picnic basket. But Noah dropped the food to the floor, as if it didn't matter. Right now he was holding on to her, as though she was his rock in the middle of a stormy sea. Funny that for years she'd wanted to be that person for Noah, but he'd been unwilling to look at life as anything but a continual party. Now that she'd decided to give up on her unrequited love for him, he wanted her for something more. For how long? She couldn't help but wonder. Even as his breath against her neck made her stomach dip and dive, she could already see the ending. His mom would make it through the surgery. There was no question in Katie's mind about that. And as soon as Meg recovered fully, Noah would go back to his party boy ways and leave Katie and Crimson behind once again. She knew he was friends with many of the women he'd dated over the years. In his heart, he loved women, all women. He just couldn't commit to one. When things got serious, he'd move on. Yet Katie had always been amazed at the warmth between him and most of his former flames. It was impossible to remain angry with Noah for long. He couldn't help who he was, but Katie had to keep the truth about him fresh in her mind, so she wouldn't make what was happening between them into something more than it was. When she caught both Jace and Emily staring at them, she pulled away, quickly picking up the picnic basket and holding it in front of her like a shield. "Is everything okay?" she asked, thinking maybe there was a reason for his uncharacteristic display of affection toward her. "Have you heard something?" He glanced at the clock hanging above the elevator doors across the hall and shook his head. "It's too early. The doctor estimated close to 5 hours for the surgery." His blue eyes were intense as he looked back at her. "Thank you for coming. It means a lot to me." She swallowed, her throat dry. Why did she ever think she could keep her heart out of the equation with this man? As much as she wanted to support Noah and his family, this was dangerous territory for her. "I wanted to bring by some food. There's breakfast and lunch in here." "Katie, By breakfast, I hope you mean something you baked this morning." Jace Crenshaw stood and moved forward, as if he could sense how hard this was for Katie. Jace was one of the nicest guys she knew, and at this moment, Katie appreciated the rescue. "Cranberry, orange, and cinnamon scones," she answered with a smile, beginning to lift the cover off the basket. "Thanks." Noah quickly took it from her and handed it to his friend. "Here you go, Jace. Give us a minute." Jace took the basket and Katie clenched her palms together in front of her stomach, feeling exposed without something separating her from Noah. She gave a small wave to Emily, who nodded but stayed with her son on the floor in one corner of the waiting room. Jace peeked in the basket. "Looks and smells delicious, Katie." "There are paper plates and napkins on the bottom." She took a step around Noah, but he grabbed her wrist. "A minute," he said again to Jace, who lifted his brows but turned away with the basket of food. As if realizing he was holding on to her in a way that seemed almost proprietary, Noah released her arm. "You didn't have to bring the food." She flashed a bright smile. "Have you eaten anything today?" He looked at her for a long moment before shaking his head. "You have to keep up your strength for your mom. She's going to need you." "I need," he began, then shook his head. "You're right. As usual. Josh and Logan are planning on coming down later. They don't want you and Emily waiting here alone. Logan told me. But they don't have to do that. They're your friends, Noah. They want to be here." She gestured to where Jace stood with Emily. "I'm glad Jace is with you. He cares about your family a lot." Noah continued to watch her, as if anticipating her next words. "I only wanted to drop off the food. I have some things for the bakery I need to pick up in Denver and stay." Her lips parted as he breathed out the one word, as if she could catch the air whispering from his lungs. I don't want your food, Katie." He stopped, ran one hand through his thick blonde hair. It was sweet and generous of you to bring the basket of stuff. I'm sure it will help while we're waiting, but I need... His gaze slammed into hers, and she almost took a step back at the intensity in his blue eyes before he blinked and shuddered his emotions once more. Just stay, he whispered. Okay, she answered, and could almost feel the tension ease out of him. His shoulders relaxed, and he flashed her his most charming smile. He put his arm around her shoulders and led her toward the chairs where he and Jace had been sitting. It was as if he thought she might make a run for it if he didn't hold on to her. She couldn't have walked away if she wanted to, not when he was finally giving her a glimpse into the soul she knew he kept hidden behind his devil-may-care mask. Even if she ended up with her heart crushed, this was where she belonged right now. It wouldn't change her future, she told herself fiercely. This momentary vulnerability didn't make Noah a long-term type of guy. But if he would take what she was able to give him right now, that would be enough. She'd move on with her life when this was finished, find a nice man, and live as happily ever after as she could manage. Right now, she was going to follow her heart, and her heart had always belonged to Noah. Chapter 6. By the time the doctor came out almost 4 hours later, the waiting room was filled with Noah's friends. Jace was still there, helping Emily's son to build an elaborate Lego structure on the floor. Logan and Josh Travers had arrived an hour earlier. Josh was sprawled on one of the small couches in the waiting room, while Logan paced the hallway. Each time a hospital staff member walked through the doors to the OR, all conversations and movement in the waiting room stopped. So far, there'd been no word on Meg. Katie had expected Noah to leave her in order to hang out with his friends. His normal role was the jokester of the group, and she figured he had plenty of steam to let off during these hours of waiting. Instead, he'd stayed by her side or kept her near him when he got up to pace the hall. Even now, he sat silently staring at the ceiling, and while none of his friends had left, they'd given up on pulling him into any sort of conversation. Katie shrugged her shoulders at the questioning glance Jace threw her from across the room. She'd never seen Noah so quiet, and unfortunately, Katie wasn't the type to fill the silence with light conversation. As she shifted in her chair, Noah's hand took her wrist in a vice-like grip. "Where are you going?" he asked, his voice hoarse. His fingers gentled, his thumb tracing a circle over the pulse point on the inside of her wrist. "Nowhere." She moved again. "My foot fell asleep from crossing my legs too long." "Give it to me." Noah smoothed his palm down her dress and over her thigh, inching up the fabric between his fingers. "Stop!" Katie squeaked. She swatted away his hand, color rising in her cheeks as everyone in the waiting room turned. "Noah, what are you doing?" He looked baffled. "Give me your foot. I'll massage it until it's back to normal." She swallowed. "In the middle of the hospital? Are you crazy?" To her surprise, he seemed to ponder the question seriously. "I don't know, Bug, but I can tell you sitting here without a damn thing to do is testing my sanity." "Noah," she whispered, reaching up to place her hand against the rough stubble darkening his jawline. Their friends were still watching, but she didn't care. "We'll hear something soon." As if she'd conjured him, an older man in blue scrubs came through the double doors that led to the operating rooms. Noah jumped to his feet, and both he and Emily rushed forward. "How is she?" Noah asked as Emily added, "When can we see her?" "Your mother is a strong woman," the doctor told them. He glanced at the crowd of people gathering behind the two, but didn't comment. "The surgery was a success. We did an initial scan in the OR, and it appears we were able to remove all of the tumor without impacting any of her nerve centers. We'll do a biopsy, and we'll have to rescan once the swelling goes down. Plus, she'll still need a course of radiation to make sure it's totally gone." He paused, took a breath, scrubbing his fingers over his eyes. "But it's a positive outcome. The best we could have hoped for." As a cheer went up from the assembled group,
Katie watched Noah's shoulders rise and fall in a shuddering breath. Logan and Josh patted him on the back and high-fived each other. Emily started to cry, wiping furiously at her cheeks even as she laughed. I cry at everything these days. Katie noticed Jace take a step forward, then stop himself. Can we see her? Emily asked again, her voice more controlled. The doctor glanced from Emily to where Davy still sat on the carpet with his Lego bricks. Yes, they're moving her up to the neuro ICU now. Come with me and the nurses will take you. But no children allowed. I'll stay with him, Jace offered immediately. He folded his long legs down to the carpet. We can't stop in the middle of the construction project anyway. He picked up a handful of colored blocks. Emily looked as if she wanted to argue, but Noah took her hand. Just for a few minutes, he said, so we can see that she's really okay. She turned to Jace, almost reluctantly. Thank you, she whispered, and followed Noah and the doctor toward the double doors. Katie watched, knowing she should get her things and leave before they got back. Although it felt wrong, she loved being here for Noah when he needed her, but his mom had made it through surgery, and she'd served her purpose. She had people covering at the bakery all day, but it wouldn't hurt to check in. She saw Noah say something to the doctor, then turn back as the physician and Emily disappeared through the double doors. He walked toward her, his expression unreadable, until he took her face in his hands. The look in his eyes was at once tender and fierce, as if he couldn't quite figure out his own feelings. Katie opened her mouth to speak, but he pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was gentle yet possessive, and there was no confusion in it. He pulled back after a moment and whispered, "Thank you for getting me through today." As he walked away, a strange silence descended on the waiting room. Katie felt the stares from Josh, Logan, and Jace. She shook her head, pressing her fingers to her lips and not making eye contact with any of them. "I don't want to talk about it," she said, then gathered her purse and the picnic basket and hurried toward the elevator. Katie glanced at the clock on the wall behind the bakery's counter as a demanding knock sounded on the door. They'd been closed for almost an hour, and she was alone in the empty shop. The urge to ignore the group of women she could see gathered on the sidewalk in front of the bakery was strong, but it would only postpone the inevitable. In truth, she was surprised it had taken them this long to descend. She turned the lock on the door and opened it, plastering a smile on her face. "Why do I feel like I'm being visited by Macbeth's 3 witches?" she asked as she stepped back to allow the women to enter. Sarah Travers, Josh's wife, was the first to enter. "Nice reference, going classic with Shakespeare. I like it." Sarah not only helped Josh run a guest ranch outside of town, but she was a Hollywood actress who was enjoying a resurgence in her career in the past few years. Natalie Donovan followed her, another Crimson native. Natalie and she had forged a true friendship in the past few years, despite not having been close growing up, until she reconnected with her high school sweetheart, Liam Donovan. Natalie had been a divorced mom raising her son by herself. Katie had helped with babysitting 9-year-old Austin on a regular basis, but didn't see him as often now that Natalie and Liam were married, and Nat wasn't working so many hours and juggling multiple jobs. "Do you have brownies?" Natalie asked as she threw Katie a "what were you thinking" glance. "We're going to need chocolate for this conversation." "I left a plate on top of the display counter." Katie had anticipated this visit. The last woman in their trio was Millie Travers, who had married the eldest Travers brother, Jace, earlier this year. "Olivia says not to pay attention to Natalie," she told Katie, giving her a quick hug after she shut the door. "She's been having morning sickness all day long. Otherwise, she would be here." "Poor thing," Katie murmured as she followed Millie to the table where Natalie had set the brownie plate. "I'll text her later and see if I can bring her anything." She didn't pretend to wonder why her friends had come today. "It wasn't my fault," she told them, focusing on Sarah and Millie.
who were more likely to be sympathetic than Natalie. Of course, it was Nat who answered. Right, his mouth just ran into yours. It wasn't like that, Katie murmured, sinking into a chair. She pointed a finger at Natalie. And I won't share my sweets if you're mean. With an exaggerated eye roll, Natalie snagged a brownie off the plate. I'm never mean. Millie snorted as Sarah filled water glasses from the pitcher on the counter. It was probably just a strange reaction to stress. You and Noah have always been just friends, but today had to be hard on him. I saw plenty of people dealing with stress when I worked at the nursing home. Natalie broke off a piece of brownie. They didn't start making out with their friends in the hallway. Katie gasped. We weren't making out. It was, I don't know what it was. A reaction to stress, Millie said firmly. Mistake? Sarah's tone was gentle. A kiss from the guy you've been in love with since high school. Natalie didn't form her response as a question, and while the other women stared, she sucked a bit of chocolate off her finger, then pointed at Millie and Sarah. You two may be newer to town, but you can't ignore our girls' feelings for the ever-gorgeous man-boy, Noah. Man-boy. Katie almost snorted at that description, but didn't bother to deny Natalie's assessment. It was pathetic that so many people knew about her crush on Noah when he'd always been oblivious. Even if he had been interested in settling down, Noah was way out of her league. Another fact she pushed aside when he'd wrapped his arms around her. Now she could imagine the reaction from the locals. Noah was well known for dating gorgeous, wild women. There was no shortage of those on the outskirts of a fancy ski town like Aspen. Katie didn't fit that bill. I'm an idiot, she muttered, dropping her head into her hands. Josh said Noah kissed you. Sarah placed 4 waters on the table and sat in the last empty chair. The way he described the scene, I would have loved to be there. How did he describe it? Katie asked, trying not to cringe as she lifted her gaze to meet Sarah's. Well, Sarah answered with a smile. He said it was pretty crazy, and Josh has seen plenty of crazy, so that's a big deal for him. I don't think any of the guys saw it coming. Join the club, Katie said. They probably think I'm a slut. All 3 of her friends laughed. You are the least slutty woman in Crimson, Millie told her. Only on the outside. Sometimes Katie hated her sainted reputation. The pressure to live up to what people thought about her could be enough to drive her crazy. If you knew what I was thinking and feeling on the inside, Natalie wiggled her eyebrows. Which is? That I'd like to get Noah into the bedroom. She reached for a brownie and added, Again. Again? 3 voices chorused. Katie ignored the heat rising in her cheeks, both from revealing the secret to her friends and from the memory of Noah's hands all over her body. We didn't plan it the first time, and I know it was a mistake based on his reaction. Let me guess. Natalie pushed back in her chair. He freaked out. Took off into the woods for several days, Katie said with a nod. He couldn't handle it. I don't know him well, Sarah said, but it doesn't seem like Noah does long-term relationships. Noah's idea of long-term is a second date, Natalie confirmed. Millie placed a gentle hand on Katie's wrist. And you're ready to settle down with the right guy. That's the whole reason for Project Setup Katie. I'm a project? That's depressing. Not if it gets you the future you want, Sarah argued. Unless what you want has changed, Natalie suggested. Because I thought you were moving on from how you feel about Noah. You know he's not the type of guy to settle down. You want hot sex. I bet he can serve that up on a silver platter. Nothing more, Katie. I get it, she agreed, then paused. But if you saw how he looked at the hospital, how alone he was, he needs more in his life than a string of one-night stands. He needs... You? Sarah asked. Before she could answer, Natalie sat forward. No. He needs to grow up and take responsibility for his own stuff. You've been available to him for years, and he suddenly realizes you're there just when his mom is sick, and he's back in Crimson for the summer? Too much of a coincidence for my taste.
But if she cares about him, maybe this is the opportunity they've needed. Millie absently brushed the brownie crumbs into her palm. Maybe she's what Noah needs. Of course she is, Natalie agreed. Any guy would be lucky to have our Katie, but he doesn't deserve her. Stop talking like I'm not here. Katie stood abruptly and grabbed the empty brownie plate. I know all about Noah. I know he's not a long-term bet, but I do care about him. I can't turn that off. It doesn't matter anyway. He has me on such a pedestal. He couldn't handle something real between us. Does that mean more kissing and stuff? Sarah asked with a wink. Or does it mean no more dates with other men? Millie asked. Because Olivia had high hopes for Matt Davis. Matt is a great guy. Katie walked behind the counter and set the plate in the sink. I told him I'd go out with him again. And Noah? She shook her head. No more kissing and stuff. You're right. I want something more. Something Noah is unwilling and unable to give me. Millie looked as if she wanted to argue, but Natalie spoke first. I'm glad that's settled. Which one of the guys is nominated to straighten out Noah? I'll handle Noah. Katie flipped off the lights behind the counter and checked to make sure all of the baked goods were put away for the night. Millie stood and gave Katie a tight hug. Speaking of needing you, she said with a hopeful smile, any chance you're free on Saturday to keep Brooke for the night? Jace and I are supposed to go to Denver. Sarah and Josh have a family reunion arriving to the ranch, and with Olivia not feeling well, I'd love to watch her. We'll have a girls' night. Are you still able to help with the brunch at the ranch on Sunday morning? Sarah asked. Sure, Katie answered automatically. I'll bring Brookie with me to deliver everything. She'll love it. Thanks, sweetie. Millie gave her another hug. What would we do without you? I hope you'll never have to find out. She grabbed an envelope off the counter. Can I give these to you? She asked Sarah. They're the Life is Sweet donations for the Founders Day Festival. Sarah was chairing the silent auction portion of the event. Gift cards for the bakery? Natalie looked interested. Perhaps a year's worth of brownies delivered to my door? Katie laughed. A couple of gift certificates for merchandise, she explained. Also a private baking lesson for a group of up to 6 friends. She pointed to Natalie. In case you ever want to learn to make your own brownies. Nat mock shuddered. I pride myself on helping to keep you in business. But Katie gives you the brownies half the time, Millie pointed out with a smile. Only half the time, Natalie said. Thanks for these. Sarah hugged Katie. We can always count on you. The statement was true and normally comforting. Today it gave her an empty feeling in the pit of her stomach. She didn't say this to her friends, though. She was the even-keeled, dependable one in their group. They didn't need another reason to worry about her. Katie hated the feeling of being any kind of burden, especially emotional, on someone else. Satisfied she wasn't headed down a dark and crazy path with Noah, the 3 women said goodbye and headed out into the late afternoon sunshine. Katie finished checking things in the shop, then stood staring at the baked goods tucked away in the refrigerated display cabinet. For the first time in as long as she could remember, she had the almost uncontrollable urge to open up the glass and stuff as many cookies in her mouth as would fit. She took a couple of deep breaths, but the smell of sugar and vanilla that permeated the air of the bakery didn't help suppress her craving. She quickly locked up the store and started walking away from Crimson's town center, where Life is Sweet was located. There was a bike path along the edge of town, next to the bubbling Crimson Creek, and she made her way to the crushed gravel path. It would take her longer to get home on this route, but she counted on the familiar sound of the water to help smooth her tumbling emotions. When she and her parents had first moved to Crimson, her dad was still competing in Ironman triathlons and other distance sporting events. Katie had felt as out of her element in the small mountain town as she did in her own family. The only thing her mother had ever been dedicated to in life was Katie's father. Monica Garrity didn't have much use for her family's small bakery or her sweet, unassuming mother who ran it. But she'd liked the convenience of being able to leave Katie with her grandma so she could travel with Katie's father, Mike, as he competed and trained. Neither of her parents could accept the fact that Katie hadn't inherited either their natural athleticism or their need for adrenaline. Katie had eaten to stuff down the feelings she had of being unworthy to even be a part of her immediate family, although she hadn't known that was why she was doing it back then. All she'd understood was being in her grandma's kitchen, both at Graham's house and in the bakery, felt like where she belonged. But when her weight had become too much of an issue for her mother to ignore, Monica had threatened to ban Katie from Life is Sweet so she wouldn't be tempted to overindulge. Katie had quickly learned to limit her weakness for binging on baked goods and had found that it made her a better apprentice baker. When she wasn't constantly shoving food in her mouth, she actually appreciated the flavors more. Katie's time in the bakery had always bothered her mother, but once she lost the extra weight, there wasn't much of an argument Monica could give to keep her away. Although the scale and mirror might not reflect it, Katie still felt like the same chubby girl she'd been so many years ago. She'd traded stuffing her own face for giving her baked goods away to friends and for charity events, like the Founders' Day silent auction. But when her emotions threatened to get out of hand, food was always the first place she turned for comfort. Add that to the growing list of reasons to stay clear of Noah. She liked being in control of her emotions, mostly. Sometimes the pressure of always being stable, friendly, and ready to lend a helping hand was too much. She'd chosen this, as clearly as she'd decided to take the bike trail back to her house. Straying from her path now would be very messy, and Katie wasn't one for mess. Chapter 7. Noah spent 2 nights at the hospital with his mother before she finally sent him away. "I love you, Noah," Meg said from where she was propped up against several pillows, flipping through a gardening magazine. "But you're making me nervous with all that pacing." As was her habit at home, she woke early in the hospital. Much of the normal color had returned to her face, and they'd removed the bandage from her head. The angry red of the scar from her surgery was beginning to fade to a lighter pink color already. "I'm not pacing," he countered, and forced himself to stop moving back and forth across her small room. "And you smell," she added, folding back the page of an article she wanted to keep. One of his trivial but vivid memories from childhood was the stack of magazines always piled in the corner of his mother's bedroom, all with folded pages she'd never look at again. She'd saved them for years, from magazines she looked at during road trips and throughout the endless hours she spent on the sidelines of the various sports he played as a kid. The morning after his father's funeral, she'd emptied out her entire bedroom, packing up his dad's clothes to donate and loading stack after stack of magazines in the back of the pickup truck to be recycled. He remembered watching in numb silence, too swept up in his own sorrow to either stop her or offer to help. It was odd to watch her with a magazine again. He started to argue about his need for a shower, then lifted his t-shirt and took a whiff. She was right. "I'll drive up to the farm, shower, and come back. Tater is fine out at Crimson Ranch, but I don't want you to be alone here for too long." "That's at least 5 hours round trip. It's too much. Emily texted a few minutes ago. She and Davy are on their way. She got a hotel room in Denver for the night." His mother let the magazine fall to her chest and sighed. "I'm worried about her, Noah." "She's fine," he answered, although he didn't believe that was true. "You need to focus on yourself." Meg waved away his concern. "All the scans are clear. The doctor is happy with my progress. I'm going to be discharged in a few days. There will be plenty of time for your hovering once I'm back home." "I'm not hovering." Except he was. Hovering and pacing. He couldn't seem to stop himself. "I'm not going to die, Noah." His mother flashed a wry smile. "Not yet, anyway." "Don't joke about that," he snapped automatically, then forced himself to take a breath. "I'm sorry. I know you're going to be fine. You have to be fine." "I think you're avoiding going back to Crimson," he laughed. although it sounded hollow to his own ears. "That's crazy. I just don't want to leave you. Emily told me about the kiss. Emily should worry about her own problems. A minute ago, you said she was fine." He scrubbed a hand over his face. "If it means we don't have to talk about me, I've changed my mind." "Katie is a good friend," his mother said, unwilling to be distracted. "She cares for you." "But I'm too messed up to deserve her," he interrupted. "I didn't say that. You're thinking it." He turned toward her, then sank down on the edge of the hospital bed. "I'm thinking it. Everyone must be." "You're my son, Noah." She nudged his hip with her foot. "I think you deserve everything you want in life." "Thanks, Mom." He shifted closer and took her hand in his, running his fingers along the hospital bracelet that circled her wrist. His mother's hands had never been delicate. Her nails were short and rounded, the top of her palm calloused from work on the farm. Maybe that was the reason women with ornately manicured nails and dainty hands always made him suspicious. Katie had strong hands, too, he realized. Still feminine, but not delicate thanks to her hours in the bakery. "The question is, do you want Katie?" "If you'd asked me that 2 weeks ago, I would have said you were crazy for even asking me. She was Tori's best friend all through high school. I never thought of her that way. In the years since then—" "You're my son," his mother repeated. "But you have horrible taste in women." "I haven't brought a woman home in years. No one since Tori," she agreed. "So how do you know anything about my taste in women?" "It's a small town. For that matter, it's a small state when it comes to gossip. I still have friends in Boulder. I hear things." "You've been keeping tabs on me?" She shrugged. "Worrying is what mothers do. Your father's death has nothing to do with the women I date. My surgeon asked me to dinner," she said quietly, picking up the magazine again. "Are you kidding?" Noah shot off the bed and stalked to the edge of the room, something close to panic creeping up his throat at the thought of his mom with a man who wasn't his father. "That's gotta be a breach of the doctor-patient relationship. I'll file a complaint with the hospital. I'll kick his—" "I'd like to go out with him, Noah." His righteous indignation fled as quickly as it had come. "Why would you want to do that?" He tried and failed to keep his voice steady. "It's been more than 10 years since your dad died." Unlike his own, Meg's voice was gentle. "He was my whole world, and for a while I wished I'd died right along with him. If it hadn't been for you and Emily, I'm not sure I could have kept going." She placed the magazine on the rolling cart on the far side of the bed. "But I haven't been with a man in all this time." Noah grimaced. "Mom, I can't have this conversation with you." "Get your mind out of the gutter," she said with uncharacteristic impatience. As difficult as this was for him, Noah realized it was just as hard for his mom. He owed her more than he was giving right now. This was why he was here, he reminded himself, to support her. "I'm sorry." He walked back to the bed, pulled up a chair and sat across from her. "You want to go on a date with the doctor? I'm okay with that. Emily will be too." "Sweetie, I appreciate that, but it's not the point. Each of us was deeply affected by losing your father. I've spent too many years with a ghost as my only company. Emily just wanted to get away however she could. And you?" "I tried, Mom." He interrupted her before she could delve too far into his demons. That was the last thing he needed right now. "I was going to ask Tori to marry me. I wanted to be with her forever." He shrugged, rubbed his hands along his thighs. "Before she cheated on me, that is. Maybe my reluctance to get into another serious relationship has more to do with finding my girlfriend with her naked legs wrapped—" He stopped, stood again. "I can't have this conversation either." Meg laughed. "I may be your mother, but I'm a grown woman. I know what teenage couples do in the back of a car." He turned, narrowed his eyes. "How did you know I found them in the back of a car?" "Small town," she repeated. "Don't let your father's death, or what happened with Tori, stop you from believing in love, or your capacity for it."
I think my track record speaks for itself, she sighed. I can't stop you from believing the worst about yourself, but it's not how I see you. I don't think it's how Katie sees you either. She should. I haven't done right by her. You can't change the past. His mother leaned back against the pillow, closed her eyes. But you can choose how to move forward. He thought about that for a moment, then leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Have you always been this smart? Yes, she cracked open one eye. Take a shower, Noah. Take Tater for a hike. Talk to Katie. I'll be fine here, and I'll call if I need anything. I'll come back tomorrow, she finished for him. Tomorrow, he agreed. I love you, Mom. You too, sweetie. He walked to the door, then looked over his shoulder. And your new Dr. Love better treat you right. I meant what I said about kicking his butt otherwise. With his mother's smile in his mind, he walked out of the hospital to head toward the mountains. Have dinner with me? Katie whirled around from where she was stapling a flyer for the Founders' Day Festival onto the community bulletin board outside the bakery. Noah crossed his hands in front of his face and ducked. Maybe you want to put down the weapon before you answer? She lowered the arm that held the staple gun. How's your mom? She asked, ignoring his question. Some of the stress had eased from his face. In fact, he looked much better than he had when she'd last seen him in the hospital. Almost perfect. Damn him. He wore his Forest Service uniform, and the gray button-down shirt stretched across his muscled chest, while the olive-colored pants fit his long, toned legs perfectly. Okay, she needed to not think about his body. At all. She's good, he answered, one side of his mouth kicking up, as if he could read her mind's wayward thoughts. Healing up nicely, and itching to be out of the hospital and back home. She's due to be released on Friday. You've been staying at the hospital? He gave a quick nod. She finally got sick of me and sent me home. I need to get caught up on some paperwork at the office, and thought I'd pick up a dozen cookies to take in with me. Lelia's working the counter, Katie told him. She can help you. I want to hand out a few more flyers along Main Street. Mind if I keep you company? Mind if I plaster myself across your body? Sure. She handed him half the stacks of papers in her hand. You take this side of the street, I'll do the other and meet you on the corner. Before he could argue, she dashed across the street, narrowly avoiding being hit by a minivan with Kansas license plates, pulling out of a parking space. She heard Noah shout her name, but didn't look back, ducking into the outdoor equipment store in the middle of the block. She made a few minutes of small talk with the shop's owner, then proceeded to the next storefront. She took her time, part of her hoping Noah would give out all of his flyers and leave for the Forest Service headquarters near the edge of town. Instead, he was waiting for her at the corner, leaning back against a light post with his head tilted up to the sun. He wore his usual wraparound sunglasses, and the ends of his golden hair curled at the nape of his neck. How long would she have to tell herself she'd got over him before her body believed it was true? Getting hit by a car is a little extreme as a way to avoid talking to me, he said as she approached. I didn't plan that part of it, she answered, taking the remaining flyers he handed to her. His finger brushed her wrist, and she pulled back, sucking in a breath. This had to stop, or he was going to drive her crazy. What do you want, Noah? You didn't answer my question about dinner. He smiled at her, a grin she recognized from years of experience. It was the devil-may-care smile he gave to women in bars, at parties, or in general as he easily charmed his way into their hearts and beds. It wasn't going to work on Katie, even if her toes curled in automatic response to it. No. She moved around him, looked both ways on the street, and stepped off the curb. It was only seconds before he caught up with her. You don't mean that. I do. You can't. And why is that? She asked, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. He was staring at her and wiggled his brows. Because you want me. Wow. She shook her head, almost tripped over her own 2 feet.
Your ego never fails to astound. I want you even more. He leaned closer, his breath tickling the hair that had fallen out of her long braid. It was too good between us. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. The way you touched me, the sounds you made when I— Stop! She turned and pushed him away, hating the way her body had caught fire at his words. I can't do this anymore. She crushed the flyers to her chest, as if she could ease the panic in her heart. So what if I want you? She poked at his chest with one finger. Every woman you've ever been with, and don't forget I know many of them, still wants you. You've got skills. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at him. Unfair, maddening skills, but you're a man boy. Man boy? His body went rigid. What the hell does that mean? We've been over this. You want a good time. I want a future. I'm not going to deny that I'm attracted to you. 80-year-old women and babies are attracted to you. But I want more. The only way I'm going to get it is to move on. How am I supposed to do that if I hop back into bed with you? I asked you to dinner, Katie. A date. I'm not looking for friends with benefits. I could find that anywhere. She gasped, and he cringed in response. He ran one hand through his hair, blew out a breath. Let's start over. I'm messing this up, and that wasn't part of my plan. He took off his sunglasses, and the intensity of his piercing blue eyes captured her. She couldn't have moved if she'd wanted to. Would you please have dinner with me, Katie Garrity? A real date. He smiled, but this time it was hesitant and a little hopeful. The catch in her heart made her sure of her answer. No, she whispered. Noah's head snapped back as if she'd struck him. She expected him to stalk away. Noah liked his women agreeable and easy, and Katie wanted to be, not just because of her feelings for him, but because she liked making people happy. She was agreeable to a fault, but somewhere inside, her instinct for self-preservation wouldn't allow her to succumb to Noah's charms. She'd promised herself she was moving on, and that was what she was going to do. But he didn't move. He didn't speak, just continued to stare at her, as if she was a puzzle he wanted to solve. I'm going out with Matt, again, she offered into the silence. Katie hated awkward silences. You and I are friends, Noah. That's how it's been for years, and it's worked just fine. Has it? He reached out and rubbed a loose strand of her hair between two fingers. She shivered. I'm not sure. Well, isn't this cozy? A voice said from behind Noah. His hand dropped at the same time Katie felt her stomach pitch and roll. He flipped his sunglasses down before turning away from her. Hey, Tori, he said to the woman glaring at the two of them. Welcome back to Crimson. Noah wanted to see his ex-girlfriend at this moment like he wanted to be stuck on the side of a mountain in a lightning storm. The analogy seemed to fit, as he could almost feel the tension radiating between the two women. He didn't understand that at all. Katie had been Tori's shadow and best friend throughout high school. Yes, she'd taken his side in the breakup. But since he'd caught Tori in the act with one of his football buddies, Noah wasn't sure how she could fault Katie for not being more sympathetic. As far as he knew, the two hadn't spoken in all these years. Now, he wished he would have questioned that more. Hell, there was a lot more he wished he'd paid attention to over the years. Katie had just always been there, consistent like the sun rising, and he'd never thought about the possibility of that changing, or how he'd feel if she wasn't a part of his life. He wasn't going to give up on her, even if he knew he should. His mom was right. Noah may have not done his best in life up until now, but there was no better time to change his future. Of course, he needed to convince Katie of that before it was too late. He'd seen the way Matt Davis had looked at her the night of their date, but as far as Noah was concerned, Katie was his, and always would be. How long are you in town? Katie asked, her voice shaky. Noah saw her dart a glance between Tori and him. She couldn't possibly think he still had feelings for his old girlfriend. At least a month, Tori answered, bitterness blazing in her eyes as she glared at Katie. Noah had to resist the urge to step between the two of them. If memory served, Tori could be vicious when she wanted to. I'm redesigning a residence in Aspen. My client is wealthy enough to want me on site for the whole project. I'm visiting my parents while I'm here. She leaned forward and placed a hand on Noah's arm. I've been thinking about both your mother and you. There are so many reminders of our time together here. As Katie let out a snort, Tori's eyes narrowed further. Let's grab a drink sometime while we're both in town. There's so much I'd like to explain to you about that night, Noah. Details you've never heard. He shook out of her grasp, noticing that Tori's fingers were long, the nails bright red and perfectly manicured. I saw enough detail to last me a lifetime, Tori. Let's leave the past where it belongs. She bit down on her lip, the corner of her mouth dipping into a pout he used to find irresistible. Now it made her seem as if she was trying too hard. If that's what you want. But I'd still be interested in that drink. He felt Katie shift behind him. He wasn't about to let her get away. I'm busy these days, Tori, but maybe we can work something out. Her smile was immediate. Why don't we... I'll catch you later. Without waiting for a response, he turned and jogged to catch up to Katie. What's the matter? Nothing, she said on a hiss of breath. But I think you just proved my point. It hadn't been a minute since I said no, and you were making a date with your ex. They were back in front of the bakery. He took Katie's arm as she reached for the door. I could care less about Tori, and you know it. I wanted to get away from her without making a scene. I didn't make a date. A date is where I pick up a woman at her house and buy her dinner. A date is what I want with you. She looked so lost standing there, as if his simple request to take her to dinner was tearing her up inside. This wasn't what he wanted for Katie. He wanted a chance to make her happy, not to cause her more pain. I don't trust... Katie? A petite woman with shoulder-length brown hair poked her head out of the storefront. Marion Jones is on the phone. She forgot to order a cake for her husband's retirement party and needs something by tomorrow. I'm coming, Lelia. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, her expression was carefully blank. I've got to go, Noah. We're friends, and it works. Let's not jeopardize that. He started to speak, but she held up a hand. Tell your mom I'll be over to see her as soon as she gets back home. She stood on tiptoe, leaned forward, and kissed his cheek. Her mouth was sweet, and he wanted to turn his face and claim it. But he didn't move, and a second later she disappeared into the bakery. He pressed his fingertips to the skin where her lips had been, as if he could still feel their softness. That kiss had felt like goodbye, and no matter how much he wanted to, Noah didn't know how to change that. Chapter 8. The sun was warm on her back when Katie climbed the steps of the Crawford family farmhouse the following week. Emily appeared a moment later, wearing a faded t-shirt and sweatpants, and still managing to look more sophisticated than Katie did on her best day. If it wasn't for the shadow of sadness in Emily's ice-blue eyes, Katie might be jealous of the other woman. Emily had been only a year behind them in school, but Noah's sister never had much use for anyone in crimson. Even before Jacob Crawford had got sick, it was clear Emily was destined for a bigger future than this town could give her. Once her father had died, it seemed to Katie that Noah's sister had become more frenetic in her quest to get out of town. But now she was back, just like Noah. And it bothered Katie to see how out of place Emily looked. Katie could relate to that feeling. The smile Emily gave Katie was genuine, if drawn. Come on in. She stepped back to allow Katie room to enter. The Crawfords had done quite a bit of renovations to the property when Noah and Emily were kids. Most of the first floor was covered in shiplap siding that had been painted warm gray. A colorful rug sat on top of slate tile floors, making the entry seem both modern and as if it would have fit the decade the house was originally built. Noah's not here right now. He's in Boulder, Katie finished. then nervously scraped at a bit of dried frosting near the hem of her shirt. She'd been working crazy hours at the bakery and was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. He mentioned heading down for a meeting. Actually, she hadn't spoken to Noah since they'd run into his ex-girlfriend. She'd wanted to visit Meg, but hadn't been able to deal with him again so soon. The older woman who answered the phones for the Forest Service office in town stopped in almost every day for a muffin and coffee, and it hadn't been difficult to get her to share Noah's schedule for the week. One of Emily's delicate brows arched. "And you picked today to come out to the house?" "Well, I thought..." It seemed Katie could feel color heating her cheeks as she stumbled over an explanation. "Yes," she said finally. "I'm here today." Emily looked at her another moment. Most women fall at Noah's feet without him even lifting a finger. "I've borne witness to that phenomenon more than once," Katie agreed. "He needs more of a challenge than that. I'm not trying to challenge him." "But you do," Emily nodded. "It's good for him." "We're just friends, Em." Katie had been here a few times over the years and always thought the house displayed not only Meg's design taste, but the love of the family that lived here. Now it seemed almost too quiet. "I watched him kiss you," Katie shrugged. "He was worried about your mom. It was an emotional response, and I happened to be there. I don't think my brother has ever had a truly emotional response to anything. He isn't built like that." Not true. Katie wasn't sure why she needed to defend Noah, but couldn't seem to stop herself. He cares too much, and it scares him. That's why and when he makes some of his more brilliantly stupid decisions. If he could learn to deal with what he feels... She stopped, frowned at the knowing look Emily gave her. "If someone could help him with that..." Emily flashed a hopeful smile. Katie shook her head. "I can't be that person." "Can't or won't? Same outcome." "I didn't come here for this. I care about Noah and your whole family, but Noah and I are only friends." "How is your mom doing?" she asked, needing to steer the conversation to a safer topic. "If this isn't a good time..." "She's feeling good and will be happy to see you." Emily started toward the back of the house. "Noah moved her bed down into Dad's office on the first floor. We thought it would be easier not to have to deal with steps." She looked over her shoulder. "According to Mom, he'll be moving it back upstairs by the end of the week. Home from the hospital 3 days, and she wants everything back to normal." They paused outside a closed door. Emily straightened her shoulders and reached for the handle. "How are you, Em?" The other woman turned, her hand still on the doorknob. "What has Noah told you?" Her expression had turned wary. "Not a lot. He respects your privacy. I'm asking you." "Things are peachy." Emily pushed her hair away from her face. "My marriage is over. I have no job and no prospects since I left college to pursue my dream of becoming a trophy wife." She smiled, but her voice dripped sarcasm. "I'm back in a town I couldn't wait to leave behind. Friendless, penniless, and living with my mother. I'm now fighting my ex-husband to get our son the treatment he needs for problems I barely understand. So yeah, peachy about sums it up." "Emily, I'm sorry." "Don't." When Katie reached for her, Emily shook off the touch. "If there's one thing I can't take right now, it's pity. I'm sure this whole town is talking about how the girl who was too good for Crimson has come crawling back with her tail between her legs." "I don't think that's true, and I certainly don't pity you. I remember how much you helped with your father's care. You're strong. You'll get through this." Emily met her gaze, her blue eyes sparkling with bitterness and unshed tears. "You don't know me at all." "Maybe not," Katie agreed. "But I'd like to. I'm helping with the committee for the Founders' Day Festival, more than I'd planned because my friend Olivia, who was chairing the celebration this year, is having a tough go with morning sickness. It's her first baby." "Olivia Wilder?" Emily asked. "The wife of the mayor who skipped out of town. She divorced him and married the youngest of the Travers brothers, Logan." Emily shook her head. "The one with the twin who died? I thought he was trouble. People change." Logan came back to town for his brother's wedding and met Olivia. They're good for each other.
He has a thriving construction business, and she runs the community center now and took over the festival as an offshoot of her work there. Most of the plans are in place, and it's going to be a lot of fun. That's quite a reinvention for both of them. The people in Crimson are more forgiving than you think, Emily. It's a great town, actually. If you got involved, don't push it, Katie. I'm happy for you to help Noah, but I don't need saving. Emily's words stung, but Katie pressed on. She'd bet a pan of brownies that Noah's sister needed more help than she would admit. I'm only trying to include you while you're in town.
I'll think about it,
Emily said, then sighed. I appreciate the offer. She opened the door, then held out a hand. Give me your cell phone and I'll put in my number. Text me the time of the next meeting and we'll see. Katie? Is that you? Handing off her cell to Emily, Katie smiled and entered the room. I'm sorry I haven't been by sooner, Mrs. Crawford. You look wonderful. Noah's mother smiled and put aside the book she held in her hands. No apologies. I understand how busy you are with the bakery. She waved Katie forward. Your grandmother would be so proud of you, sweetheart. I'm proud of you. Tears stung the backs of Katie's eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had given her that kind of praise. One problem with being a fixture in town for so long was the expectation she'd do well with the bakery, plus help out wherever needed. Her grandma had held the role and Katie had taken it over without question. Only recently, since she'd decided she wanted something of a life for herself besides her business, did she wonder if there was more to her than the dependable girl next door everyone in Crimson saw. Hearing Meg say that her grandmother would be proud made the long hours and sacrifice worth it. Gram had been the most important person in her life, and there was nothing Katie wouldn't sacrifice to live up to her legacy. From what I hear, you're the one who deserves the praise, she said as she took the seat next to the head of the bed. Your recovery has been amazing so far. I know both Noah and Emily are thrilled you're doing so well. Meg waved away her words. They worry too much, Noah especially. Although he'd never admit it. Now tell me what you brought me. Katie bit back a laugh. What makes you think I brought you something? Because Life is Sweet isn't simply the name of your shop. It's what you do. You make life sweeter for the people around you. Katie's heart swelled at the words, and she reached into the cloth shopping bag she'd carried in with her. Cinnamon rolls, she said with a wink. My favorite. Meg whispered and took the box, opening it and licking her lips. How do you remember everyone's preferences? You're not just anyone, Mrs. Crawford. Call me Meg. She lifted the box as Emily walked up to the bed and handed Katie her phone. She brought cinnamon rolls. As Emily leaned forward to breathe in the scent, a deep voice called from the doorway. You're planning to share those, right, Mom? Katie's phone clattered to the tile floor and she heard a crack as the screen shattered. Damn, she muttered, bending forward to retrieve it. Noah's long fingers wrapped around hers as she picked up the phone. I've got it. As soon as she said the words, he released her. I thought you were in Boulder today. He quirked one brow at her statement. Checking up on me? Katie is my guest today, Noah, Meg said. And you owe her a new phone. It's fine, Katie said quickly. My fault. It was clearly Noah's fault, Emily said. Because I came home? He asked, his voice incredulous. You made her drop the phone, Emily insisted. Katie shifted in her chair, focusing her gaze on Emily and Meg. He didn't. I'm sorry, Katie, Noah offered after a moment. I'll gladly buy you a new phone if you'll make eye contact with me. Katie sucked in a breath, shocked that he'd call her out publicly in front of his mom and sister. Her eyes snapped to his. But before she could speak, Meg said, Noah, would you please put on a pot of water for tea? Emily can do that. He kept his blue gaze on Katie, who fingered the cracks on the screen of her phone. A dozen hairline fissures radiated out from the center, splintered just like her heart felt since Noah had returned to Crimson. I'm going to check on Davy. Emily hitched a thumb toward Noah. Save one of those for me. Don't let Noah eat them all. I may not let him have one if he doesn't do what I ask.
Meg lifted a brow at her son. Katie kept her head down. Fine, he mumbled, and followed Emily out of the room. I should go, Katie said when they were alone. You just got here, Meg argued. Katie stood, dropped her ruined phone into her purse. I really only came to drop off the cinnamon rolls to you. I came because you thought Noah was in Boulder today. Meg slowly shut the white cardboard box that held the cinnamon rolls. He's my son, and I love him. That doesn't mean I'm unaware of how he operates. He didn't mean for my phone to break. He wouldn't mean to break your heart, either. Katie swallowed, nodded, but he could. Or he could make it whole. I can't take that chance. She dropped a kiss on Meg's cheek, unwilling to consider the possibility of trusting Noah with her heart. I'll be by to see you again. I hope you'll be well enough to attend some of the Founders' Day Festival events. I'd like Emily to help out with the committee. Meg nodded. That would be good for her. You're good for this family, Katie. For Noah. I hope you know that. Katie didn't know how to answer, so she flashed a smile she hoped didn't look as forced as it felt. Take care, Meg. She slipped from the room and down the hall. She could hear Noah banging cabinet doors shut and china rattling in the kitchen as she sneaked by as quietly as she could. Her foot hit the first step of the porch when the front door slammed. Is this what it's come to? Noah's voice rang out in the silence of mid-afternoon. We go from friends to lovers to you running away from me? I'm used to being the person disappointing everyone around me. Now I understand how they've felt on the receiving end of it all these years. He'd meant to rile her, because misery loved company, and Noah was miserable and angry right now. The anger was mostly self-directed. He'd finished his meetings early in Boulder and left before lunch to beat rush hour traffic coming out of the city. When he'd pulled up to his mom's house and seen Katie's Subaru parked in front, a flash of pleasure and anticipation had surged through him. He couldn't think of a better way to spend the afternoon than on the front porch of the farmhouse with a cold beer in his hand and Katie on the porch swing next to him. Except it was obvious she not only hadn't expected his return, but was upset by it. Katie, who had always been ready with a smile and a hug, didn't want to see him and tried to sneak out to avoid him. Oh yeah, he was pissed. But as he watched her stiffen while strands of hair blew around her shoulders in the summer breeze, he wondered if he'd gone too far. All Noah wanted to do was get closer, but the only thing he seemed to manage when he opened his mouth was push her further away. I came to see your mom. Katie turned, her fingers gripping the painted railing. This has nothing to do with you. I don't believe you. Her eyes narrowed. Have you had that drink with Tori? He shook his head. I won't, if it upsets you. It's none of my business. It matters what you think, whether it's your business or not. You said it yourself. We're friends. And more. Even if she wouldn't admit it, and he barely understood his changing feelings about their relationship. He felt alive with Katie, his body electric in its response to her. Her blue cotton t-shirt hugged the curves of her breasts and her slim waist, and he knew how her skin felt underneath it. That was the thing making him so crazy. It was knowing her in a way no one else did. People in town saw her as the dependable, caring baker they could count on in any situation. But he wanted more of the passionate woman who had nipped and teased him, responsive to every kiss and touch. He wanted to close the distance between them and place his mouth on her throat, where a tiny patch of dried icing stuck to her skin. The idea of sucking it off, imagining the sugar on his tongue, mixed with her unique taste, made him grow hard. Friends, she repeated, drawing him back to the moment. If that's all you'll give me. He cleared his throat, doing multiplication facts in his head to keep his heated thoughts in check. She tilted her head, pulled her hair over one shoulder, as if deciding whether she could trust him. He knew the answer to that, but wasn't about to share it with her. I need your help, she said after a moment. Anything. He stepped forward. What is it? Founders' Day? The bakery? Something at your house? "Slow down, Noah," she said with a small smile. Something in him fizzed and popped at the sight of that smile. He ran one hand through his hair, needing to pull it together. "I'd like you to teach me to swim." His brain tried to compute that request. "You know how to swim. I've seen you at the hot springs." She shook her head. "In open water. I haven't been to the reservoir since I freaked out during the triathlon my dad signed me up for when I was 12. "Why now?" He braced himself for her answer, confident he wasn't going to like it. "Matt invited me out on his boat for the 4th of July. A group of his friends is going to Hidden Canyon." He bit back the irritating urge to growl at the mention of the other man's name. "He's a swim coach, right? Why not have him teach you?" "What if I panic again? My stomach feels sick just thinking about going in the water. I don't want him to see me like that." "But it's okay if I see you like that." "We're just friends," she said softly. "You want me to help you overcome your fear so you can go out with another guy?" She looked at him for a moment, then shook her head. "Never mind. I'll deal with it on my own." She turned and headed toward her car, dust from the gravel driveway swirling behind her. "Katie, wait." When she didn't stop, Noah cursed and ran after her, his hand slamming against the driver's side door as she reached for the handle. "I'll help you. Of course, I'll take you swimming." "Forget it. I shouldn't have asked you. It's stupid anyway. It's not as if I'm going to hide who I am from him forever. I don't even own a bathing suit." "Let me help you with this." He crouched down so they were at eye level. "Please." She met his gaze, then pressed a hand to her eyes. "I feel like I'm going to throw up." "You won't throw up." He took her hand in his, gently peeling it away from her face. "We can get you through this." Her gaze turned hopeful. "I want to be the fun girl, the one who can hang out with a guy's friends, the one you call for a good time." Noah kept a smile plastered on his face, although the thought of some other guy having a good time with Katie just about sliced him open. "I have one condition." She rolled her eyes. "Seriously?" He nodded. "Your bathing suit needs to be one piece. The one you wear on July 4th. Anyway, with me, I'd recommend a string bikini." "Right," she said, choking out a laugh. "Can you see me in a string bikini?" "I'm picturing it right now," Noah whispered, then groaned when she bit down on her bottom lip. "Definitely a string bikini with me." "But only you?" He shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. "I'm thinking of you. Everyone goes cliff jumping at Hidden Canyon Reservoir over the 4th. You don't want to lose your top in front of all those partiers." "Oh, no." She slapped her hand back over her eyes. "I forgot about the cliff jumping." "You don't have to." "And get left on shore serving snacks when they return?" She shook her head. "I'm tired of being the town's mother hen. I'm going to jump off the highest rock out there." She swallowed, hitched a breath. "Or the second highest." "That's a girl." Noah couldn't help himself. He reached out a finger and touched the bit of icing dried to her skin. "I can get time off next Tuesday. It's supposed to be warm. We can go then when it won't be crowded." "Okay." "Thank you." She fingered the base of her throat. "I'm covered in frosting. What a mess." "You're beautiful," he answered. She swayed closer, and for an instant he thought she might kiss him. Damn, he wanted her to. Instead, she blinked and pulled back. "I'll see you next week." Removing his hand from her door, he balled it into a fist at his side as she got in her car and drove away. He tried to tell himself this was progress, although helping her win the affection of another man was hardly a step in the right direction. But it would allow him more time with her, which had to count for something. Katie didn't need to become more adventurous or change in any way as far as Noah was concerned. She was perfect exactly the way she was. He only wished it hadn't taken him so long to realize it. Chapter 9. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jace asked him 2 days later. "Absolutely. Hand me that microphone stand." Noah was in the park at the center of town. It was a block wide with picnic tables and a covered patio area on one side and an open expanse of grass and a playground on the other. He was helping Jace set up the temporary stage for the concert that would take place tonight. The Founders' Day Committee had organized it as a teaser for the big festival, to get both locals and tourists vacationing in the area excited about the upcoming event. "Thanks, man. I know you're juggling a lot between your mom and work. It means a ton that you'd come out to help." Noah didn't answer, just lifted an amplifier into place. "Katie's more involved with the committee this year." "Emily might have mentioned that," Noah admitted. He saw Jace shake his head. "But that's not why I'm here." His friend laughed. "Uh-huh. It's not the only reason I'm here," Noah amended. "I hate being in that house." Jace continued setting up the stage, but asked, "Is everything okay with your mom?" "Yes, she's amazing, as always. Made me promise I'd move the bed back upstairs tomorrow. She has a date next week with one of her doctors." "She's led a pretty solitary life since your dad died." "I didn't realize that until I came back to stay. Don't get me wrong, it's been good to see her and Emily. Em and I were close as kids, you know? Really close. I thought I understood her. Since she's come back, I can't figure out what the hell she thinks about anything. She's so overwhelmed with Davy and her divorce, but won't open up. Some things take time. I guess Katie's asked her to help with the baking competition, coordinating judges or something like that. Maybe that will help." Jace turned to him, unlooping a microphone cord as he spoke. "Is that why you hate being in the house? Because of Emily and her son?" "No," Noah answered quickly. "Not at all. I like the kid, actually. He's quirky, but in an interesting way. Tater adores him." Noah ran a hand through his hair. "If I was anyplace else with them, maybe it would be different. It's that house. The memories there. How I failed my father. All the mistakes I made. I doubt your mother sees it that way. She's my mom. Of course she'll support me no matter what." "That's no guarantee," Jace said softly. "Damn. I'm sorry. It's old news. Just don't take her love for granted." Now Noah felt like an even bigger jerk. Jace's mother had deserted her family when Jace was only 8. He'd grown up with only an alcoholic father to parent him. "I get it, and I love my mom and Em. But I can't stand being reminded of how much I wasn't around when Dad needed me. You're here now." "Funny," Noah said with a chuckle. "That's exactly what Katie said. She's smart." Jace unrolled a colorful oriental rug across the wood of the stage floor. "Smart enough to be done with me." Noah blew out a breath. "I can't let that happen, Jace." "Why now?" his friend asked. "Katie's been a part of your life forever. She's put up with you for years, and suddenly you realize she was worth looking at all this time?" "Yes." Noah helped straighten the rug, then leaned back on his heels. No, I don't understand it. All I know is now that I've seen her, really seen her, I can't give her up. She's coming to the concert with Matt Davis." "You know that for sure?" Noah let out a string of curses. "I thought since she was on the committee she'd be here working. Making her easy pickings for you? Why are you giving me a hard time? You've got to be on my side." "I am on your side." Jace jumped off the stage into the grass. "You think you failed your father, and that belief has haunted you for over a decade. If you hurt Katie, it's going to be just as bad. For both of you. Don't go down that path." "But I need her," Noah whispered. "I want her even if I don't deserve her." "Be careful, and be sure." Jace glanced to the pavilion end of the park, where people were gathered in front of the barbecue food truck, parked near the sidewalk. "We have a few more things to unload before everyone heads this way." Noah nodded. "Put me to work. Whatever my motivations for being here, I'm definitely cheap labor." "Bless you for that," Jace smiled, and led the way to his truck. Noah worked without a break for the next 2 hours. He helped set up the 4-piece bluegrass band's instruments and moved trash and recycling cans around the perimeter of the lawn. He saw quite a few people he knew and found it was good to catch up with most of them. The universal sentiment seemed to be that he was the golden child for coming back to Crimson to help take care of his mom. He tried to downplay it as much as he could, since his first instinct was to clarify
how much he had to make up for from his father's illness. By the time the concert started, he was wrung out emotionally and ready to retreat to the back of the stage to watch the show. It was out of character, since he never walked away from a party. Being around other people was the best way he knew to avoid dealing with his own thoughts. But tonight he craved a little solitude. As he moved through the crowd, he saw Katie along with Matt Davis and another couple laying a blanket across the grass. The same picnic basket she'd brought to the hospital was tucked under her arm. She wore a lemon-yellow shirt with thin straps and a pair of tight jeans and platform-heeled sandals. She looked fresh and beautiful, like sunshine come to life. He slapped his hand against his forehead as Matt draped a sweater over her shoulders. No matter how warm it got during the day, the temperature in the mountains almost always cooled by at least 15 degrees in the evening. Noah hated the idea of another man touching her, even in such an innocent way. But he couldn't stop it. All he could do was stick it out, something he'd never excelled at, and hope that she would understand his feelings were real. "Stop staring at me." Katie planted her feet on the grass and crossed her arms over her chest as she glared at Noah. Feeling his gaze on her was making it hard to remember she was on a date with another man this evening. He sat alone behind the stage, his face obscured by shadows. "How's the date going?" he asked gently, not bothering to get up or face her. Darkness had fallen completely over the town, and the music coming from the stage was loud and boisterous. The 4-piece bluegrass band had driven over from Breckenridge to play this concert. Their songs ranged from slow ballads to livelier tunes, like the one they were playing now. If she tilted her head, Katie could see the crowd in front of the stage, many of them on their feet, dancing and swaying to the beat. The lights strung across the green gave the whole scene a warm glow. But the heat she'd felt had been from Noah's gaze on her. She'd seen him when her group had first settled on the grass, but had expected him to join Jace and his other friends once the concert started. Instead, he'd remained alone, something Noah never did. The date would be going a lot better if I wasn't being watched. She took a step forward, wanting to see him. She couldn't explain the reason. "Why are you back here by yourself anyway? Jace is out there with Josh, Sarah, and a whole group of your friends." "I'm not in the mood for a big group tonight." He stood, turned to face the stage, but didn't step out of the shadows. "You weren't dancing. Matt isn't much of a dancer, but you love it. Do you want me to ask you to dance, Bug?" Oh, yes. Her body ached for him to twirl her into his arms. "No," she said through clenched teeth. "Why are you watching me?" "Because you're beautiful," he answered simply. Katie felt a current race through her, as if her whole body was electric. She tingled from head to toe, a sensation she seemed to feel only with Noah. It was dangerous, exciting, and she should hate it. Instead, it drew her to him and away from her plan, her date, and her idea of what life should look like. "I'm trying to move on." "I should let you go," she sighed. "You never had me in the first place." "Didn't I?" He moved suddenly, reaching for her. He took hold of her arm, pulled her in front of him. He wrapped his arms around her, pressed her back to his chest. His breath tickled her ear as he spoke against her skin. "Because when I see you with him, all I can think is, mine." "I'm not," she argued, but her voice was breathless, and she loved the feel of his body against hers. The band started a slower song, the guitar and fiddle playing a mournful tune, as the singer sang words of longing for a lost love. Goosebumps rose along Katie's bare arms as Noah pressed a kiss on her shoulder. "You need your sweater," he whispered, wrapping his arms more tightly around her, enveloping her in his heat. He swayed with her, almost dancing, but more intimate. Just the two of them, moving together. God, she was a slut. No, that wasn't true. She only wanted to be when it came to Noah. Her willpower faded along with the chill she felt from the cool night air as he turned her in his arms and kissed her. His mouth molded to hers,
and every ounce of intelligence she possessed disappeared. She didn't care that it was wrong or that she would be hurt in the end. All that mattered was this moment, and the man making her senseless with his touch. "This is wrong," she whispered, pulling away as far as he'd let her. "You don't want me." He laughed, the sound vibrating against her skin as he ran his lips over her jaw. "I want you so much, Katie." The sound of applause from the front of the stage brought her back to reality. No. She took 2 steps away, trying to get her breath, her emotions and her heart under control. "Not the way I'm looking for. You've said so yourself." "Maybe I can change. For you." She wanted to trust him, but what if it didn't work out? Katie knew what it was like to be rejected by the people you cared about most in the world. She'd spent most of her adult life overcoming the pain of not being the person her parents wanted her to be. With Noah, it could be even more heartbreaking. "We won't know unless you give me a chance." She'd loved him almost half her life, but it was easier to love in secret than risk him seeing all the things she'd hidden about herself from the world, her doubts, her fears, her moments of anger and pettiness. Noah had the same perfect image of her as most people in town, the one she'd cultivated through the years, but which now weighed her down with its limits. That was why she was trying to start fresh with someone like Matt, a man who had no preconceived notions about her. She could be anyone she wanted with him, wild, impetuous, or selfish when it suited her, although nothing about him brought out her wild side like Noah did. She wanted someone to see her as real, more than the supportive friend or generous local shop owner. Yet Katie didn't know who she was without those labels. What if she peeled back her layers for Noah, and he didn't like the person she was underneath? That would do more than break her heart. It would crush her soul. "I've got to go," she said. "Matt and the others will be waiting for me." "Katie." Noah's voice was strained, as if he was holding back so much of what he wanted to say. "I don't want to ruin our friendship," she told him. "It's too important to me." She turned and fled, unable to look at him for one more second without launching herself into his arms. The next several days, Katie spent in the kitchen at the bakery, tweaking the new recipe for her parents' superfood bar and finishing up orders for several events taking place in Aspen over the weekend. She had just enough time to deliver a final round of cupcakes before hurrying back to Crimson for a Founders' Day Festival committee meeting. As much as she wanted to help out Olivia, what Katie really needed was to take a nap. As she drove along the highway that ran between the 2 towns, her eyes drifted shut for one brief moment, or so it felt, and she almost swerved across the median. Between her work on the festival, late nights at the bakery, and losing sleep over thoughts about Noah, Katie was exhausted. Maybe she should pull back a bit. Fighting back a yawn, she got out of her car and climbed the steps to the community center, planning to tell Olivia exactly that before the meeting. Her friend was waiting for her near the receptionist desk in the lobby. "Katie, you're a lifesaver," Olivia said as she approached. She looked pale and more fragile than ever, leaning against the wall behind the desk. "I don't know what we'd do without you stepping in on the committee." "I wanted to talk to you about that." Katie hugged her purse close to her body. She never said no or reneged on a commitment, so the thought of letting Olivia down almost made her physically nauseous.
"Can it wait?"
Logan came around the corner at that moment, and Katie took a step back. Logan was big, with the broad, strong body of a man who made his living doing physical labor all day. He could be intimidating, but Olivia's presence had softened him a great deal since his return to Crimson. Now the expression on his face was downright scary. "I've got time," Olivia said gently, laying a hand on his arm.
"You need to get to the hospital."
"The hospital?" Katie stepped forward, swallowing around the worry that crept into her throat. "Is everything okay with the baby?" "Yes," Olivia answered at the same time Logan said,
"We don't know."
Olivia waved away his concern. "It's a routine appointment. My doctor wants me to go in for a blood test and some monitoring they can't do in his office."
"Plus IV fluids,"
Logan added. She thinks I'm dehydrated. She smiled, but it looked strained. The morning sickness isn't getting better. Logan took her hand. And it lasts all day. But it isn't an emergency. Olivia stepped forward, swayed, and leaned into her husband. Really, Katie, I'm tired and weak. It's not life-threatening. Logan glowered. Not yet. You two go on. Katie gave Olivia a quick hug and patted Logan awkwardly on the shoulder. But if you need something, it can wait. Katie felt embarrassment wash through her. She was worried about needing a nap when Olivia could be in the middle of a real crisis. I'll drop off dinner to your house so that it's there when you get home. You're doing so much already, Olivia said, pursing her lips. But we'd appreciate it. Logan shrugged when his wife threw him a disapproving look. What? You need to eat something besides crackers, and I know she's a great cook. He turned to Katie. I'm parked on the next block. Would you stay with her while I pull up my truck? Of course. He gave Olivia a quick, tender kiss on the top of her head and jogged toward the front door. He worries too much, Olivia said when the door shut behind him. He loves you. Katie linked her arm in her friend's. Does Millie know you're going to the hospital? Please don't say anything, Olivia answered, shaking her head. I promise I'll text if we find anything serious. She squeezed Katie's hand. I love this baby so much already. I know it's wrong to become attached so early in the pregnancy. So many things can go wrong, and I'm not exactly a spring chicken. Don't be silly. Olivia was in her early 30s and Logan a couple of years younger than Katie. Although an unlikely couple, they were actually perfect for each other. Have the tests, and I'm sure the news will be good. Of course. You're right. They walked out of the community center just as Logan pulled to the curb. He jumped out of the truck and came around to open Olivia's door for her. The love in his eyes, as he looked at his wife, made Katie's heart ache. Thanks, Katie, they both said as Olivia climbed into the truck. Katie waited until they'd disappeared down the block, then turned back toward the community center. Tori Woodward stood on the sidewalk in front of her. Katie smothered a groan. The last thing she needed today was a run-in with her former friend. Hey, Tori. She went to step around the other woman. Tori, as always, looked aspen chic in a pair of designer jeans with elaborate stitching on the pockets, a silk blouse, and strappy sandals. Katie glanced at her own utilitarian clogs, part of her standard work uniform. The pairs she wore today were bright purple, shiny like a bowling ball, and totally clunky in front of Tori's delicate sandals. I've got a Founders Day festival meeting right now. Good to see you. Tori moved, blocking Katie's way again. Of course you do, Saint Katie. I see you're still using the same martyr routine to ingratiate yourself with people. Does anyone have a clue as to who you really are? Katie's head snapped back at Tori's words. This is who I am, she said, wishing her voice sounded more sure. Right. You're also the person who would ruin her supposed best friend's chance at love. Katie swallowed. It would be simple to think Tori was talking about present day and the change in Katie's relationship with Noah, but she knew that wasn't the case. You're the one who cheated, Tori. You made that choice. Noah would have never found out if you hadn't given him that note. The note he received wasn't signed. Don't play dumb, Tori said with a snort. She lifted her Prada sunglasses onto the top of her head, her green eyes boring into Katie's. You were the only person who knew about my fling with Adam. You can't know that for sure. And if you were so committed to Noah, you wouldn't have fooled around with someone else. I was 18 and stupid. I'll grant you that. Mainly stupid to trust you with my secret. You had a crush on Noah even then. It killed you that he was in love with me. I was happy for you, Katie argued, shaking her head. She felt her breathing start to come faster, bile rising in her throat. But it wasn't fair to him. He wasn't himself that year, Tori shot back. When his dad got sick, Noah couldn't focus on anything else. He was going to ask you to marry him. Exactly, Tori practically hissed. I would have said yes. We were going to be happy together. Noah was my first, you know. She shook her head, gave a bitter laugh. Of course you knew. You were my best friend. I thought you understood I needed to make sure he was the one. I never understood why you needed to sleep with another guy. Katie crossed her arms over her chest. It was wrong. Just like it was wrong of you to ask me to cover it up. So why didn't you just tell him instead of letting him find out the way he did? Katie almost blurted out the truth, how she couldn't stand to be the one who hurt Noah, had been afraid Tori would turn it back on her. Katie and Tori had become friends freshman year of high school when Tori's family moved to Crimson. Her father had worked in one of the exclusive hotels in Aspen, and Tori acted as if that made her better than the local kids around Crimson. She'd been a snob, yes, but she'd also been beautiful, gregarious, and so confident. It had felt as if a spotlight suddenly shone on her when Tori chose her as a friend. Now it seemed clear Tori had liked Katie because her low self-esteem made her easy to manipulate. It was her mother all over again. Tori made small digs about Katie's weight or lack of style, and like a puppy eager to please, Katie would do more to make herself indispensable so Tori wouldn't drop her. You don't know it was me who left the note. All this time, and you're still denying it? You haven't even admitted it to him. What's Noah going to think when he finds out his perfect Katie bug was the one to break his heart? Katie swallowed around the panic lodged in her throat. Yes, Tori had cheated. But Katie remembered how angry Noah had been at the anonymous note that had led him to find his girlfriend with another guy. Why are you doing this? Do you want him back? Is that why you're here? Tori closed her eyes for a moment, as if she was debating her answer. No. I'm way past wanting to be the wife of a forest ranger. She tapped one long nail against her glossy mouth. Although, I wouldn't mind a roll in the sheets for old time's sake. If Noah had mad skills in the bedroom back then, I can only imagine how he's improved over the years. Katie felt herself stiffen. When Tori's gaze narrowed, she realized she'd walked right into a trap. You've had sex with him. I didn't mean... That's why I'm going to tell him. Tori leaned closer. You betrayed me, and no one gets away with that. It was 10 years ago. Doesn't matter. In this town, I'm the one who crushed Noah Crawford's already broken heart, and you're the angel who picked up the pieces. But we were both responsible for his pain. I'm tired of everyone looking at me like I'm some sort of Jezebel. No one thinks Noah does. His friends do. Hell, my own mother reminds me every Christmas about the one that got away. Maybe I deserve it, but I'm not the only one. Tori had started dating Noah's sophomore year of high school, and Katie thought he'd always loved her more than she deserved. When Tori alienated most of her girlfriends besides Katie, she'd become more dependent on Noah's attention. But she'd always wanted Katie to tag along, almost as a buffer, or proof to Noah that she wasn't the mean girl other people made her out to be. Katie knew she was, and as her feelings for Noah had grown, it became more difficult for her to watch the way Tori strung him along. Maybe she'd taken advantage of the knowledge she had to break them up. But she'd believed it was the right thing to do. He'd been wrecked that summer, and holding tight to his relationship with his self-centered, shallow girlfriend wasn't going to make his grief over his father's death any easier. But would Noah understand her motivations, and why she'd never revealed that it was she who'd typed that note? Don't do this, she whispered. I was a good friend to you, and that note wouldn't have changed the outcome of your relationship with Noah. The other woman pursed her glossy lips. I won't say anything, she said after a moment. Katie started to breathe a sigh of relief, but Tori added, Yet. But I'm here the whole summer, and I may change my mind. You'll never know. Any day, any moment, I may decide to throw you under the bus the way you did me. Katie shook her head. I'll deny it. You have no proof. You won't, Tori answered confidently. If he confronts you, I know you won't lie. The little bug doesn't have it in her. Oh, that nickname. Noah had started calling her Bug after he heard Katie's mother chastise her for something she'd eaten at the bakery. Katie had been so embarrassed feeling fat and sloppy, But Noah had put his arm around her shoulders and whispered that she was no bigger than a little bug. And next to his height and bulk, she'd actually felt petite. Over the years, it had become a reminder of their buddy relationship. Hearing Tori speak the word made her want to run home and inhale a pan of brownies in one sitting. "I'm going to my meeting," she said after a moment. "I'm sorry you're still angry, but you need to figure out where that animosity should really be directed. It isn't at me." "Don't be so sure." Tori adjusted her sunglasses back on her face, then walked away, her sandals clicking on the sidewalk as she went. Katie fisted her hand, then pushed it against her stomach, trying to ward off the pain and dread pooling there. All she wanted was to eat and sleep right now, but she turned and started back into the community center. She had responsibilities, people depending on her, and no matter what she wanted for herself, she couldn't stand to let them down. Chapter 10. Noah drummed his thumbs against the steering wheel, glancing every mile marker at Katie's profile. It was a great day for swimming, unseasonably warm for late June, with the sun shining from a sky so blue it looked like the backdrop on one of Sarah's movie sets. He'd borrowed a small fishing boat from Crimson Ranch so he could take Katie to the far side of the reservoir, where the water might be a degree or two warmer than near the mouth of the mountain stream that fed it. The day was perfect, other than the fact that Katie had barely said 2 words since he'd picked her up an hour ago. "We're almost there," he said, and adjusted the radio to a satellite station with better reception this far into the mountains. Hidden Valley Reservoir lay on the far side of the pass, past Aspen. The dirt road that wound into the hills above the valley was maintained but still rutted in places. "Okay," was her only response. "You nervous?" He placed one hand on her leg, squeezing softly in the place above her knee where he knew she was ticklish. Immediately she flinched away from him, and he pulled his arm away from her. "A little." She continued to look out the window for a few minutes, then added, "I'm tired. Sorry, I'm bad company." "You're never bad company, Bug." "Noah," she said, her tone harsh. "Sorry. It's a habit. I won't call you that." He focused more closely on the road as they passed an SUV coming from the other direction. "I mean it in a good way, you know. I always have." "I don't like it," she snapped. "Are you sure you want to do this?" He wasn't sure what was going on, but if swimming took her off her game this much, was it really worth it? "If you want to turn around, go ahead." She pressed her fingers to her temples. "I'm not sure what's wrong with my mood today, but I understand if you don't want to be with me." As he came to the opening in the trees that signaled the entrance to the state park, where the reservoir was located, he pulled off onto the shoulder of the gravel road. "Listen to me," he said, moving his seatbelt aside so he could face her. "I don't give a damn about your mood. Happy, sad, pissy for no reason. It happens, and I'll take them all. We're friends, Katie. You've seen me at my worst. The more I think about it, I've never seen you anything but kind, generous, and ready to please whoever you're with. I can take one afternoon of a bad mood without turning tail. Give me a little credit." She looked at him as if she wanted to argue, then shocked him when she asked, "Do you think you would have been happy married to Tori?" He felt his mouth drop open, clamped it shut again. Where the hell did that question come from? It's weird seeing her back in town for an extended period of time. It makes me wonder— Don't. Noah lifted his hand to cut her off. "I'm not interested in reuniting with my old girlfriend, if that's what you want to know." She shook her head. "That's not it. But if things had gone differently that summer, you'd have asked her to marry you. I was a different person back then, young, and in so much pain." He pressed his head against the seat back, looked out the front window to the endless blue sky above the treetops. "I had no business thinking of spending my life with anyone. In the end, Tori and I chose very different directions for our lives. Who knows if that would have made a marriage too difficult? Maybe it was good that you broke up? I mean, in the long run." He let out a bark of laughter, surprised at the bitterness he felt after all these years.
I sure as hell can't say I'm glad things happened the way they did, but I don't regret not having Tori as my wife. Memories of the pain of that summer, the sting of her betrayal when he was already so low, flooded through him. The thought that people knew about what she was doing, and no one had the guts to actually talk to him about it. A stupid, cowardly note left under his windshield wiper. As his body tensed, he felt Katie's fingers slide up his arm. Thank you for answering the question. I know you don't like to talk about that part of your past. Did it help you? He inclined his head so he could look at her, watched her bite down on her bottom lip as she thought about her answer. Yes, she said after a moment. It did. He grabbed her hand, kissed the inside of her palm, then pulled back onto the road again. Then it was worth it. He squeezed her fingers before placing her hand back in her lap. And bad mood or not, we're doing this. You have nothing to be afraid of with me, Katie. Her chest rose and fell as she stared at him. You have no idea, Noah. Katie, we're going to do this. I'm going to do this. The way she looked at him, her brown eyes soft and luminous in the bright daylight, made his breath catch. She must be talking about swimming, but he thought, and hoped, her words might have more meaning. Best not to push her too far too fast, so he nodded and finished the drive to the reservoir. Who would have guessed the hardest part of going swimming with Noah would be stripping down to her bathing suit in front of him? Turn around. They'd launched the small boat he'd borrowed into the water, and now it was tethered to the small dock down the hill from the state park's gravel parking lot. Katie stood next to the back of the truck, clutching a beach towel to her chest. I've seen you naked, Katie. Noah grinned at her, looking every bit the modern-day rake she knew him to be. I think I can handle a bikini. I did not wear a bikini, and it was dark that night at my house. Broad daylight is different. She reached for the wetsuit he held in his hand. Give that to me and turn around. I don't need you watching while I encase myself like a sausage. The water's not bad today, he said with a laugh, holding out his arms wide. You won't need that. Easy for you to say. Noah wore a pair of low-slung board shorts, keen sandals, and a T-shirt with the Colorado state flag on the front. He looked like a high-mountain surf bum. Cold air and water had never bothered him, and his work for the Forest Service only seemed to make him more impervious to the elements. He frowned as he studied her. You're already shivering. It must be close to 90 degrees today. What's going on? Nerves? She squeezed the edges of the towel tighter. My teeth are chattering. Noah took a step closer to her, placing his palms over the tops of her arms, his skin warm against hers. You don't have to do this. If Matt or any other guy cares that you don't like boating or swimming, they're not worth it. This is who you are. She shook her head. It's not who I want to be. It probably seems like nothing because you aren't afraid of anything, but I'm sick of being scared and living life on the sidelines. He bent until they were at eye level and flipped his sunglasses off his head, his brilliant blue eyes intense. There are plenty of things I'm afraid of, and you don't live life on the sidelines. Not being the adrenaline junkies your parents are doesn't make you less of a person, Katie Bug. You have friends who care about you, a thriving business, and you're an important part of this community. Because I have no life, so I'm always available, she muttered, although she had to admit his words soothed her a bit. Will boating on the 4th of July give you a life? The start of one, maybe. She shook her head. Matt knew my parents out in California. That's where he went to college, and he trained with my dad for an Ironman a few years ago. I thought Logan and Olivia introduced you. They did. My parents told Matt we wouldn't have much in common since I'm such a homebody. She tried to make her voice light. My own parents think I'm a homebody. Noah's eyes narrowed. Your parents are wrong. I'd like to prove to myself that I'm more than who they think I am. He placed a soft kiss on the top of her head. I'll wait for you down by the boat. We're going swimming today. As he turned away, Katie placed the towel on top of his truck and squeezed into the wetsuit.
The thick black material covered the entire upper half of her body, but cut off at mid-thigh. Zipping it up, Katie glanced at her reflection in the passenger side window, then groaned. She looked like a cross between a rubber inner tube and a baby seal. The wetsuit fit like a second skin, and while it was more coverage than her bathing suit, it still showed more of her figure than she was used to. It was good she was doing this with Noah before she went boating with Matt and his friends. She could boost her confidence, not only in the water but out of it. She made her way down to the dock and forced herself to lower the towel to her side as Noah looked up. The wetsuit might be tight, but it was basically modest. She had nothing to be embarrassed about in front of him. Nothing at all, she realized as his eyes widened in appreciation at her approach. "Damn," he said when she hopped onto the dock. "I've never seen anyone make a wetsuit look sexy." She waved away his compliment, but butterflies zipped across her belly at his words. "Seriously, Katie." He helped her step into the boat. "Sexy as hell." "Stop." She placed the tips of her fingers in his and jumped onto one of the captain's chairs near the front, then down onto the floor. Noah gave her a tug, and she landed against his chest as his arms came around her. "Just friends, Noah." His smile was teasing. "There are many types of friends." "We're the type who don't call each other sexy," she answered but didn't pull away. He placed his mouth against her ear. "If you say so." His breath tickled the sensitive skin. "Still nervous?" She heard the smile in his voice and moved away, lowering herself into one of the leather chairs. "I'm in a boat," she whispered, "on a lake." "A reservoir, to be specific." "I'm going swimming, and you're trying to distract me so I won't be so scared." He tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. "Is it working? I'm not cold. That's a start." He took the seat behind the steering wheel and reached past her to open the glove compartment. He took out a faded baseball cap. "Put this on and tighten it." "Won't it blow off?" It was one of his favorites, and it felt strangely intimate to adjust it on her head. "Should be fine. And it'll keep your hair from tangling in the wind. You have a lot of experience with the long hair issue on the water?" Without answering, he leaned over the side of the boat to unfasten the rope looped on one of the dock's pillars. A minute later, he'd motored them away from the shore and toward the mountains rising up on the far side of the water. The reservoir was calm, almost placid, and they passed only a couple of smaller fishing boats with old men casting from the sides. Over the holiday weekend, the state park would be crowded with tents and RVs in the campground on the high ridge. Over a dozen boats would dot the water, with people tubing, water skiing, and wakeboarding along the waves. Colorado might be a landlocked state, but enough outdoor enthusiasts lived in and near the mountains to make the best of the sprinkling of man-made lakes and reservoirs throughout the high country. As popular as these areas were during the summer, Katie had managed to avoid going out on the water since she'd had her bad experience as a girl. To call it a near drowning might be exaggerating, but it had felt that way to her. Her fear of open water was irrational, but until now she'd had no reason to confront it. She concentrated on breathing as the boat sped across the water. Noah's hand landed on hers a moment later, and he tried to pry her fingers loose from the seat. "You're safe," he called over the hum of the motor. She shrugged out of his grasp. "You should keep both hands on the steering wheel," she yelled back, "and eyes on the road. I mean, the water." He laughed, his voice carrying over the noise. She recited the ingredients for favorite recipes in her head, focusing on the familiar to distract her from how far away the dock was now. She knew Hidden Canyon Reservoir was nearly 7 miles long, making it one of the larger bodies of water in the state. It wasn't as wide as Lake Dillon in nearby Summit County, a fact that comforted her a bit. She could see from edge to edge, and she watched cars drive along the state highway that bordered the park, counting the seconds between them as she tried not to hyperventilate. After what seemed like an eternity, Noah slowed the boat, and she could hear waves slapping against the aluminum side. Aluminum. Ugh! She was basically floating in a soda pop can. The thought did not reassure her. "We're in the middle," she said, her breath hitching. "How deep is it here?" Noah checked the depth finder mounted near the boat's dashboard. "About 85 feet. Katie swallowed. "Water temperature is 72 degrees. That's like a hot tub for this time of year." "What are those things?" She pointed to the black dots moving across the square screen. "Fish. It tells you their depth, so you know how to set the downriggers. Josh mainly uses the boat to take groups of guests fishing." He glanced at her, then grinned. "The big schools of trout stick to the 10 to 12-foot range. They won't be nibbling your toes if that has you worried." Katie dug her fingernails deeper into the seat cushion. "Everything has me worried." She straightened her shoulders and stood. "If I'm going to do this," she began to step onto the side of the boat. "Hold up, Little Mermaid." Noah grabbed her around the waist. "Don't dive in quite yet. This isn't the swimming lesson I had in mind." Katie frowned. "Then why are we here?" He killed the engine. "I want you to have a chance to get used to the water." "I'd like to get this over with and get the heck off the water." "Do you know anything about Hidden Valley?" "It's big and black and terrifies me." He swiveled her chair until she faced him. "The Hidden Valley Dam was one of the first to be built in this area, back in the early 1940s, under the Roosevelt administration. There's a hydroelectric power plant at the base of the dam that, along with some of the other facilities in the area, provides electricity for almost 50,000 homes. So it's more than just a recreation area." "Why do you know so much?" He shrugged. "Colorado history interests me, especially how the areas that are surrounded by national forests were developed. People think of it as just another body of water, but there's more to it than that. My dad used to come up here after a big storm, when the water was choppy, to swim. It was the closest he could get to conditions in the ocean when he was training for the Iron Man. But a ton colder. He liked that," she answered. "Thought it made him stronger. Wanted it to make me stronger." "Is this where you had the bad experience?" "No, my freakout was in Lake Dillon. It was the summer they decided I was getting too fat and needed to train for a junior triathlon. I was 12, and I'd developed early, you know?" His eyes stayed on her face. "I can imagine," he said gently. "My mom always had a boyish figure, 90 pounds, soaking wet. I was a mutant Amazon compared to her and my dad." She tried to smile. "It's not good when the preteen daughter wears a bigger jean size than her father." "You're a woman," Noah argued. "You're supposed to have curves." "The only curves my dad approved of were muscles. I didn't have those," she shrugged. "They were helping organize the event, and I'd been swimming and running and biking all summer long. I wanted to make them proud, but I'd only trained at the high school pool. I didn't realize how different open water would be. There were so many kids, all of them more prepared and in shape than me." When the race bell sounded, my group ran for the water, but as soon as I dived in, I freaked out. I had goggles but couldn't see in front of me. Other kids were swimming into me, over me. I kept going. I could hear my dad shouting from the shore, and I wanted to finish. But the farther I swam, the more fear took over. I tried to stand and catch my breath, but I was out too far and I couldn't touch. Then the next wave of swimmers came, and there were too many kids around me. I couldn't keep going. She looked into the black water, and the scene came back to her again. Panic rose in her chest at the memories of trying to lift her head and being knocked to the side, taking in big gulps of water that left her choking and struggling to tread water. She realized she was almost hyperventilating when Noah placed his hands on her knees. "Breathe, sweetheart," he whispered. "I promise I'm going to take care of you today." I had to signal for the rescue dinghy. They hauled me onto it. It took 2 men to lift me out of the water. I threw up into the bottom of the boat. It felt like everyone was disappointed. I had to watch the rest of the swimmers before they brought me to shore. She shook her head. My dad couldn't look at me. He was a world-class athlete, and his daughter couldn't even swim a quarter mile. "You panicked. It happens. Adrenaline can sometimes have a strange effect." My dad got the opportunity to help establish the training center in California shortly after school started in the fall. She picked at the skin on one of her fingers. Mom suggested it would be better for me to stay with Graham.
I thought you chose to stay in Crimson. Katie saw the confusion on his face. Of course that was what he thought. It was the way she'd told the story. It was less embarrassing than saying my parents had ditched me here. Of course, Graham was wonderful. I loved living with her. She leaned over toward the edge of the boat and dipped her fingers in the cool water. It was translucent in her hands, the shallow puddle in her palm as clear as if it had come from a faucet. Not scary at all. I remember you visited your parents during the summer and over winter break each year. Katie shrugged. At first, it was awkward. We all knew the reason they left me behind, but no one wanted to talk about it. Then I started baking for them, energy bars to use at the training center. My dad really got into it. He's fascinated with the perfect fuel for the body. It's the one thing that still keeps me connected to them. Noah looked toward the mountains. Katie, I'm not going to let one incident from my childhood define me. That day in the water was a turning point for me, and not in a good way. I need to move past it, as silly as it might seem. It doesn't seem silly. Noah's voice was gruff. Let's go swimming. Chapter 11. She humbled him with her bravery. Noah turned off the motor as the boat drifted toward the small inlet near the cliffs on the western side of the reservoir. As they neared the bank, he tugged his t-shirt over his head and jumped into the water, his shoes squishing in the sandy bottom. He pulled the boat close to a fallen tree and tied the rope to one of the dead branches. You can stand here. Katie stared at him for a moment before her brows shot down over her eyes. This was a terrible idea. I can't get in the water with you looking like that. She flicked her fingers at him. And I look like a sausage. She smoothed her hands over the black material, and not for the first time. Noah wished he was touched.
In between each chapter lies a quiet space. Take this moment to settle in and enjoy the music gently holding you. This audiobook is shared freely for you.
Her. You're the cutest sausage I've ever seen. She snorted in response, making him grin. I feel ridiculous. She stood, arms crossed over her chest. It's stupid to be afraid of getting in water that's only as high as my knees. Don't say that. Nothing about you is stupid. He leaned down, splashed some of the cold lake water onto his chest and arms. He was overheated, and not only because of the warming temperature and sun beating down. Katie had weathered so much rejection from her parents, but she kept moving forward. He never would have guessed the full truth of why she'd lived with her grandma, and it made him feel like even more of a failure as a friend. He couldn't imagine being deserted by his parents, because that would have never happened in his family. Noah was the one who'd separated himself during his father's illness, pulling away by degrees when the pain of staying became too intense. Katie thought he had no fear, but that was far from the truth. He was afraid of everything that made him feel. He'd tried to insulate himself from the pain of possibly losing someone else he cared about. The fact that she trusted him gave him hope that he could change, that it wasn't too late for either of them. You're stalling. He motioned her forward. Get in the water. She squeezed shut her eyes for a second. I'm stalling, she admitted, and inched closer to the port side of the boat. Flipping one leg over, she balanced on the ledge. Her knuckles turned white as she clenched the metal edge. It's shallow. You're safe. He wanted her to believe him, and not just in this moment. He may have failed in lots of areas, but he was determined to keep her safe.
Not many people took Noah seriously, and with good reason. Sure, he was good at his job and had plenty of responsibility with the Forest Service, but in none of his relationships with coworkers, friends, or his family did people trust him with anything deeply emotional. Katie had, and it went a long way to fill some of the emptiness inside him. He had lost time to make up for with her, beginning now. He walked through the water and stopped at the side of the boat. His first impulse was to tease or splash her, something to lighten the mood and break through her nerves. But this was serious, and he wanted to respect that. "Take my hand," he told her instead. "I've got you." A knot of tension loosened in his chest when she placed her fingers in his. She hopped down, landing in the water with a splash. "It's cold," she said, sucking in a breath. "You'll get used to it." She was gripping his fingers so tight he could see the tips turning bright pink. Katie holding him like a lifeline was the best sensation he'd had in ages. "What now?" she asked, her body stiff. "We walk out a little farther, only as deep as you can handle." "I'm such a wimp," she said with a groan. "You're doing this, Katie. That makes you a badass." She smiled. "I've never once been described as a bad anything." "Stick with me," he assured her, and was rewarded with a soft laugh. A moment later, the water was at her waist. She stopped and closed her eyes. He could almost see her steeling herself on the inside, fighting whatever demons were left over from that long-ago fear. The cold water lapped at his hips, a benefit, he thought, since the vulnerability in her expression was having the inconvenient reaction of turning him on. He had to get a hold on himself, where Katie was concerned. Slowly, he let go of her hand. Her eyes snapped open as he backed away. "Where are you going? You can't leave me." "Come with me," he said, sliding his fingers through the ripples on the reservoir's surface. He moved deeper into the water. She gave her head a short shake. "You can do this," he told her, sinking under the water. Damn, it really was cold. He resurfaced, pushed the water from his face, and grinned when he saw she'd stepped out far enough for the waves to brush the underside of her breasts. Too bad the wetsuit covered them up so efficiently. He leaned back and gave several hard kicks until he was out far enough not to touch the bottom. "Swim, Katie," he called to her. She glanced behind her at the grassy shoreline, then put her arms out straight and dived forward. As soon as her face hit the water, she reared up, sputtering and coughing, wet hair draped forward over her eyes and cheeks. She swiped at it, looking both scared and angry, making his heart lurch. "I'll come back in," he said loud enough to be heard over her panting breath. "We'll start slower." "No," she held up a hand. "Give me a minute." She slicked her hair away from her face. Droplets of water glistened on the tips of her eyelashes. He couldn't tell if they were lake water or tears, but continued to tread water and wait. "You don't have to put your head in." "Yes, I do." Her lips were moving, as if she was giving herself a silent lecture. Then she pushed off again, slower this time. He eased out a little farther as she swam for him. He shouldn't have been surprised that once she started, her form was perfect. If she'd been taught to swim by her father, he would have made sure of that. Within a few strokes, she was next to him. She lifted her face out of the water and looked around. "I did it," she whispered. Her teeth were chattering, but she grinned. "I swam." "Just like the Little Mermaid," he agreed, taking her hand and pulling her into him. Her arms wrapped around his neck as her legs went around his waist. Again, he was grateful for the cold water. "How are you doing?" "Freaking out," but in a good way this time. She hugged him, then gently kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Noah." He forced himself not to shift his head and take her mouth with his, not to take advantage of their position and her emotions. He was her friend today and grateful for the chance to support her. With an effort of will almost beyond him, he pushed her away. "Race you back to shore." She splashed water in his face at the same time she yelled, "Go!" He laughed, wiped his eyes, then followed her through the water. "I want to swim more," Katie told Noah an hour later. "You've got to get in the boat, honey." Noah leaned over the front of the boat to where she was treading water in a different, deeper inlet.
Your lips are blue. Katie pressed her fingers to her mouth and realized she couldn't feel her lips. She swam to the back and put her foot onto the step that hung from the edge, hoisting herself out of the water. Noah had taken her to several different parts of the park, so she could gain confidence swimming in new areas. She'd stripped out of the wetsuit for this last dip, since she wouldn't have it to cover her on the 4th of July. There was too much adrenaline charging through her to be embarrassed by Noah, seeing her in a bathing suit. He took her arm to steady her as she stepped on the boat, then cursed. Your skin is like ice. Hell, you're probably halfway to hypothermia. I should have never let you stay in the water so long. I'm fine, she told him, but her teeth were chattering so hard it was difficult to speak. You need to dry off. He wrapped a towel around her shoulders and she sank into one of the captain's chairs. Katie didn't care that she was freezing. She'd done it. She'd conquered her fear of the water. It felt like the first step towards something new and exciting in her life. That was fun. Stop trying to talk. Noah picked up another towel to dry her hair. You're shaking so hard you'll chip a tooth. He covered her head with the towel, scrubbing it over her hair. His touch felt so good all Katie could think was the old advice of reheating someone with hypothermia by skin-to-skin contact. Just the thought of pressing herself to the broad expanse of Noah's chest warmed her a few degrees. She giggled, the sound coming out more like a hiccup with her teeth still chattering. What's so funny? Noah used the edge of the towel to smooth the hair away from her face. She shook her head, but couldn't seem to stop grinning. I'm happy. He dropped to his knees in front of her. I'm proud of you, Katie. I'd like to think your dad would be proud, too, but he's an insensitive jerk. She arched one eyebrow. And I'm learning not to be, he added. He leaned closer, his mouth almost brushing hers as the boat dipped and swayed on the water. Which is why I'm not going to kiss you now, he whispered. You're not? She wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed. Disappointed, her body cried. She expected her brain to register relief, but it shut off as she stared into Noah's familiar blue eyes. He gave a small shake of his head. I want you, he said softly. You know I do, but you have to choose. I can't make any promises, and my track record isn't the greatest. She gave an involuntary snort, and he smiled. Right. He traced one finger along the seam of her lips. She must have defrosted because his touch made her whole body tingle. You've got your new plan for life, and I don't fit into that. I'm going to try to do the right thing and respect that. No, she wanted to shout. Kiss me. Be with me. But she didn't say those things. Swimming was one thing, but taking an emotional risk was a different level of courage, one she didn't yet possess. I brought lunch, she said, trying not to sound as lame as she felt. Something passed through Noah's gaze, but he pulled away and stood. Are you warming up? Not as much as she'd like, but with the towel wrapped around her shoulders, she nodded and pulled the insulated tote bag from under the dash. Taking out 2 sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, she handed one to Noah. Chicken salad, she told him. My favorite. What are you having? Same thing. It was easier to make, too. I also have fruit, chips, and homemade lemonade. She glanced at him when he didn't move. He stood in the center of the boat, staring at the wrapped sandwich resting in his hand. What's wrong? He glanced at her, his brows furrowed. Chicken salad is my favorite. But you don't like it. That's not true. She pulled out the bag of potato chips from the tote. Exactly. He shook his head, sank down on the seat across from her. Is this your grandma's recipe? Of course. She pretended to search the bottom of the tote. I know I packed forks for the fruit. Then you definitely don't like it. I remember from when she made it in high school. I don't dislike it. Why are you making a big deal over the sandwich? Because you're starting a new life. He tugged the tote bag out of her grasp. Or so you tell me. You've got to start making what you want a priority, even if it's in your choice of sandwich fillings. He placed the bag on the floor, and before she could stop him, grabbed her sandwich out of her hand. And I bet. He unwrapped the wax paper. I knew it. You use the heels.
Katie felt more exposed than if she was prancing around in a string bikini. Who cares? We don't use them at the bakery. Why waste food? He lifted one corner of his sandwich. Then why not use them on mine, too? I'm not picky. Because... She grabbed the chip bag, tore it open with such force that a few chips flew out and landed in her lap. She stared at them, hating the embarrassment coursing through her. It's habit. I use the ends of the bread for myself. Maybe I like the ends. No one likes the ends. Noah picked up the chips scattered across her thighs, his fingers golden against her paler skin. You think I don't notice things, and most of the time you're right. But we've been friends for over 10 years. Bug, I know how you put the needs of everyone around you in front of your own. You make it sound like a bad thing, she muttered, brushing her palms across her legs. Her stomach rolled, as if she was 11 years old again and her mother had caught her taking extra cookies from the jar on her grandma's counter. Noah sighed, caught her hands in his, and held them until her gaze lifted to his. It's not, but I want to make sure you make yourself a priority. His smile was tender. You may not think I can take care of you, but the guy you choose should put you first. You're perfect the way you are. She wanted to believe those words were true, but she'd had a lifetime of the people around her proving they weren't. She hadn't been enough for her own parents, and as much love as Graham had given her, Katie had never been sure if it was unconditional. From the moment her mom and dad left her in Crimson, she'd made herself indispensable, working after school, weekends, and summer vacation in the bakery. She'd learned the art of baking and made herself a valuable part of the business. Of course she loved it, but what if she hadn't? What if she'd rebelled or turned her back on her grandmother's legacy? What if she didn't help whenever someone needed her now? If she wasn't giving them her best, would people leave her behind just like her parents had? Noah would never understand the deep roots of her fear of rejection. Even though he'd been through a lot with his family, he'd always had their unwavering love and support. She forced a laugh, tugged away from his grip, and grabbed the sandwich from his lap. You win, she said lightly. No more bread ends for me. He studied her a moment, then unwrapped his sandwich. I hope that's true, he said. If you need somewhere to donate all those ends, my stomach volunteers. He took a bite and gave a little moan of pleasure, especially if the ends come with your chicken salad between them. She appreciated that he let go of the topic. The rest of the afternoon saw them back to their normal camaraderie. She stifled a yawn as he docked the boat an hour later. Worn out? He asked, hopping onto the wood planks and tying a rope to one of the poles. Exhausted, she admitted. I've been tired in general lately. She gathered her sunscreen and tote bag and stood. I hope I'm not getting sick. There's too much to do before the Founders' Day festival for that. He reached out a hand and steadied her as she climbed onto the dock. That's what I'm talking about. You work too hard, doing your part and everyone else's. Olivia is pregnant, she argued, exasperated they were back on this subject. It's not like she dumped her responsibilities on me for no good reason. All I'm saying is, you matter too. Point taken. She dropped her sandals to the ground and shoved her feet in them, starting toward his truck before he could lecture her any longer. His words were especially irritating because they were true. She was pushing herself too hard, taking on more special orders at the bakery, just as the summer tourist season was heating up. With the extra work for the festival, she was spread way too thin. It grated on her nerves to have Noah point it out. People praised her overzealous work ethic. They didn't chastise her for it. Noah caught up to her as she reached the back of the truck. Don't be mad. I only want you to take care of yourself. The concern in his eyes was real. She knew that. He'd only said out loud what she'd been thinking the past week. Maybe I'll put Lelia in charge of some of the smaller orders. She trained at a bakery in San Francisco, so she knows her way around the kitchen. Katie had never shared any significant chunk of responsibility at Life is Sweet since her grandma's death, but she couldn't keep going at this pace. Good idea, he said, and opened her door for her. Do you need help with the boat? I didn't mean to run off and leave you with all the work. I've got it. He patted the passenger seat.
You probably swam a couple miles today. You deserve a rest."
The truck's interior was warm from the sun beating through the front window. Katie's eyes started to drift shut, but she managed to stay awake while Noah maneuvered the boat onto the trailer. By the time they headed back toward town, her eyelids were so heavy it was hard to fight off her need for a nap. "Close them," Noah said softly. With a sigh, she did, and immediately drifted asleep. She woke in her own bed, the light spilling through the curtains indicating early evening. She vaguely remembered them arriving at her house and Noah carrying her to her bedroom. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed from the bed. She needed to find the new cell phone she'd got to replace hers and check messages in case anything had come up with the bakery or the festival. She found the cooler bag, her purse, and her phone sitting in a neat pile on the kitchen counter. Next to them was a plate covered in plastic wrap with a note on top. "I'm not the only one with favorites. Thanks for a great day, Anne." She unwrapped the plate to find a peanut butter and banana sandwich. He'd even cut off the crusts. She quickly took a bite, savoring the chewy peanut butter and sweet banana slices. So Noah remembered her favorite sandwich? She knew it wasn't a big deal. They'd been friends long enough that he should remember that kind of detail about her. As she chewed, she tried, and failed, to convince herself that she'd be able to remain friends with Noah while trying to fall in love with another man. Where did that leave their friendship? Katie didn't want to think about the answer. Maybe it would get easier once his mom was fully recovered, and he wasn't around all the time? She only hoped that was the case. Otherwise, she was in big trouble. Chapter 12. By the time Noah checked in with the Forest Service ranger station and returned the boat to Crimson Ranch, it was almost dinner time. When someone was sick or in trouble in Crimson, food poured forth from the community like manna from heaven. Right now, there were enough lasagnas, casseroles, and soups in his mother's freezer to last them another 3 months. He and Emily took turns defrosting food for dinner each night, while his mom wrote thank you notes for the meals, flowers, and miscellaneous bits of support she'd received. The house was empty when he walked in, however, and his mom's Toyota SUV that Emily had been driving wasn't in the garage. He hoped this meant pizza or some kind of carry-out for dinner. A person could only handle so much lasagna. His mother spent most of her afternoons reading or doing crossword puzzles on the screened-in back patio. But when he didn't find her there, Noah quickly climbed the steps to the second floor. She'd been doing great since she'd returned from the hospital, almost back to her regular self as far as Noah could tell. He also understood how quickly something could change. The pancreatic cancer that claimed his father had been sudden and ruthless. Only a matter of months between the initial diagnosis and his dad's death. "Mom, where are you?" Noah shouted as he sprinted down the hall to the master bedroom. The door was closed and he burst through, then stopped as his mother's gaze met his in the mirror over the dresser. "What's the matter?" She whirled around, took a step toward him. "Are you okay?" He held up one hand as he tried to catch his breath and still his pounding heart. "Of course I'm okay. It's you I'm worried about." "Me?" He nodded. "Why are you dressed like that?" She wore a long flowing skirt with a gauzy tunic pulled over it. A bright beaded necklace circled her neck, a gift from his father for her 40th birthday, shortly before his dad had got sick. Her head was covered in a silk turban, covering the scar that ran from her temple to her ear. He'd got so used to seeing her with a simple knit cap or a baseball hat, he couldn't quite make sense of her looking so glamorous. She was even wearing makeup, something he hadn't seen his ever-practical mother do in years. Suddenly his skin felt itchy. He glanced at his watch. "Where's Emily? It's her turn to make dinner." "I'm sorry, sweetie. Did I forget to tell you?" "Tell me what?" he said through clenched teeth. Her smile was wide. "I have a date tonight." She spun in a circle, and Noah's mouth dropped open. His mother was twirling as if she was a teenage girl or princess movie character. "I have to admit I'm a little nervous." She turned again toward the mirror, patted her head. I wish my hair would grow back faster. I may have more wrinkles than I used to, but I always had good hair. Noah felt as though his head was about to start spinning, as if he was some demon-possessed horror movie cliché. Where's Em? She drove to Aspen to meet a friend from back east who's vacationing there. Davy went with her. It's a big step for both of them, other than helping Katie with a few things for Founder's Day and grocery runs. Your sister has barely left the farm since she got here. Mom, you've been home less than a week. Don't you think you should take it easy? I feel great, like something in me is coming back to life. Does that sound silly? It would have a few weeks ago, but after spending time with Katie, especially the way it made him feel to be the one to help her overcome her fear of the water today, his mother's words struck a deep chord inside him. All of them had been wounded by his father's death, and they'd each stopped living in their own personal ways. He realized now that Tori's betrayal, so soon after his father had died, had made him wall off his emotions. He might act like casual flings and random hookups were all he wanted in a relationship, but that was a lie he couldn't maintain any longer. Seeing his mother go out with another man might be difficult, but he'd never deny her the chance to feel alive again. She deserved whatever, or whoever, could make her happiest. Meg opened a tube of lipstick, dotted another layer onto her lips. He walked up behind her, wrapped her in a hug, and kissed her cheek. The scent of the perfume she'd been wearing for years, flowery and delicate, washed over him. He couldn't remember smelling it since his father's death. She'd put away too much of herself as part of her grief. You don't need makeup to look beautiful, Mom. You know Dad would have wanted this, for you to be happy again. I loved him, his mother whispered, her eyes shining with tears. I know. He was proud of you, Noah. His arms stiffened, and he tried to pull away, but she held on to his wrists. I know you don't believe it, but he already saw the man you were going to become. Don't ever doubt that. I don't doubt his vision, but my ability to live up to it. If you could only... The doorbell rang, interrupting her. I think that's for you, Noah said with a smile and released her. She dropped the lipstick onto the dresser and smoothed her fingers under her eyes. I can't believe I'm nervous. It's just dinner. She gave Noah a quick hug. Come down with me and meet John. He followed her down the stairs and opened the front door while she gathered her purse. It was odd to see her doctor standing on the other side, not wearing a white lab coat or scrubs. Tonight the man wore a collared shirt and thin cargo pants, both carrying the logo of a well-known fly fishing company. Dr. Moore, Noah said, but didn't move from the doorway. He'd never got into the man-of-the-house role since his father died, but felt suddenly protective of his mother. Please call me John, the older man smiled, almost nervously, and tilted his head to try to look around Noah. Is Meg ready? Almost. Noah stepped onto the porch. Where are you kids headed tonight? Tater ambled up to them, sniffed at the doctor, who scratched her behind the ears. There's a new restaurant that opened recently off the highway between here and Aspen. The owner is one of my patients. Meg walked up behind Noah, and the doctor's eyes lit with appreciation. You look wonderful, the man said softly, then glanced at Noah, one brow raised. Noah gave him a small nod. Have her home at a reasonable hour. She still needs rest. Noah, his mother said on a laughing breath. He's a doctor. You don't have to lecture him. But John only nodded. I'll take care of her, he assured Noah, as if he knew Noah's words were about more than her physical well-being. Have a good time, then. She kissed his cheek, and then she and John headed for the Audi SUV parked in front of the house. It was another perfect summer night, the air holding just a hint of a breeze, and the sky beginning to turn varied shades of pink and orange. Noah watched them drive away as Tater pushed her head against his legs. I'm not the only one who's been left without dinner, huh, girl? She nudged him again, and he went back into the house and scooped kibble into her bowl. As the dog crunched, Noah looked around the empty kitchen. He could heat up leftovers from the fridge, but he was no longer in the mood for dinner. Normally, Noah craved solitude when he wasn't out with friends. It was part of what he loved about his job with the Forest Service, the ability to lose himself in the quiet of the woods. Despite being social, a piece of him needed occasional alone time to recharge. It was one more excuse he'd made for not engaging in serious relationships. He didn't want a woman to encroach on his private time. Determined to be single, Katie had called him. While that determination had once felt like a privilege, now he realized the price he paid for it was being lonely. It didn't sit well, and he took out his phone to start texting. Suddenly, the last thing he wanted in his life was more time by himself.
Why are we out here on the most crowded day of the year?
Liam Donovan growled as he slowed to steer his Mastercraft speedboat around another group of smaller boats on Hidden Canyon Reservoir over the holiday weekend. Noah pulled the brim of his ball cap lower on his head as he scanned the boats dotted around the water. "Because Noah is stalking Katie," Liam's wife Natalie answered with a grin. Noah shot her a glare. "And Noah taught me to wakeboard." Natalie's 9-year-old son, Austin, munched on a piece of red licorice, practically bouncing up and down on the seat next to Noah.
You did great, kid.
Noah ruffled the boy's dark hair. "I could have taught you to wakeboard," Liam said, turning to look at his stepson. Austin shrugged. "He's better than you." "Ouch," Liam muttered. Natalie reached over and rubbed his shoulders. "You have many other skills, dear husband." Noah's gaze flicked to his friends. Natalie and Liam had been a couple in high school, then spent close to 10 years hating each other. When Liam had returned to Crimson at the end of last year, he'd been the consummate example of the phrase, "money can't buy happiness." Liam was a hugely successful entrepreneur and had recently headquartered his newest company in Crimson. But reuniting with Natalie had made the biggest change in him. Liam finally realized there was more to life than business. Noah had to admit he envied his friend. To rediscover that kind of love was a gift, he now realized.
There she is.
Noah stood, pressing his palms to the edge of the boat. She wore a 2-piece bathing suit, which practically killed him, and her thick hair was tied back in a ponytail. The sight of her did strange things inside Noah's chest, so he tried to focus on what he could control. They've got a whole group on that boat. Might be too many. Not sure if it's legal.
Want me to call them in?
Liam asked with a laugh.
Or do you remember how many guys we used to pile on my boat in high school?
Noah snorted. We were lucky we didn't sink that thing. He gestured toward the red and silver powerboat, floating near the far end of the reservoir. It was at least 26 feet, the bright colors and sleek lines making it look as if it belonged in Southern California instead of a mountain lake high in the Rockies.
How close can you get without them spotting us?
Natalie looked at Austin. Don't listen to either of them. You will never do the stupid things these guys did. She pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then turned them toward Noah. I'm not sure I like what's going on here. Why are we spying on Katie? She's on a date.
You know how she feels about water. I want to make sure she's comfortable.
You're not looking to sabotage her? Natalie narrowed her eyes. He didn't blame Natalie for doubting him. But even if he and Katie were only friends, Noah wanted to be the best damn friend he could.
No one deserves happiness more than Katie,
he answered, sinking back into his seat as Liam inched closer to the cliffs where Matt's boat was anchored.
I want to make sure she gets it.
With Matt? Natalie asked. Because she likes Matt, Noah. It could turn into something more if given the chance.
Nat, enough with the 3rd degree,
Liam said gently. Noah rubbed the back of his neck, where a dull ache had been bothering him since the morning. Austin handed him a long band of licorice. You need this more than me.
Thanks.
He took the licorice and bit off one end, meeting Natalie's wary gaze.
I'm not going to mess it up for her. Promise.
Okay, she said after a moment, but that still doesn't explain why we're here. Noah didn't understand it himself. A part of him hoped that Katie would see them on the water and realize she belonged with him instead. He squinted as they got closer, trying to identify the people on Matt's boat. He could see the woman who worked with Katie at the bakery. Lelia, he'd heard her called. There were 3 other guys with them, all lean and rangy, friends of Matt's, he assumed. The truth was he liked the feeling he'd had when he and Katie spent their day on the reservoir. He wanted to be the one to help her if she got scared, to bolster her confidence and make her see she was more than she believed. Now she laughed at something Matt said, throwing back her head and exposing her delicate throat as that long tumble of dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Noah felt his pulse leap at the sight and wanted nothing more than to lay Matt Davis out on the ground. "We should go," he said suddenly. "Nat, you're right. It's stupid that I'm spying on her this way. Katie can take care of herself." "No way," Austin whined. "Liam, you promised we could go cliff jumping." "You promised what?" Natalie choked out. Out of the corner of his eye, Noah saw someone throw an oversized rubber inner tube into the water off the back of Matt's boat. Ignoring Liam and Natalie, he turned his full attention across the water. Katie was fastening a life vest across her chest as Matt adjusted one on Lelia's tiny frame. Katie smiled at something one of the other guys said, but her hands were balled tight at her sides. "You don't have to prove anything to them," he whispered, willing his words to carry to her. Instead, she and Lelia climbed onto the colorful tube, stomachs down, and Matt pushed them out behind the boat. Noah glanced at the sky, perfectly blue, and the air was almost still. The temperature was forecast to hit over 90 today, so conditions were perfect for tubing. Hell, he'd had a great time in the water an hour earlier, helping Austin learn how to balance on the wakeboard. He knew Katie was more confident now, but he hadn't expected her to volunteer for something like this. He hoped Matt took it easy on the 2 women. Depending on the boat's driver, tubing could be fun, or it could be a crazy ride. As Matt's boat sped off toward the open middle of the reservoir, Natalie came to stand next to him. "Is Katie tubing?" she asked incredulously. "Yeah." "You took her swimming last week, right?" He gave a brief nod, cursing under his breath as the tube disappeared around a bend in the lake. "She's not afraid anymore?" "She's good," he said, more for his own benefit than Natalie's. "She can handle this." His stomach lurched as the boat came back into view. "If that idiot will slow the hell down, he's going way too fast." "Can we go to the cliffs now?" Austin asked. "In a minute," Natalie said automatically. Noah heard her breath catch as the inner tube hit another boat's wake and popped into the air a few feet. Both women held on, and Matt headed toward the center of the reservoir, then spun the boat in a wide arc. The tube skidded across the water, bumping through the waves as slack filled the line before it jerked tight again. "They're heading for us," Natalie murmured. Noah shook his head and glanced past the front of Liam's boat. "He's taking them to the edge of the reservoir." The concrete dam front loomed on the other side of the cliff face. It was where the water from the mouth of the Hidden Creek River flowed into the dam. A rope and buoys floated 50 yards in front of the dam, alerting boaters and swimmers that the area was off limits. It made that stretch of water almost empty compared to the popularity of the rest of the lake on a weekend holiday. "Liam, head toward the dam." As his friend hit the throttle, both he and Natalie dropped into seats. Austin leaned forward around Noah. "Is that Miss Katie?" he asked, pointing at the inner tube skimming through the water. Natalie's smile looked forced as she turned to her son. "Sure is, bud. She's quite the daredevil, isn't she?" Noah glanced at the boy and saw his eyes widen. "That's way faster than you went on the wakeboard, Noah." "That's faster than anyone should be driving with the reservoir so crowded." As if his words were an omen, a small jet ski took a sharp turn then stalled out, stopping directly in the path of Matt's boat. Noah cursed as the boat swerved one way then the other. He could see the men in back laughing and pumping their fists as if egging on Matt's reckless driving. The tube hit the boat's wake and ricocheted into the air before slamming back down. It immediately flew up again, and this time one of the women came off, bouncing across the water like a skipped stone. Lelia hit the water and popped back up thanks to her life vest, brushing her hair out of her face. Noah's vision turned red as he saw Matt bump knuckles with one of his friends on the boat, but he didn't slow down, instead making another wide turn, then a sharper one, sending the tube airborne, and Katie soaring through the air along with it. "Katie!" Natalie yelled. "Liam, get to her now!" But unlike Lelia, Katie didn't pop up out of the water. Instead, her life vest immediately surfaced. Empty. "Where is she?" Natalie screamed. "Stop!" Noah yelled, and stripped off his shirt, diving in toward the place where the yellow life vest bobbed empty in the water. Chapter 13. For a few moments, Katie didn't register anything but the sensation of flying through the air. Then she hit the water with a force that tore the air from her lungs. Her arms already burned from holding onto the handles of the inner tube, so she pumped her legs, finally surfacing with a choked breath. When she began to sink again, she patted her chest and realized with a start that the life vest had ripped off when she landed. Panic seized her as a wave splashed over her head. She focused on treading water, squinting against the sun's reflection on the lake. Surely Matt would be coming for her any second. But it was hard to see anything beyond the waves from various boat wakes swelling around her. Her heart squeezed, and she struggled to rein in her hysteria. A flash of yellow caught her gaze as the water receded for a moment. Her life vest. Make it to the life vest. Her arms felt like lead weights as she lifted one, then the other out of the water. "You can do this," she told herself, but the voice in her head sounded like Noah's, coaxing her, calming her, and making her believe she could overcome the fear that had been a part of her for so long. She could almost hear his voice calling to her. Then he was in front of her, appearing over the crest of a wave, her life jacket in his hand. "Grab on," he said, and she reached for it, reached for him. His arms went around her waist. "I've got you, sweetheart," he said against her hair, his voice thick with emotion. "Damn, you scared me." She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Fear and panic still lapped at the corners of her mind, just like the water rising and falling around her. "Focus on me," he said, and she did. On his blue eyes, even brighter against his sun-kissed skin, on the scruff on his jaw. His thumb brushed across her cheek, the slight pressure making her wince. "You already have a bruise forming. Just a minute more, and Liam will have the boat here." "What are you—" Water splashed into her face, and she coughed again. "Katie, are you okay?" She looked up as she heard Natalie yelling to her. Her brain wouldn't register why her friend was peering down at her from the side of a shiny blue and silver speedboat. "Where's Lelia?" "She's fine." "What about Matt and the boat?" She felt Noah stiffen, his lips thinning into a tight line. "Let's get you to safety. Then we'll deal with Matt Davis." "My arms," she whispered. "I don't think I can pull myself out of the water." "I'll help you." He swam them toward the back of the boat, where Liam had slung a plastic ladder next to the engine. "Pull her up," Noah commanded, positioning Katie in front of the ladder. "Step up as he lifts you, Bug," he whispered in her ear. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she took hold of the metal railing. With his hands on her hips, Noah held her out of the water, while Liam gripped under her arms and hauled her onto the boat. She stumbled, and Natalie grabbed her around the waist, helping her to one of the seats near the front of the boat as she wrapped a towel around Katie's shoulders. "Are you okay?" Natalie repeated her earlier question. Embarrassment washed over her. After all her preparation, she'd needed to be rescued from the water yet again. "I'm fine," she mumbled, but they all knew it was a lie. Apparently, Austin believed her because a wide grin broke across his face. "That was so cool, Miss Katie. You must have caught 6 feet of air." He stood on tiptoes and reached his hand above him to indicate how high the inner tube had flown. "Then you slammed down on the water." She could return his smile now that she was safely on the boat. So many parts of her body ached, but the reality was, she'd made it. "You hit so hard your life vest came off," he all but shouted. "Wait until I tell my friends that story. They won't believe it from the cupcake lady." "Austin, enough." Natalie's tone was firm but gentle. "Sorry." He looked at Katie sheepish. "No offense." "None taken." She ran 2 fingers over her cheek. It hurt, but not as badly now. I was wearing one of the larger life vests because Lelia's so tiny, she needed the woman's size. I thought I'd tightened it enough, but it must have slipped over my head on impact. Impact, Noah growled, sounding disgusted. What the hell was he thinking taking you on that kind of ride? Don't make this a big deal, Noah. Katie lifted her chin. I mean it. He opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, Matt's boat came closer. The guys on the boat were cheering with shouts of, Awesome, Katie, sweet dismount, and You nailed it. You want to swim over and we'll get you back in the boat? Matt called. Lelia stood next to him, grinning from ear to ear. It made Katie feel like an even bigger wimp. She sucked in a breath as Noah snapped, You're an ass. We're heading to shore, Liam said, cutting off Noah mid-sentence. We'll meet you over there. Matt nodded, still smiling as Liam motored away. Natalie reached out to take Katie's hand. You're sure you... Please don't say anything, Katie said, glancing from Natalie to Noah. None of them knew I was nervous on the water. It doesn't matter, Noah yelled over the roar of the engine. He shouldn't have been driving that fast. Katie agreed, but she wasn't going to fuel Noah's anger by admitting it. The ride across the reservoir to the grassy shore below the parking lot and picnic area lasted only a few minutes. In that time, Katie took stock of what had happened. She blamed herself for letting Matt and his friends convince her to get on the tube in the first place. She liked Matt, but the more time she spent with him, the more she realized he was an adrenaline junkie like her father. As much as she wanted to fit in with him and his friends, someone like Lelia had much more in common with them. Most of the talk on the boat today had centered around the best spots around Crimson for mountain biking and rock climbing, both sports Lelia had been eager to try. Other than another inner tube ride, Katie could think of nothing she'd want to do less. I need a bathroom break, Natalie said as they pulled into a space between 2 smaller boats. Noah hopped into the water, hauling the boat to shore with the rope Liam tossed him. As muscles bunched in his arms and across his shoulders, Katie's mouth went dry, and she dropped her head into her hands. She was pathetic. Austin jumped into the water, too, leaving Natalie and her alone in the boat. Why were you guys out there? She asked, lifting her gaze. Liam normally hates crowds. A holiday weekend on the lake can't be his idea of a good time. Noah was worried about you. Why? Didn't he think I could handle it? From what I could tell, it's because he cares about you. Natalie shook her head, one side of her mouth curving. I've never seen him like that. He had us motoring all over the lake to find you. She held up a hand when Katie would have argued. Not because he didn't think you could handle yourself. He wanted to look after you. Like a friend, but it was more. A lot more. Katie sighed, looked at Noah standing on the bank talking to Liam and Austin. This was the summer I was going to get over him, Nat. There's no future there. Are you sure? People change. Sometimes they only need to open their eyes to what's in front of them. She gave Katie's shoulder a squeeze. I think the combination of seeing you with another guy then hurtling across the lake may have done that for our buddy Noah. Katie thought about that. Yes, she'd vowed to move past her feelings for him. She wanted more from life than he was willing to give her, and the frustration at her unrequited love was beginning to take a toll on their friendship. But what if Natalie was right? Had she given up too soon? Or was he only interested in her because suddenly she was out of reach? She glanced up as Matt's boat pulled in at the end of the line of boats, docked below the picnic area. One of his friends was driving now, and Matt climbed off the front to beach the boat and tether it to a tree stump. She closed her eyes so she wouldn't be tempted to compare him to Noah. Matt was handsome, but her body didn't react to him like it had to Noah moments ago. That won't end well. Katie blinked at Natalie's words. As Matt finished knotting the rope, Noah was stalking toward him, every muscle in his body radiating anger. She scrambled forward, holding the towel around her waist as she threw her legs over the side of the boat. She made her way up the shoreline, picking her way over the rocks that dug into her bare feet. "You're a reckless idiot," Noah yelled, pushing Matt in the chest. The other man, several inches shorter than Noah, stumbled back, the easy smile disappearing from his face.
What the hell was that for? He took 2 steps toward Noah. For putting those women in danger. You were driving like an idiot with them on the tube behind you. Who are you? The Coast Guard? Matt came forward until his chest almost touched Noah's. We were having fun, Grandpa. Noah's head snapped back, as if Matt had actually hit him. In his circle of friends, Noah was the life of the party. Katie knew he cultivated and protected that image like a coveted prize. Fun? Noah all but spit the word in Matt's face. You almost killed Katie. Matt's expression registered shock, then anger. She was having a good time. She's afraid of the water, Noah ground out. Katie was right behind them but stopped as the group took in Noah's words. Again, embarrassment rolled through her. I'm fine, she said tightly. Unwilling to look at Matt's friends on the boat, she kept her gaze fixed on him and Noah. Is that true? Matt backed up from Noah a few steps. Why didn't you say anything? It's not... She trailed off. How could she deny something so much a part of her, even if she didn't want it to be? I was having fun. Noah cursed under his breath. Are you joking? He turned fully toward her, blocking Matt's view with his body. That was the opposite of fun for you. I wanted to get on that inner tube, Noah. No one forced me. He shouldn't have been driving like that. I'm sorry, Matt said behind him. Katie, you should have signaled me to slow down. I thought it was great, Lelia called from the boat. Katie narrowed her eyes at the woman. Sorry, Lelia muttered, but I did. You're enough, Noah whispered, pitching his voice low enough that she was the only one who could hear him. Just the way you are, Katie. You don't need to try this hard. His words cut across her, turned her insides to liquid and fire. All she'd wanted in life was to be enough for someone without having to try. She'd always had to try, as if she was inherently lacking as a person. She'd told herself she was turning over a new leaf, but it felt as if she'd traded one mask for a different guise. She'd wanted to move off the sidelines so badly that she'd pitched herself headfirst into becoming someone she was never meant to be. Okay, Matt said, stepping around Noah. Now we know that you're not one for adventure. His voice was kind, but there was a note of disappointment in it she couldn't miss. He held out a hand to her. Let's have lunch. Then you can keep the boat steady while the rest of us cliff jump. On the boat, Lelia clapped her hands. Noah snorted and bent so he was looking into her eyes, his gaze intense. You're not going back out there with him, he said softly. She bit down on her lip, glanced at Matt. I came with them, Noah. I don't want anyone to think that ride rattled me. Who cares what they think? He shot back. I do. He straightened and turned on his heel. Liam, I'm done for the day. I'll catch you back in town, he called, and stomped off, heading up the hill. Matt rubbed his hand along her upper arm. Damn, that was intense. Makes me want a beer. When she only stared, he dropped his hand. You brought lunch, right? She nodded. In the cooler on the boat. Great, he chucked her on the shoulder. That was a massive crash, he said with a boyish grin. Katie looked between Matt's boat to where Liam's was tethered 5 feet away. Natalie raised her eyebrows, her silent question clear to Katie. I'm not going back on the boat with you. She spoke the words out loud and saw Natalie nod in approval. Matt shrugged. Suit yourself. Can we still keep the food? Sure. Katie, do you want me to come with you? Lelia spoke from the deck of the boat. No, you stay, she smiled. Have fun and take tomorrow off. I'll see you at the bakery on Tuesday. The young woman squealed with delight. Really? Tomorrow off? You're the best boss ever. The best boss, the best friend, the best committee chair. As long as it meant putting other people's needs in front of her own, Katie was a veritable expert. But what about what she wanted? If she had to admit the truth, she was so unused to taking care of her own needs. She barely registered having any. Her eyes drifted to the parking lot above the reservoir. Take these, Natalie said behind her, and Katie whirled unaware of her friend's approach. Natalie handed her a pair of slip-on sandals. They'll make getting up the hill a lot easier. Katie dropped the shoes to the ground and slipped her feet into them. I'm sorry this day was so much trouble for you guys.
She hitched her head toward Liam and Austin, who were busy tying a lure to the end of a fishing pole. "This has been a great day," Natalie told her with a smile. "You have no idea how much I enjoyed watching Noah Crawford make a fool of himself over a woman," she winked, "especially when that woman was you." "He didn't—" Natalie interrupted her with a wave of one hand. "Go on, before you miss him. Austin isn't going to leave the boat until we take him to the cliffs." "Thanks, Nat." Katie gave her friend a quick hug and turned. "And Katie," she glanced over her shoulder, "that landing will go down in history. It was epic." Epic. That word had never been linked to her before, and Katie found that, despite the aches and pains that went with it, she kind of liked being epic, even if it was an epic fail. With a laugh, she headed for the top of the hill. Chapter 14. Noah sat in the parking lot, trying to get a handle on himself. His truck had been parked in the sun all day, and the temperature inside was almost stifling. He welcomed the heavy air and the bead of sweat that rolled between his shoulder blades. He hit the automatic door lock, as if that would keep him from dashing back down the hill to pluck Katie out of the boat with Matt and his adult frat boy friends. It was none of his business. The rational part of him knew that. But logic had disappeared the moment Noah thought Katie was in danger. Hearing her downplay the incident to Matt left Noah feeling like an overprotective geezer. Hell, he and Liam had done way more dangerous things over the years. On the water, on the slopes. The group mentality dumbed down their common sense to preteen boy levels. But never Katie. Even over summer breaks, she'd been the responsible one, always making sure her friends got home safe. Maybe that was why he'd overlooked her for so long. He'd been so intent on acting out as a way to numb the regret and sadness he felt over his father's death. Katie, with her stability and sweetness, had been practically invisible to him. Now she was all he could see, all he could feel. He wanted to share every tiny thing that happened in his day to make up for lost time in discovering all the hidden away pieces of her. But he was a bad bet, and he didn't blame her for rejecting him. It was payback long overdue. If nothing else, he'd take it like a man. With a heavy sigh, he turned the key in the ignition as a knock sounded on the passenger side window. Katie stared in at him, peering through the glass. He rolled down the window, then wiped the back of his hand across his forehead. "I just wanted to say thank you." Her chest rose and fell, as if she was having trouble catching her breath. He could barely tear his gaze away from the slight swell of her breasts, peeking out from the low V-neck of the bathing suit top. "For rescuing me. For being there when I needed you." "You didn't need me," he answered, shaking his head. "You would have been fine. You were swimming toward the life vest when I got to you. I overreacted, and I'm sorry." He laughed, but the sound was bitter. "Again. I know you can take care of yourself." "And everyone else in town while I'm at it," she said, humor in her voice. His gaze snapped to hers. "I hate that you wore a bikini today." She looked down at herself, then back at him, her eyes suddenly dancing. "It's a tankini, and about an inch of skin is showing between the top and bottom. It's an access thing," he said irritably, but couldn't help his smile as she laughed so hard she snorted. He'd bet Matt Davis never made her snort, and the feeling of accomplishment was ridiculous. But the thought of another man having access to Katie's body, to the vibrant passion he knew she hid under her placid, sweet surface, made his temper flare again. "What is this, Katie? What are you doing up here when the fun is down on the lake?" She straightened her shoulders as if steadying herself or drawing courage. "Unlock the car, Noah," she whispered. Something had changed in her tone, and his pulse leaped in response. He flicked the button for the lock, but didn't watch as she climbed in next to him. He kept his eyes straight out the front of the truck, but he was all too aware of her. Even after a dip in the reservoir, Katie smelled delicious. This time the scent of vanilla was mixed with suntan lotion. The combination made him immediately hard. He put his hands on the steering wheel, not trusting himself to resist reaching for her. "You told me to choose," she said softly. "I choose you." He felt dizzy, as if every one of his secret desires was being handed to him on a platter, and he didn't know which to select first. He turned to her now, his hand still on the wheel. He didn't want to ruin this moment, to push her too far. More than anything, he didn't want to hurt her by being his usual self. "Say it again." He kept his voice calm, his expression neutral, but Katie smiled. She folded her legs underneath her on the leather seat and leaned over the console. Cupping his face with her hands, she swayed closer until her lips were almost grazing his, and he sucked in her breath each time he inhaled. It was sweeter than he'd ever imagined. Her eyes held his as she spoke against his mouth. "I choose us." She brushed her lips against his, gentle and almost tentative, as if she expected him to push her away. That was the last thing on Noah's mind. He took hold of her waist and hauled her fully onto his lap, pressing her to his bare chest. His hands moved up and down her back as he deepened the kiss, sweeping his tongue into her mouth, groaning as she met his passion. Her nails dug into the muscles under his shoulder blades, and he welcomed the sensation, which only heightened his own pleasure in the moment. This was what he'd wanted, for so much longer than he'd realized. A loud wolf whistle split the air, and someone banged hard on the hood of his truck. "Get a room!" Whoever it was called as the sound of laughter spilled into the truck. Katie still clung to him, giggling against his throat. He tipped up her chin, her lips wet and swollen from his kisses. He wanted to take her, right here in the cab of his truck in broad daylight. He felt like a teenager again, light and carefree. His only concern the fastest way to get her naked. The thought made him grin. "I'm going to take you home now." His grin widened as she frowned. "I'm coming in with you. I'm going to stay with you, Katie, all night long." "Oh," she breathed out the one syllable, then climbed back into the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, she slunk down low, her face cradled in her hands. "What are you doing?" he asked as he drove out of the parking lot and onto the county highway toward town. She lifted her head once they were on the open road. "People saw us. You know, making out. What if they recognized me? Or you? Or the two of us together?" "I don't care who knows, it's you and me." He reached for her hand, tugged it away from her face, and laced their fingers together. "I want everyone to know you're mine, Katie, because you are now. I'll kiss you all over the damn town if that's what it takes. In fact, there are lots of things I can think of for us to try." Then, her hand in his, he proceeded to tell her all the wicked things he wanted to do to her, and with her, in crimson, in the forest, in every room of her house. It was the longest hour of his life. By the time Noah parked the truck, crooked against the curb in front of her house, Katie felt dizzy with need. All the way home, he'd whispered the details of what he wanted to do to her as his thumb traced a light circle on the back of her hand, and it was driving her crazy. They laughed as they raced up the front walk. She'd locked her door when she'd left this morning, since there were so many non-locals in town for the holiday, but her purse was still stuffed into a cubby on Matt's boat. "My hide-a-key," she said on a gasp, bending to lift the rock from under the bushes where the key was hidden, then gasping again as Noah whirled her around, his mouth crashing into hers. They stayed there for several minutes, kissing deep and long. He was making good on his promise of claiming her in front of the whole town, and Katie wondered if any of her elderly neighbors were watching this public display. Noah picked her up as he climbed the steps, and she automatically wrapped her legs around his lean hips. One of his hands inched up her back. "Give me the key," he said against her mouth, and she pressed it into his palm. She wasn't sure how he was going to manage to hold on to her and open the front door, but a moment later the lock turned. "You have mad skills," she said on a laugh. He drew back enough to look into her eyes, his grin wicked.
You have no idea. As well as she knew him, he might be right. The first time with Noah had been amazing, but this felt completely new. He'd chosen her, they'd chosen each other, and it made all the difference. She'd tried to convince herself that what was between them was only physical, but now she didn't bother to guard her heart. It was pointless anyway. Noah had her heart, and he had from the first. No matter what happened down the road, this was her moment to revel in all she felt for him. He kicked shut the door, then moved toward her bedroom, bending to rip away the quilt and sheets. He dropped her on the bed with so much force, she bounced once and her breath, already uneven, whooshed out of her lungs. "Tell me you have protection," he whispered as he followed her onto the bed. His hands were on her stomach, inching up her swim top. He pressed his mouth to her belly button, then skimmed his tongue along her rib cage. Yes. Oh, yes," she whispered. "Oh, yes, in general?" he asked, and she heard the smile in his voice. "Or, yes, you have protection." "In the nightstand." "Good. Now lift your arms." She raised them over her head, and he pulled her bathing suit up and off, leaning over her to open the nightstand drawer. He sat back again, gazing down at her. "Has anyone told you today how beautiful you are?" Normally, Katie would feel shy at being so exposed, but the intensity in his gaze gave her confidence. She tapped a finger to her chin, pretending to ponder the question. "One of Matt's friends told me I was the hottest muffin maker he'd ever met. Does that count?" Noah growled low in his throat. "I'm going to kill that guy." He planted his hands on either side of her head and lowered himself over her. His chest hair tickled her bare skin, and heat pooled low in her body. "You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," he whispered. He slanted his lips over hers, but when she tried to deepen the kiss, he broke away, his mouth trailing to her jaw, then down her throat, and finally to her breast. "So beautiful," he said again, then took one nipple into his mouth. She arched off the bed with a moan. He continued to lick and suck at her breasts, driving her wild, as he tugged the bathing suit bottom over her hips. Her hands splayed across his lower back, kneading the muscles there. She wanted to feel all of him, to stay like this, and never let reality back into their lives. Nothing had ever felt so good, she thought, but still she wanted more. Reaching between them, she unsnapped the waistband of his board shorts, pushing at them. He released her for just a moment, stripped off the shorts and his t-shirt, then tore open the foil wrapper. He settled himself between her legs, moving just enough that the pressure made her breath catch. "Yes, Noah, please." She didn't care if she was begging. She needed him so much. He kissed her deeply as he rocked against her, but lifted his head as he thrust into her. Their gazes locked, and it seemed to heighten the pleasure, to increase the intimacy, until Katie felt a teardrop from the edge of her eye onto the pillow. Noah pressed his lips to her skin, and she twined her legs more tightly around him. A groan ripped from his throat that sent shivers through her. Pressure built inside her until it finally burst, a bright shower of golden light engulfing her, soothing all the parts inflamed by their passion. Noah shuddered, burying his face against her neck and crying out her name. It was the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. They lay like that for several minutes, the heat of his body cocooning her in warmth. He smoothed the hair back from her face, threading his fingers through it as he spread it across the sheets. The kisses he gave her now were gentle, tiny touches of light on her skin. She didn't dare move, afraid to break the spell and have him leave her, as he had the last time. "All night," he said as if reading her thoughts. He gently sucked her earlobe into his mouth, and she squirmed underneath him. "Right now, if you keep moving like that." As she laughed, he rose from the bed, padded to the bathroom, then returned a few minutes later. Katie still lay where she was, staring at the ceiling, although she'd pulled the sheets and quilt up over herself. He lifted the covers and climbed in next to her, dropping a kiss to her mouth just as she stifled a yawn. "Sorry," she said automatically. "I'm always tired lately." "It's the time on the lake,"
he said, turning on his side and tucking her in tight against his chest. Swimming is tiring enough, but the daredevil stunt from today would exhaust anyone. She yawned again. Natalie told me it was epic. All I know is it almost gave me an epic heart attack. He pressed his mouth to her bare shoulder. How's your body holding up after that crazy ride? She shrugged. My cheek hurts and my arms are sore. I have another bruise on my chin. It'll hurt worse tomorrow, I know, but I'm okay. Just okay? Tired, she added, and he nipped at her neck, and blissfully satisfied, and happy. Mainly happy. Me too. Go to sleep now, Bug. Are you? I'll be here when you wake up. I keep a change of clothes in the truck for when Jace and I go for a run, or to the gym after work. I'm not going anywhere. Promise. She wasn't sure whether it was the words that made her trust him, or the conviction with which he said them. Perhaps it was the overwhelming exhaustion she felt. The constant fatigue, even with her busy schedule, was starting to concern her. She'd worked long hours for years, but the past few weeks had been difficult to handle. As she drifted off, she decided she'd make an appointment with her family doctor next week. She wouldn't tell Noah, though. No need to give him something extra to worry about after what had just happened with his mom. But right now, a nap was exactly what she needed. She fell asleep, happy to be enveloped in Noah's embrace. Chapter 15. Noah registered Katie's surprise as she walked into the kitchen hours later. You're still here. Her voice was scratchy with sleep, and she wore a tattered floral robe that was so worn it was practically see-through. I promised, he told her, tamping down the annoyance that flared at the thought she hadn't believed he would stay. I'm glad, she said, walking forward to kiss him. All thoughts of annoyance fled as he buried his face in her hair. She smelled like sleep, vanilla, and like him. A wave of primal satisfaction rolled through him, and somewhere deep in his gut, the word mine reverberated. She was his. Why are you always sniffing me? She pulled back, looping a long strand of hair between her fingers and pulling it to her nose. Do I need a shower? No. You smell fantastic. You always do. You smell like home. His chest constricted at the word. It was true, even if he hadn't realized it before now. Katie had always felt like home to him. You smell like the bakery, he answered instead. Mixed with a healthy dose of lake water, she grimaced. The bruise on my cheek is darkening. Matt is an idiot. She smiled, reached around him for the glass of water he'd set down. I would have said the same thing about you a few weeks ago, she answered, taking a drink. I'm a slow learner. He tugged on the tie looped around the front of the robe. How is it possible that an article of clothing your grandma would have worn can be such a turn-on to me? This was Graham's robe. I feel like a sick pervert. His fingers worked to loosen the tie. She swatted at his hand. Stop, she said with a giggle. I'm not wearing anything underneath. Doubly perverted. She pushed away from him. Before you go too far, I'm starving. Let me make us something to eat. Done. He inched the fabric off her chest and kissed the swell of her breast. She moaned a little but glanced around her empty kitchen. How? The doorbell rang. Delivery, he said against her skin. No one delivers on the holiday. All the restaurants are too busy. The doorbell rang again. I pulled some strings at the brewery. Reluctantly, he stepped away from her. You should put on some clothes, or the food's going to be cold before we get to it. Sweet potato fries? She asked, rubbing her stomach. Of course. They're your favorite. She grinned. I owe you then. She quickly pulled the robe apart to flash her breasts at him. Later. Forget the food, Noah growled, lunging for her. She jumped away, running for her bedroom. Answer the door, Noah, she called over her shoulder. He set out containers of food, glancing up as she returned. She'd traded the robe for a tank top and black sweatpants. Her hair tumbled down in waves around her shoulders. When she moved, He could see a purple lace bra strap peeking through. Had she always worn lacy lingerie? What a fool he'd been all these years. He had so much time to make up. "I can't believe how hungry I am," she said, taking plates from the cabinet. They sat down to eat the burgers and fries. Noah lit the candle that sat in the middle of the table, then dimmed the kitchen lights. "Romantic," Katie murmured, her voice a little breathless. He had to agree. As casual as it was, this was indeed the most romantic dinner he'd ever had. "But this isn't a date," he told her firmly. "I'm going to take you out for a real date, with reservations, at the best restaurant in Aspen." "I don't care about that," she said, shaking her head. "Tonight is perfect." "Agreed. But you deserve the 5-star treatment, and I want to be the guy to give it to you." Katie went suddenly still. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. We're missing the big fireworks display. I hope you didn't have plans to take your mom and sister?" He shook his head. "Mom has a date tonight." At her questioning gaze, he shrugged. "Her surgeon. Second time out with him this week. She really likes him." "And you're okay with that?" "I am," Noah said, releasing a breath. "Dad would want her to be happy, so I want the same thing." She came around the table and plopped onto his lap, snagging one of his fries in the process. "You're a good man," Noah Crawford. She kissed him on the cheek, then popped the bright orange fry into her mouth. "Do you really believe that? Or are you just angling for my food?" "Both." He kissed her, then glanced at his watch. "I've got a surprise for you." She angled her head. "Is it a good surprise?" "I hope so." He lifted her to her feet. "I'll get the dishes cleaned up while you put on a sweater. We have about 10 minutes. "Where are we going?" She smoothed a hand over her tank top. "Should I change clothes or at least brush my hair?" "Neither. It's a private party tonight. Trust me." He said the words lightly, but something tender unfurled in his chest when she nodded and disappeared toward her bedroom. It had been a long time since anyone he cared about really trusted him. Sure, his mom said she depended on him, but even after her illness, she'd been almost as self-sufficient as usual. He put the plates in the dishwasher and repacked the empty boxes in the paper sack. By the time Katie came out, he was pacing the front of the house, anxious in a way he hadn't been since he was a teenager. "I'm ready," she said, having buttoned a thick sweater over her tank top and traded the sweats for a faded pair of jeans. "Great," he said, embarrassed when his voice caught. "Great," he repeated, clearing his throat. She came toward him. "Are you nervous?" She sounded amused. "Of course not." He wiped his palms on his shorts, then took her hand. "I just want you to like what I have planned." Katie had never seen Noah like this, especially not with her. He was always confident and sure of himself. He took very little in life seriously, and never his relationships with women, not since Tori had broken his heart. An image of Tori flashed through Katie's mind. What would Noah think if his ex-girlfriend made good on her threat to expose Katie's part in their breakup? Maybe it wasn't a big deal. It had been so long ago, and Katie hadn't been the one to cheat or to break his heart. Surely he'd understand that. In fact, she should just tell him herself, so she could explain why she'd done it. She'd wanted to protect him. Tori might accuse Katie of wanting him for herself, but that wasn't true. She'd never believed Noah could belong to her. Now he did. He held her hand as he led her through the front door, squeezing gently on her fingers. She'd tell him tomorrow. A little voice inside her called her a coward, but she ignored it. She wasn't going to ruin this night. "Where are we going?" He led her around the side of the house and stopped. "Up," he answered with a boyish grin. A ladder had been propped against the gutter where the roof of the front porch sloped up to meet the house's roofline. "I checked, and we have a view of the mountain from your roof. Fireworks start in 5 minutes. "I'd never thought of that," she said softly. "Start climbing, sweetheart." She grabbed the sides of the ladder, her arms still sore from hanging on to the inner tube earlier. But she was using them only for balance, so she began to make her way slowly up the metal rungs. "If you need a break,
Feel free to stop for a minute. Noah's voice drifted up to her. I'm okay if we miss the fireworks, since I've got a better view from down here. She glanced down to where he was grinning up at her, careful not to lose her balance. Katie wiggled her hips a bit and was rewarded by his rich laughter. She understood Noah's popularity with the ladies, but he made her feel as if she was the only woman in the world who mattered. It was as if every part of her was desirable, and he couldn't get enough. She also knew his affections could change in an instant, especially if she started to take what was between them too seriously. Once again, she reminded herself to simply enjoy the moment. She hitched herself onto the roof, then waited for Noah to join her. Her neighborhood was dark and mainly quiet. From a few blocks away, she could hear the soft sounds of classic rock playing and smell hamburgers on the grill. Someone must be having an outdoor barbecue. To the east of her house was downtown Crimson, lights glowing from the 4th of July party the town hosted. To the west was Crimson Mountain, its top just visible in the darkness, a ridge that split the sky. The night was clear and stars dotted the sky over the valley. She hugged her arms around her waist as Noah's head appeared over the side of the house. "This is great," she told him as he planted a foot onto the roof. "We're not there yet." He pointed toward the high edge of the roof. "Can you make it a little farther?" The truth was she felt nervous being up this high. Her roof line wasn't steep, and she had no problem getting traction on the tiles with her gym shoes. Still, Katie wasn't one to go scaling roofs. But with Noah studying her, his blue eyes almost indigo in the dark, she wanted to be. She felt safe with him, and that gave her courage. "Lead on," she told him. "It's my turn for the view." He laughed and began to scramble up the center of the roof toward her chimney. She followed, keeping her palms on the shingles as she did. When she got to the top, she glanced up to see a blanket spread over the tip of the roof and a cooler attached to the chimney by a bungee cord wrapped around the bricks. "When did you do all this?" she asked, easing onto the blanket and dusting off her hands. "While you were napping. You've always slept like the dead, so I figured I wouldn't wake you." He took out a pint of ice cream from the cooler, peeled back the lid, and handed her a spoon. "How—" "I paid the delivery guy extra to swing by the store for dessert. I hope raspberry chip is still your favorite flavor." She took the ice cream and dug in her spoon. Ice cream was her go-to dessert because it didn't involve any work on her part or elicit comparisons to her own baking. "You've been paying more attention than I thought," she said around a mouthful. He leaned in and kissed her, licking a bit of ice cream from the corner of her lips. "Glad you noticed." Reaching into his pocket, he took out his phone and typed in the passcode. "I bookmarked the website for the radio station that's broadcasting the music for the fireworks. It should be starting any second." There was a hiss in the distance. Then the sky lit up in front of the mountain. Katie let out a breath. "It's amazing from here." A crack split the night, and golden lights sprinkled down from the sky, followed quickly by a whistle and another pop as a colorful spray of red, white, and blue filled the air. Noah inched closer to her, tucking her into his side as they watched. The mountain was a majestic backdrop for the lights and sounds of the 4th of July fireworks. He balanced the phone on his knee, and she listened to the choreographed music swell, then soften, as the night continued to glow. Katie kept her eyes on the display, but felt Noah nuzzling her neck after a few minutes. Despite the coolness of the air, her body automatically heated. She squirmed as he sucked her earlobe into his mouth. "You aren't watching. You're too distracting," he whispered against her ear. "If you don't stop that," she said, ducking her head, "I'm going to lose my balance and fall off the roof." "I'll hold you." As if to prove his point, he drew her closer against him. But with one more kiss to her temple, he turned and watched the rest of the display. Katie couldn't remember ever being so happy. For many years, she'd worked the Life is Sweet booth at the town's annual July 4th party. She'd watched couples stroll by, arm in arm, and always felt a tug of envy, especially when her friends fell in love, and she was surrounded by so much togetherness while she was always alone.
I normally watch the fireworks as I'm packing up the booth, she said softly during a lull in the display. I'm glad that a couple of the college kids working for me this summer wanted the extra money to run the event. You haven't been back to Crimson over the 4th for several years. I'm usually on duty over the holiday, Noah told her. Lots of extra help needed with so many campers in the forest this weekend. She tipped her head to look at him. Why not this year? I had more important people to watch over. Katie smiled, then kissed him just as the big finale began. They both turned toward the shimmering ribbons of light. She felt the boom and pop of hundreds of bursts of color reverberate through her, even from miles away. Or maybe it was just her heart beating as the walls that guarded it came crumbling down. Chapter 16. On Monday morning, Katie stumbled out of a stall in the community center's bathroom, only to find Emily Whitaker waiting for her. She grabbed the wad of paper towels the other woman handed her, dabbing at her eyes before wiping her mouth. Even with the problems Emily was dealing with from her divorce and her son's issues, she still looked every inch the society wife, from her demure striped skirt to the crisp button-down and strand of pearls she wore. It made Katie feel all the more tired and rumpled, especially since Emily had just listened to her throwing up most of the bagels she'd had for breakfast. Don't get too close, she warned, as she stepped to the sink to wash her hands and splash cold water on her face. She glanced at herself in the mirror and grimaced. Under the bathroom's fluorescent lights, her skin looked even pastier, the dark circles under her eyes more pronounced. I thought I was just tired from being swamped at the bakery and the extra work for the festival. I guess I've caught some kind of a bug. Emily balanced one thin hip on the corner of the sink. You're pregnant. Katie's hand stilled on the handle of the towel dispenser. She turned to Emily, water dripping off her face. No, I'm not. Emily rolled her pale blue eyes. Are you sure? Noah was lecturing me on how I need to do more for the festival because you're exhausted. She handed another paper towel to Katie. I've seen how much you eat during the committee meetings. I don't... Katie broke off. She had been extra hungry lately, but she blamed it on needing fuel to keep up with all of her commitments. And Emily waved a hand toward Katie's blouse. No offense, but I don't remember you being quite so well endowed. Katie glanced down at her chest, her eyes widening at the cleavage on display. She quickly fastened another button on her chambray shirt. Maybe it's a new bra. Is it a new bra? That doesn't mean... She inhaled, her lungs suddenly constricting. No, it's not new. Why are you in here anyway? Can't a girl puke in peace? I was using the restroom and wanted to make sure you're okay. She leaned forward. Are you, Katie? Katie placed her hands on the cool porcelain of the white sink, ignoring the slight tremble of her arms. She did the math in her head and moaned. This can't be happening. We used protection, she mumbled, her stomach rolling once again. Nothing is foolproof, Emily said. Is it safe to assume the baby is Noah's? Of course, if there is a baby. Katie glanced up at Emily in the mirror. I need to take a pregnancy test. Nothing is certain until then. Noah's going to be a father. Emily tapped a finger on her chin, one corner of her mouth lifting. At least I won't be the most messed up person in the family anymore. At this comment, Katie straightened and turned to Emily. Noah isn't messed up. She hugged her arms to her stomach. And my baby... She paused, let the implications of those two words sink in. My baby. If there is a baby, she clarified, that's not messed up either. Noah will make a wonderful father. There was that stomach rolling again. Emily arched one eyebrow. But don't say anything, Katie added quickly. To anyone. You're not going to tell Noah? There's nothing to tell until I take the test and talk to my doctor. She bit down on her lip. I don't want... Things are so new between us, you know? I don't want to freak him out if this is just me getting regular sick. It's the first morning I've thrown up, so it could be nothing. He cares about you, but he's not... We're not... She brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye. I told him I wanted a family. What if he thinks this is a trap? I don't know if he's ready for this. How can he be? Are you? Emily's voice was gentle. Katie breathed through the panic that constricted her lungs, and the next instant, it was gone. She took a few more breaths, put a hand on her chest, and found her heartbeat returning to its regular rhythm. Yes, she nodded once, suddenly sure of this one thing. Yes, I'm ready. If I'm pregnant, I'll love that baby with my whole heart. I'll give him or her the best life I know how to create. Emily's normally cool expression warmed as pink colored her cheeks. She took 2 steps toward Katie and wrapped her in a hug. Congratulations, then. Being a mom is the best and hardest job in the world. Katie opened her mouth to tell Emily that nothing was certain yet, then stopped herself. Her fingers drifted to her belly, and she knew. I'm going to be a mom, she whispered, and looked at Emily with a new understanding. Watching your son struggle has to be the hardest part. She didn't ask a question, but stated the obvious fact. More than leaving my marriage and my life or crawling back to Crimson, after I'd sworn never to return. Emily bit down on her lip. To me, Davy is perfect, but no one in Boston saw him that way. If I could take away what he has to go through, the challenges that his life might hold, I'd do it in a millisecond. But I wouldn't change him. I love him for the boy he is, not who he might have been if things were different. He's lucky to have you. And my brother is lucky to have you, Katie. You might be the best thing that ever happened to him. Both women turned when the door to the restroom slammed shut. Katie took 3 steps forward to peer around the entrance to the community center's main hallway. No one was there, but something had made the door move. She opened it and looked both ways down the hall, but it was empty. As Emily came up behind her, both women stepped out of the restroom. Weird, Emily murmured. You don't think someone was eavesdropping? Katie asked, her voice a nervous croak. I think the only people here this early are on the festival committee, and I'm sure any of those women would have announced themselves. Katie glanced at her watch. The meeting was scheduled to start 10 minutes ago. I need to get in there. Do you want me to handle it? Katie glanced at Emily. Not the festival, she quickly clarified, but today's meeting. If you give me your notes, I can go over things with everyone. Organizing volunteers is one of my few useful skills. Katie hesitated. She didn't like to depend on other people. It made her feel as if she wasn't pulling her own weight. Weak and useless, even though she understood that was just the leftover dysfunction from her childhood. That would be great, she said after a moment. Jace will be there too, and he can answer any questions that come up from the subcommittee chairs. Of course. Emily's smile was wry. Perfect. Jace can handle anything. He's not. Never mind, the other woman interrupted. All hands on deck and whatnot. Thank you. Katie took the binder from her tote bag and handed it to Emily. I'm heading to the pharmacy. You might want to... Katie held up a hand. To the pharmacy over in Aspen, where no one will recognize me. Then to my doctor if the test is positive. You promise you won't tell Noah? Promise. With another quick hug, Katie walked out of the community center into the morning light. This day was going to change her life. Of that much she was certain. She just hoped the change wouldn't cost her Noah. 3 days before the Founders' Day festival, Noah turned his truck off the Forest Service access road and headed for town. He'd been up most of the night, investigating reports of teenagers partying near one of the campsites above a popular hiking trail. The local emergency dispatcher had received an anonymous call about possible vandalism and a bonfire. The vandalism was bad, but a fire could potentially be catastrophic to the area. Noah had had plans with Katie last night, like he had almost every evening since July 4th. They took turns at her place, or she'd come to dinner at his mom's. With Katie at his side, he'd even managed through a family barbecue with John Moore, who was quickly becoming his mother's steady boyfriend. It had been strange to see another man in his parents' kitchen, gamely helping his mom chop vegetables for a salad, and making beer runs to the garage refrigerator. Logan and Olivia had been there, now that she was feeling better, along with Jace and Millie. Jace and John had done some shop talk about the hospital, but Noah had to admit the older doctor was comfortable with all of them, and his mother had radiated happiness. Noah understood that feeling, barely able to keep the goofy grin off his face every time he looked at Katie. He loved her, was madly in love with her. He hadn't told her yet, but he planned to later tonight. As promised, he'd made a reservation at a 5-star restaurant in Aspen. His relationship with Katie had been casual for too long. He'd taken her for granted and was determined that she understood how much he'd changed. Something was off with her, and he worried it had to do with not trusting his feelings for her. She was quieter, sometimes staring off into space as if she was 1,000 miles away. When he asked her about it, she claimed she was tired, but it felt different. He'd walked in on Emily and her arguing in the kitchen of his mom's house, both women startling when he came into the room. They'd said it was simply a disagreement about the Founders' Day festival, but he didn't believe them. That night, Katie had clung to him as they made love, holding on as though she thought he might slip away at any moment. She didn't trust that he wasn't going to leave her. He needed to tell her how he felt so she could relax. The idea of talking about his emotions made him prickly all over, but he was in love with Katie. He hadn't felt like this for so long, his whole life, maybe, and he was ready to risk opening himself up again. He took a quick shower, then picked up a bouquet of flowers on his way through downtown. He couldn't resist a visit to the bakery before heading to his office. One night away, and he needed to see her face before he started his day. He laughed, wondering what his friends would think if they could see him now. He didn't care. He finally understood why some of his buddies looked so content as their women led them around on a string. Nothing mattered more than wrapping his arms around Katie. The bakery was crowded with both locals and summer tourists. The 2 young women behind the counter hustling to fill orders. Katie wasn't part of the action, which surprised him. Normally, she was front and center with customers during peak hours. He waved to a few people he knew, then walked to the edge of the display cabinet. "She in back?" he asked Lelia. I think so," the woman muttered, not meeting Noah's gaze as she bent to select a pastry from the cabinet. "But she's kind of busy this morning. Do you want me to tell her you stopped by?"
"I'll tell her myself," he said, holding up the bouquet. "No one is too busy for flowers, right?"
He opened the door to the bakery's kitchen quietly. If he could manage it, he wanted to sneak up on Katie, wrap his arms around her, and hear her squeal of surprise before she melted into him. But it was Noah who was in for the surprise, because Katie wasn't alone. She and Tori stood at the far counter in front of the deep stainless steel sink. Katie was shaking her head, clearly distraught, as Tori spoke. Noah started to move forward, anger gripping him that his ex-girlfriend wouldn't leave Katie alone. He froze in place when he heard her hiss the words, "pregnant," and "liar." Katie's gaze slammed into his. So many emotions flashed through her brown eyes, love, guilt, and regret. He shook his head as if denying it would ward off the truth of the scene unfolding in front of him. Tori turned after a moment, her eyes widening at the sight of him. "This isn't exactly what I'd planned," she said, visibly swallowing. "But I guess the secret's out now, or is about to be." "How much did you hear, Noah?"
"Enough,"
he said through clenched teeth, keeping his eyes on Tori. He'd thought she was perfect when they were together, but now her expensive sun-kissed highlights and flawless makeup made her appear to be trying too hard. And like before, what she was trying to do was ruin his life. She gave the barest nod, took a step toward him. "Then you know I wasn't the only one guilty of hurting you that night."
"You were having sex with one of my friends."
"It was stupid," she agreed. "A meaningless fling before you asked me to marry you. You were going to propose to me before graduation."
"But I didn't."
"Because of the anonymous note," she all but spit. "Now you know who wrote it. Your precious, oh-so-perfect Katie Bug. You think she cared about you, but she only wanted to break us up so she could have you all to herself." He saw Katie close her eyes and shake her head. "Now you're stuck with her," Tori continued. "But she still won't tell you the truth." She whirled on Katie. Was this all part of some master twisted plan? Of course not, Katie answered, her voice shaking. I didn't mean... This isn't... She seemed to shrink in on herself, crossing her arms over her stomach as she spoke. A baby was growing in her stomach. His baby. Noah's knees went weak at the thought. Get out of here, Tori. He pointed to the door. This is none of your business anymore. I understand. Tori's voice turned to the whine he remembered so well. But she isn't... Get out, Noah yelled, flipping his arm wide, sending several baking sheets drying on the counter crashing to the floor as he did. Katie jumped at the noise, and Tori suddenly looked unsure of herself. Noah wasn't known for his temper. Even when he'd discovered Tori cheating, he'd simply compartmentalized his feelings and walked away. But now, in this moment, he could barely contain the emotions that rattled through him. It felt as if a virus had infected his body and was eating away at his heart, even as it still beat in his chest. The pain was almost unbearable. I just want you to know I'm not the only one who deceived you, Tori said, then stalked through the door to the front of the shop. Lelia poked her head in a moment later. Everything okay? We're fine, Katie said in a shaky voice, at the same time Noah growled, Get out. When they were alone, Katie spoke in a whisper. I'm sorry, Noah. He felt her step toward him, but kept his eyes on the ground. I never meant... Don't. He held up one hand. He could not bear it if she touched him right now. All that need for her had warped and turned ugly in the space of a few moments. He hardly trusted himself to speak, but if she touched him, he'd be a goner for sure. Are you pregnant? He choked out, the words heavy in his throat. Bile and panic rose up, warred in his chest. Yes, and the baby is mine. He heard her gasp before answering, Yes. He'd wanted to hurt her with the words, for her to experience a tiny bit of the pain he felt, but even though he knew he had, it didn't give him any relief from his own tumbling emotions. This was why he'd walled himself off for so long, this gut-wrenching pain, the same thing he'd felt when his parents had finally told him about his father's illness, when it had been too late. How far along? About 7 weeks. He heard her begin to clean up the fallen baking sheets. It must have been the first time we were together. We used protection. She gave a small laugh. That's what I told your sister, but it's not... He whirled and grabbed her arms, hauling her off the floor, the metal baking sheets clattering to the tile floor. What do you mean when you told my sister? He brought his face inches from hers. Emily knows about the baby. You told my sister before you bothered to share the news with me? Who else knows? Her eyes widened. No one knows. It wasn't like that, Noah. She heard me getting sick one morning and she guessed. When was this? He gripped her harder, forced himself not to shake her. Last week, at the community center. He released her as suddenly as he'd taken hold of her, his head pounding. He stalked to the edge of the kitchen, then back toward her. Why does Tori know? She overheard Emily and me talking. I didn't realize until she came here today with her threats. And the note? He asked, remembering the other piece of venom that had spewed from Tori's glossy lips. She nodded, squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them again. I left it for you. Why not tell me? I don't know. I was afraid you'd blame me, kill the messenger and all that. It was stupid. And at no time in the past 8 years did you think to mention it? His voice was steady even as his body shook with rage. I should have said something. I wanted to. She dragged in a breath. I just didn't trust me. He spoke the word on an angry breath. I can only tell you I'm sorry. I regret it so much. Because it was wrong? Or because I found out? When she opened her mouth, he shook his head. It doesn't matter now. That doesn't matter. He glanced toward the counter, saw a sheet of muffin tins half filled with batter. That must have been what she was working on when Tori had interrupted her. He could see ripe blueberries floating in the yellow mixture and wondered if he'd ever be able to stomach another blueberry muffin. You're pregnant. A thought struck him, and he scrubbed one hand over his face. God, Katie, you were pregnant when you fell off the inner tube, when we climbed to the top of your roof. I didn't know. Her expression was miserable, and earlier this morning he would have done anything to ease her pain. The longer he stood here now, the less he felt. She'd brought him back to life, but he should have known it wouldn't last. I should have been with you, Katie, when you took the test, at the doctor. I deserved to know. I was going to tell you, she said, her voice pleading with him to believe her. Tonight, at dinner. I wanted it to be special. As special as my sister knowing a week before I did? He knew he was being unfair, because he'd planned to tell her how he felt during that same dinner, to say the words, I love you, and really mean them. Now he was bitterly grateful he hadn't revealed his feelings earlier. He'd feel even more the fool that she hadn't trusted him. This wasn't the plan, Katie. Hell, I don't know how to be a father. Her face paled at his words, but she straightened her shoulders. I want this baby, Noah. I know it wasn't part of the plan, but it's a blessing. I want to be a mother. I want our baby. I want the baby too, Katie. Don't put words in my mouth like I'm suggesting anything else. But I need time to get used to the idea. Time you should have given me. I know, she began, but he held up a hand to stop her. I can tell you one thing I know for damn sure. He was made of rock, no feeling left anywhere inside him. I want this baby, he repeated, hating the hope that flared in her eyes at his words. Hating her for giving him hope that someone could finally believe in him. But I don't want you. Chapter 17. Katie stumbled back as if Noah had struck her, but the physical pain would be nothing compared to the heartache that ripped through her at his words. She deserved it. She never should have waited to tell him. Despite what he believed, her own fear had held her back. The fear he wouldn't want her or the baby, that he would feel obligated to stay with her. This was worse. I love you, Noah, she whispered, unable to offer him anything else. I never meant to hurt you. It's not enough, he answered, but what she heard was that she wasn't enough, because Katie had never been enough, and she couldn't bake or volunteer or smooth over this hurt. She had nothing to give him right now but her love, and she wasn't enough. I can't. He pushed his hand through his hair. He looked as broken as she felt, but still strong and so handsome in his uniform. She wanted to hold on to that strength, but could feel the invisible wall between them. She knew what that meant. She'd seen the way his father's death and Tori's betrayal had ripped him apart, watched as he'd shut himself off, pretended nothing was wrong, and moved on. He'd be moving on from her. I want to be involved. He said the words with emotion, but his eyes were ice cold. When is your next doctor's appointment? 3 weeks. He narrowed his eyes as if he didn't believe her. He wants to do some early blood work. Everything is fine with the pregnancy, Noah. I don't see the doctor regularly until closer to the due date. He gave a brief nod. Text me the date and time, I'll be there. He turned and stalked out of the kitchen. Katie's legs finally gave way and she sank to the floor. He wanted the baby, but not her. She'd lost the love of her life and her best friend. She wasn't sure which was worse. Even as her feelings for Noah had ebbed and flowed over the years, he'd always been a constant in her life. Now she was alone, but also tethered to him by the life she carried inside her. How could she raise a child with a man who hated her? A keening sound reverberated through the room, and she realized it had come from her throat. She didn't look up as Lelia came into the kitchen, couldn't register the words the other woman spoke. The only thing that filled her mind was the hurt and anger on Noah's face. Later, maybe minutes or maybe hours, an arm slid around her shoulders. Let's go, honey. Natalie helped her to her feet. I can't go out there, she said, hitching her head toward the front of the bakery. Olivia's parked in the alley out back. Nat, I messed up so badly. She bit back a sob, her legs beginning to crumple once more. Shh, her friend crooned. Let's get you to the car, one step at a time. Katie, who was always so reluctant to lean on anyone, held tight to Natalie and let herself be led out into the bright sunlight of another Colorado summer morning. Natalie opened the back door of the Subaru wagon, and Katie dropped into the seat. Her arms wouldn't work, so Natalie strapped the seatbelt across her. She met Olivia's sympathetic gaze from the driver's seat. "Katie, what happened? Are you okay?" She shook her head once, then sucked back a sob. "We're going to take her home," Natalie told Olivia, as she climbed into the car and shut the door. "We'll get her something to drink, maybe whiskey, and sort this out." "It's not even noon," Olivia whispered to Natalie. She looked at Katie in the rearview mirror as she pulled out of the alley. "How about a nice cup of tea?" Natalie groaned. She needs something strong for whatever this is. Can't. To Katie's own ears, her voice was a hoarse croak. Natalie waved away her concern. "We won't tell. I'm pregnant." Olivia hit the brakes suddenly, and the car lurched forward, the seatbelt cutting into Katie's chest. She wished it would slice all the way through so she could reach in and pull out her aching heart. Neither of her friends spoke, but she saw them exchange a glance across the front seat. "Tea, then," Olivia said gently. "Or orange juice. OJ was my go-to drink in my first trimester. I liked milkshakes." Natalie shifted in her seat to glance at Katie. "Want us to stop for ice cream? We can make whatever kind of milkshake you want." The casual conversation seemed to lift Katie out of the fog threatening to engulf her. "I have vanilla ice cream at home, and strawberries." "Strawberry milkshakes all around," Natalie answered with a smile. She should have said something more, explained the circumstances, although maybe it was obvious. Both women knew how babies were made, after all. Besides, she needed more time to pull herself together, to clean up the emotional wreckage around her heart. She managed to get from the car to her door without assistance. She kept Natalie's words in her mind, one step at a time. Moving still proved difficult, and once she'd made it through the front door, her strength waned again. She collapsed on the couch, tucking her knees to her chest to make a tight ball as Olivia covered her with a blanket. As she closed her eyes, she heard the soft sound of her two friends talking in the kitchen, then the whir of the blender. A few minutes later, she started as something cool brushed her forehead. She sat up straighter, took the glass from Natalie and sipped. She was so cold on the inside that the milkshake almost seemed warm in comparison. But it was soothing, both to her stomach and her emotions. "Our babies will be friends," Olivia said as she gave Katie a gentle smile. "I didn't mean for this to happen." Natalie reached over to pat her arm, then took a slurping drink of milkshake. "You don't need to explain to us. I want you to understand. It was an accident." Katie glanced between the two of them. "But I want this baby. I love this baby already." "Of course you do." Natalie made a face. "And Noah?" "It's no secret I love him too." Katie circled a drop of condensation with her finger. "But he wants nothing to do with me." "That can't be true." Natalie shook her head. "I saw how he acted on the 4th of July. He loves you, honey." "I've known for a week," Katie muttered. "I was afraid to tell him, but Emily heard me getting sick and guessed. His ex-girlfriend was listening as Emily and I talked. Tori came to the bakery today and threatened to reveal another secret I kept from him. That was bad enough, but the pregnancy on top of it. He's never going to forgive me." "He'll come around," Olivia said. "I mean, you were going to tell him soon. You don't understand. When Noah's dad got sick, he was the last one to know. He'd had a tough senior year and his parents were worried about how the news of the cancer would affect him. They told Emily right away. By the time Noah found out, his dad only had a few months to live." "An unfortunate coincidence," Natalie agreed, "but not insurmountable." "It is for Noah, and for me too, in a different way. I spent most of my childhood feeling like an obligation to my parents, having me held them back from how they wanted to live. I'm not going to be an unwanted burden for Noah." He made it clear that this wasn't his plan, If he wants to be part of the baby's life, I'll welcome that. I won't ask him for anything more. And if he decides he wants more? Olivia asked, placing her glass on the coffee table. Today was a shock. He'll recover from it and move forward. He cares about you. Those feelings aren't wiped away in an instant. He cared about me like a friend. Maybe it could have developed into something more if we'd had time. I don't know. She gave a strangled laugh. I've loved him for over half my life. I tried to deny it, tried to turn off my feelings when I knew he didn't return them. I want to be loved like that in return, not because I'm having a baby, or I'm helpful or easy to be with. I want to be loved in an everything sort of way. She pointed to each of her friends. What you have with Logan and Liam, a whole heart and soul kind of love. I deserve that. You do, Katie, Olivia said. Without a doubt, Natalie agreed. She shrugged. I'm not sure Noah understands how to love like that. She took a final drink of milkshake. I thought he could, but if you'd seen how he looked at me today, there was nothing in his eyes, no emotion. He completely shut down, shut me out. We're here for you, no matter what happens. Natalie patted Katie's knee. She felt color rise to her cheeks. Thank you for rescuing me from my meltdown. Sorry if I took you away from something important. Nothing is more important than friends, Olivia said. I can take Austin this weekend, Katie turned to Natalie, to thank you as payback. If you and Liam... Natalie immediately held up a hand. Girl, you better shut your mouth before I lose my temper. About what? You don't need to pay me back for being your friend. I just thought, Katie began. You do far too much for other people, Olivia added, for this whole town, but you don't owe anyone. That's what Noah told me. Natalie snorted. He might be acting like an idiot now, but on that point I agree with him. You have a place here, Katie. It's wonderful how you help everyone, but that isn't why we care about you. We're your friends. We'll love you no matter what. No matter what, Katie repeated. It was what she'd wanted her whole life. Never let herself believe she deserved. I like the sound of that. She glanced at the clock on the mantel above the fireplace. I need to get back to the bakery. There's so much going on and everyone must be wondering where I am. You don't have to. I want to go back, Katie interrupted Natalie. The bakery is also part of me, just like helping out in the community. I like contributing. Just so you know, you don't always have to be the one on the front lines, Natalie told her. I'm feeling better, Olivia added. I can take back some of the Founders' Day festival responsibilities. I feel horrible that we expected you to take over so I could deal with my pregnancy when you were having the same problems. I'm fine. When Natalie rolled her eyes, Katie slapped her gently on the arm. I mean it. I've been to the doctor and everything looks normal. She pointed at Olivia. You had a serious scare. It's different. The spotting has stopped. Olivia pursed her lips. But Logan is still squawking about bed rest. Katie smiled at the image of bad boy Logan Travers squawking about anything. Most of the work is done, she said. The subcommittee chairs have things under control. I'll talk to Jace about extra help, but it's not going to be you. I can switch around some of my shifts at the nursing home to be available, Natalie offered. Katie thought it was funny that although Liam Donovan was one of the richest men in Colorado, Natalie continued working as a nurse at a local retirement center and nursing home, and that Liam respected her choice. Having a baby would definitely affect the hours she put in at the bakery, and she wondered how she'd balance everything. The thought made the milkshake start to gurgle uncomfortably in her stomach, so she tried to push the worries away, one step at a time. Thank you both, she said again, standing and folding the blanket from her lap. I'm not sure how I would have pulled out of my meltdown without help. You're not alone, Olivia said gently. For the first time in a long while, you've made me believe that. She bent to give each of the women a hug. Give Noah some breathing room, Natalie advised, picking up the empty glasses from the coffee table. The men around Crimson aren't quick on the uptake, but they eventually do the right thing. Noah cares about you, Katie. She nodded, feeling the prick of tears behind her eyes. She still didn't believe he loved her enough to make things right between them. And she couldn't take having him in her life simply because he felt obligated to do the right thing. She finally realized that as much as she loved him, something so one-sided wasn't enough anymore. "Let's clean up your kitchen," Olivia said. "Then I'll drive you back to the bakery if you're sure you're up for it." 30 minutes later, she walked into Life is Sweet with a small pit of embarrassment widening in her stomach. Luckily, the cafe portion of the store was almost empty, and only 2 customers waited near the front counter. Of course, it had been busier when first Tori, then Noah had stormed out, and she didn't relish the thought of being a hot gossip topic around town. She stepped behind the counter, absently wiping a crumb from the glass top as she did. Lelia and another young woman, Suzanne, stopped what they were doing to turn to her. "Everything okay?" Lelia asked. Katie thought about lying, glossing over what had happened, but answered, "No, not by a long shot, but it will be, eventually. I don't know what you heard from the back earlier, but I'm sorry for the drama. You shouldn't have to deal with that at work." "Are you kidding?" Suzanne, a petite, dark-haired college student who was a Crimson native, answered, "I'd give up my share of the tips to watch Noah Crawford stalk through the bakery every day. He's kind of old, but still hot as—" She stopped speaking when Lelia elbowed her in the ribs. "All we could hear from the front was when the baking pans fell. None of the conversation. Not much, anyway. Promise." Katie looked at Suzanne, who nodded in agreement, then turned to take the order of a couple who'd just walked into the store. A bit of tension released from her shoulders. She didn't want anyone knowing about the pregnancy until she was ready to share the news. That thought in mind, she asked Lelia to follow her into the back. When she went through the large swinging doors, she stopped short. The entire kitchen was spotless, and a batch of perfect muffins sat cooling on the stainless steel counter. "I know the kitchen is your domain," Lelia said quickly, "but we had a lull, and I didn't want you to come back to a mess. I hope you don't mind." Katie shook her head, emotion surging at the small gesture. Or was it pregnancy hormones? She'd learn a lot about herself over the next 9 months. "I appreciate it," she told Lelia, "and that's part of why I want to speak to you." She stepped closer to the counter, running her fingers across the cool surface. "I'm pregnant." Lelia drew in a shocked breath. Okay, maybe the argument earlier really hadn't been heard out front. "That's why Noah was so angry?" Katie nodded. "Because it's not his?" Lelia continued, her tone dejected and a little bitter. "What?" Katie blinked several times. "No, the baby is Noah's. Who else? I haven't been with—" She broke off, noticed the way Lelia relaxed, and a smile split her face. "Congratulations, then," the other woman said. "You'll be a wonderful mom." "Who did you think—" "Matt?" Lelia's gaze dropped to the ground. "I've noticed that he's picked you up after work the past couple of days," Katie said carefully. "Does that mean—" "I feel awful about it." Lelia covered her face with her hands. "Stealing my boss's boyfriend. He's not, but I really like him. We have so much in common, and I'm happy for you, Lelia. Matt is a great guy, but not for me. If you like him, I support you, especially because you're a great addition to our town." Lelia lowered her hands. "You mean it? You're not mad?" "Not at all. In fact, the reason I told you my news is because with a baby to plan for, I'm going to need to make some changes at the bakery, delegate responsibility. I was hoping you'd agree to become my first official manager." "Really?" Lelia practically bounced up and down. "You mean that?" "I do. We'll increase your hours, and you can start learning the business side of the bakery. I think we'll make a great team." "That's amazing!" Lelia reached forward to hug Katie. "I can't wait to share this with Matt. I was so worried you were going to fire me for not telling you about us right away." Pain pinched Katie's heart as she thought of the price she'd paid for waiting to tell Noah her news. "I wouldn't do that. Give me a few weeks to come up with a new job description. I have to get through Founders Day, and we have 2 big orders of wedding cupcakes for that same weekend." "Of course. I better get back out front." She began to leave, then turned. "Is Noah not happy about the baby?" she asked softly. It's complicated, was the only answer Katie could give, without emotions getting the best of her again. Chapter 18.
Remember the good old days when life wasn't so complicated? Noah asked Jace, as he helped load hay bales into the back of Jace's truck early on the first morning of the festival. Jace hefted another hay bale, then wiped his gloved hand across his forehead. Life has always been complicated. You were just too checked out of it to notice. I wasn't exactly checked out, Noah argued, but realized Jace was right. Before this summer, he'd been living life without ever getting too involved. He was good at his job, but when things got too complicated or bureaucratic, he'd slip away into the woods to recharge. Instead of stepping up when he finally learned about his father's cancer, he'd let his anger and hurt over being the last one to know spoil the last days he had with his dad. He'd avoided anything in life that made him uncomfortable, using the excuse that he wanted to keep things light and fun. Even with Katie. No, she was different. Wasn't she? He'd tried with her, put himself out there, at least in his mind, and she'd let him down. The pain was a killer, a reminder of why it was better to stick to the superficial. So what happened? Nothing, Noah muttered, and threw a hay bale, harder than necessary, onto the flatbed. Right. Jace put his hands on his hips and gave Noah his best attorney stare. Because a few days ago you were burping unicorns and now you look like you're ready to breathe fire on anyone who crosses you. Noah stood for a moment, thought about how to answer, and finally settled on the truth. Katie is pregnant. Whoa! Jace took a step back, then reached forward and slapped Noah on the back. Congratulations, man! That's awesome! Are you kidding? This is the opposite of awesome. Why? You obviously love her. She's been crazy about you for as long as anyone can remember. The two of you and a baby? It's the perfect family. There was so much wrong with Jace's words. Noah didn't know where to begin. What do you mean, for as long as anyone can remember? Katie and I only started seeing each other this summer. Jace looked genuinely confused. If seeing each other is code for getting naked, then yeah, that part might be new. But you've been friends for years. Friends. That's it. Because you're an idiot, Jace agreed. You were busy betting the wrong women while the right girl was waiting patiently the whole time. No. Noah's world started to spin again, and he wondered if things would ever get back to normal, if he'd even recognize normal. I was her friend. Jace arched a brow and stared. Do you do that in the courtroom? Noah asked, adjusting the collar of his t-shirt, which suddenly felt too tight. Because it's annoying as hell. I'm not a trial lawyer, Jace said calmly. Don't change the subject. If Katie is pregnant, why haven't I seen you two together? Why do you look miserable? She didn't tell me. What does that mean? Jace shook his head. She's already had the baby and hidden it from you? Don't be an ass, Noah mumbled. It took her a week to tell me. And that was only because I heard her arguing with Tori about it. Emily had found out, and somehow Tori was eavesdropping when they discussed it. He moved his shoulders as if that should explain everything, but Jace continued to stare. It was like my parents all over again. I can't deal with that, not from Katie. Oh, boo-hoo, Jace mock cried. For a man known for his level-headedness, he looked as angry as Noah had ever seen him. You can't deal? What's the matter? Is your ego bruised? No, my heart. Noah wanted to answer, but remained silent. Let me make sure I understand. Jace all but spit the words. You can't deal, so you've deserted Katie to manage with the whole situation on her own. Noah shook his head. It's not like that. I told her I want to be there for the baby, albeit all the doctor appointments. How generous. What do you want from me? Noah scrubbed a hand over his jaw. He'd forgotten to shave for the past several days. Felt lucky he'd remembered to brush his teeth. I want you to grow the hell up. Jace pointed a finger in Noah's face. Did you ever think she was afraid to tell you because of how you'd react? Remember, this girl has been by your side every time things got serious. And no offense, man, but you don't handle serious so well. That's not true. Jace held up a hand, ticking off points as he spoke. What happened when you found out your dad had cancer? You barely spoke to him the last 2 months of his life. You missed your chance to say goodbye." Noah clapped a hand to his chest, the painful memory threatening to suffocate him. "Then your girlfriend cheated, and that was awful, but Katie was the one who sent the anonymous note. More power to her," Jace said. "You were better off without Tori. But how did you deal with that? You dated the longest string of flash-in-the-pan women you could find, all with Katie watching from the sidelines. As I remember it, you made her run interference more than once when things went sideways." Noah winced. "She was willing to help because she loves you. She saw the worst of your behavior and loved you anyway. Believed you were better despite yourself. Of course she'd be afraid to tell you. You've given her no reason to trust you. Her parents were as selfish as people get, and still she turned out good and kind, but lacking in self-confidence, a fact that, no offense, you've used to your advantage all these years. Now that she needs you, you turn on her." Jace lifted his hands, palms up. "Before you start calling me an ass, take a long look in the mirror. I wouldn't be surprised if you started braying at your reflection." Noah felt his mouth drop open and snapped it shut again. As he did, it was as though the blinders he'd worn for all these years were stripped away. He'd been a fool. He was still a fool, and worse. He'd hurt the one person who mattered most to him, all because he was too scared to do anything else. "Are you sure you're not a trial lawyer?" he asked Jace, shaking his head. "Because any jury who heard that closing argument would convict me without a second thought." "It's not too late," Jace took a breath, spoke more softly. "Unlike in the courtroom, in life, you get a second chance. If she'll give it to me." Noah's stomach rolled at the thought that he might have blown it for good. How would he survive without Katie and their baby as a part of his life, without the chance to prove how much he loved her? Jace flipped him the keys to the truck. Only one way to find out. If it was possible to be asleep while working nonstop, that was what Katie was doing the morning of the Founders' Day festival. It was sunny and warm, already close to 80 degrees, which meant it would be downright hot by the time the events began at noon. She'd been at the county fairgrounds since sunup, managing the volunteers who assembled booths and directed vendors. She'd thrown up twice behind the beer tent, but luckily it didn't seem as if anyone except Emily noticed her nausea. The other woman clearly wanted to talk to her, but Katie had managed to stay busy and unavailable. From the sympathetic looks Emily shot her across the food judging tent, Katie guessed Noah had talked to her. She'd seen his mother earlier as well. Now that she was feeling better, Meg was helping to judge the baking contests. She couldn't tell what Meg knew, but was avoiding her just in case. She wasn't ready to talk to anyone about her pregnancy. Other than Natalie and Olivia, none of her friends knew. Each day, Katie fell more in love with the life growing inside her, but she was unsure of the future. She also wasn't ready to admit how bad Noah's rejection hurt. Eventually, the pain would dull. She'd had enough experience with heartache over the years to believe that. At the same time, this was different because no matter how Noah felt, they were tied together forever. "You look awful," a voice said at her shoulder. Katie spun around to find Emily and Meg standing behind her. "What she means," Meg tried to clarify, "is that you seem tired." "I meant she looks like death warmed over," Emily said, then dodged a maternal slap. "Can we help you with something, sweetie?" Meg's voice was kind, her eyes a little hopeful. "You could go home for a few hours, put your feet up, and have a snack." Katie shook her head. "I'm fine, and I promised to organize the food contests myself. Edna Sharp and Karen Solanes are both vying for a blue ribbon in the fruit pie category this year, and they've been fighting and accusing each other of cheating all week. I have to be here to mediate so things don't get out of hand." Meg sniffed. "Edna's crust is always too crumbly. She doesn't have a chance against Karen's strawberry rhubarb." "Even so," Katie shook her head. "We're worried about you," Meg said, then leaned in to wrap her arms around Katie. "I'm also excited for you and Noah." Katie stiffened for a moment, then let herself relax into Meg's motherly embrace.
Katie hadn't told her own parents yet, but didn't expect them to be rejoicing at the news of becoming grandparents. "He'll come around," Meg whispered. "It takes Noah a while to process things." Emily barked out a laugh at that assessment, and Meg leaned back to shoot her daughter a glare before returning her gaze to Katie. "But he cares about you, and he'll do the right thing." Katie forced herself to nod, too afraid to speak and break down completely. There was that phrase again, but she didn't want to only be the right thing. "I have to get through this weekend," she said after a deep breath. "We can help," Meg offered again. "I need to be here." "Why?" Emily asked, one eyebrow raised. "Because," Katie started, not sure how to explain her reasoning. Because she didn't want people to think she was weak and incompetent, the way she'd felt most of her childhood. Because she needed them to remember this weekend and her good reputation when the news eventually leaked that she was single and pregnant. "Because I can't stand to be alone right now." The words slipped out before she could stop them. "I'm going to kill my son," Meg said, shaking her head. "This isn't Noah's fault," Katie answered quickly. "Don't be angry with him. He needs you right now." "You need him," Meg gave her another hug, then stepped back. "And to rest. Promise you'll take a break later. I'll handle Edna and Karen if things get out of hand." The walkie-talkie clip to Katie's belt chirped. Jace had given it to her this morning so they could communicate from opposite ends of the fairgrounds. At the same time, an older woman called to Katie from the far side of the tent. Katie pressed her fingers to her temples. Busy was difficult enough, but she couldn't very well clone herself to be two places at one time. "You take care of things in here," Emily told her. "I'll go see what Jace wants." "Thank you." "I'll go with you, Katie." Meg straightened her shoulders, "just to keep those women in line." Once again, Katie was reminded that she wasn't alone, that she was part of a community that would support and care for her, even if her own parents never had. Although she had Meg and Emily's help, she was pulled in a half-dozen different directions over the next couple of hours. Her other friends arrived to pitch in as well, but still everyone seemed to clamor for her attention. Her stomach continued to feel queasy, so she skipped the donuts and apples set out for volunteers. By the time they were ready to open the ticket gates, she felt almost dizzy with exhaustion. Come to think of it, she felt dizzy, period. She was standing near the table that displayed the pies for one of the first tasting events. Her eyes drifted closed for a moment, then snapped open as she felt herself sway. The last thing she saw before she went down was Noah stalking toward her. The first thing Noah saw as he entered the food tent was Katie drop from sight. Pushing people out of his way and vaulting over the corner of the table, he sank to the ground next to her. "Katie, sweetheart." He lifted her head off the ground, then took a breath as she opened her eyes, blinking up at him. "Sorry," she whispered. "No apologies." He smoothed a strand of hair off her pale face. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "Didn't have a chance to eat. I'm fine." "Katie, what is going on?" Edna Sharp elbowed several onlookers to stand over the two of them. "You need to get up now, girl. The judging is about to start." He followed Katie's gaze to where people were streaming into the tent, filling up the rows of chairs lined across the center. But when she started to stand, he scooped her into his arms. "She's not judging anything, Edna." He glared at the older woman, who glared right back at him. "I'm taking her home." "You can't!" Edna's voice hit a note that would make a dog wince. "We need her for the judging. She's the expert baker. She always judges the finalists." "Not this year," Noah growled. "She needs rest more than you need her." "It's fine," Katie whispered. "You can let me go, Noah." He looked into her eyes. "No way, Bug. I'm never letting you go again." Her eyes went wide as he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her mouth. God, it felt so damn good to hold her again. How had he ever thought he could live without her? He turned back to Edna and the group of volunteers who'd crowded around them. "You all should be ashamed of yourselves. She's been working too long, too hard, and none of you care as long as you're getting what you need from her." He caught his mother's gaze, and she gave him an encouraging nod. "We should all be ashamed.
Katie doesn't owe you anything. She helps because she's an amazing person. The best. This got a round of head nods, so he continued. But she does too much for others, and we know it. We take advantage of her goodness and her generous heart. But she's more than earned her place in this community. And it's time she stopped trying so hard. Time we stop expecting more of her than we do ourselves. He gazed down at her, tried to show her all the things he'd never been able to say out loud, hoping she would understand. But when he saw tears cloud her vision, he knew he had to give her more. She deserved more, and he'd come here to find her and prove he was willing to give it. It's time I show you how much you mean to me. He swallowed, took a steadying breath. How much I love you. He heard a resounding chorus of ahs from the people gathered under the tent. A bead of sweat trickled between his shoulder blades as he searched Katie's face for a reaction. She bit down on her lip and looked away. You don't have to say that, she whispered. He knew what she was thinking, that he was doing this for the baby. And it was because once he'd wrapped his mind around the idea of being a father, he'd wanted the baby almost as much as he wanted Katie. I need to, he told her. I should have said it a long time ago. I should have been brave enough to see what was right in front of me all this time. He gathered her tighter in his arms, adjusted his hold so he could tip her chin up to look at him. I love you, Katie. I'm in love with you. As Buddy the Elf would say, I think you're really beautiful, and I feel really warm when I'm around you, and my tongue swells up. She laughed at his lame joke, and hope glimmered to life inside him, bright like a July 4th sparkler. I love you too, Noah. She lifted her head, brushed her soft lips across his. You're the key to all of this, Katie. I want you. I want a family. I want to spend the rest of our lives making you happy. I will never let anyone take advantage of you again. I didn't mean to take advantage, Edna said quickly, wiping at her eyes, her voice a plaintive whine. But she's always been the one to manage everything. And we appreciate it, Noah's mother said, stepping forward. But as much as we rely on Katie, Noah's right. She needs to put herself first for once. She draped an arm around Edna. We'll manage this year on our own. You take her out of here, Noah. He could have kissed his mother, but settled for a grateful smile. She nodded and gave him a little push. Go on now. Text me later to check in. I'll make you some chicken noodle soup, Edna called as he turned away. He glanced over his shoulder. She hates chicken noodle soup, Katie gasped, and he felt her shake her head against his shirt. What? Edna put her hands on her hips. I've been making her chicken noodle soup for years. Well, she doesn't like it. Try tomato basil next time. I really don't, Katie began, but he stopped her argument with another kiss. We're going home, he said again. After a moment she nodded and buried her face in his shoulder with a small sigh. The shudder that went through her body as she melted fully into him propelled him forward, through the crowd and toward the fairgrounds parking lot. Tater jumped up from where she was lying on the shade of the canvas tent as he strode by. Noah, Katie said his name, but he shook his head. Don't talk until we're at your house. I need a few minutes to recover from the shock of you hitting the ground back there. I just need to eat something. We'll take care of that too. He got them both settled in the car and lifted her fingers to his lips. We'll take care of everything that comes our way, sweetheart. Together. I love you so much, she whispered. I'm sorry I gave you a reason to doubt that. He shook his head. I'm the one who should apologize. I've made so many mistakes over the years, Katie, and you've been the one to help me pick up the pieces from most of them. But things are going to change. I'm going to change. I'm going to be the man you saw in me when no one else did. I love you, sweetheart, for everything you are and for who I am when I'm with you. He shifted in his seat, reached down to the outside pocket of his cargo pants, and pulled out a black box. This isn't exactly how I'd planned it, but I can't wait. Her eyes widened and he smiled, not bothering to hide the slight tremble in his fingers as he opened the velvet box to reveal a square-cut diamond ring. I want to be the husband you deserve and a father to our baby, I want every piece of you, every moment and year. Marry me, Katie, and make me the happiest man in crimson."
"Yes,"
she breathed, and he slid the ring onto her left hand.
"I love you, Noah, for exactly the man you are. I want to share my life with you. You're my best friend."
He leaned forward and kissed her. "Let's go home," he whispered, and they both laughed as Tater barked from the back seat. As they drove through town, Noah felt a sense of peace he hadn't known since he was a boy. His life made sense with Katie by his side, and he was going to savor every second of it. Forever.
We hope you have enjoyed these unabridged productions of The McKettrick Way by Linda Lale Miller, performed by Terry Schnaubelt, and A Baby and a Betrothal by Michelle Major, performed by Carly Robbins. Presented by Harlequin Selects and Harper Audio. These programs were produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. The McKettrick Way, text copyright 2007 by Linda Lale Miller. A Baby and a Betrothal, text copyright 2016 by Michelle Major. Production copyright 2021 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.